scriptures, and they're going to call that religion Christianity. Now, let me be very clear. I am not saying that the apostles did not follow Hamashiach, because they did. What I am saying is that Christianity, the religion, does not follow Hamashiach, nor does it follow the apostles' doctrine, and nor does it follow the biblical fellowship of family, which is the house of Israel, and the rules of that house, and nor does it follow the tradition, the biblical custom of cutting the covenant. They don't know it, they don't understand it, they don't see it, and so therefore there is none of this in the so-called Christian church. What you see in the Christian church, you see a Babylonian practice of offering these wafer cakes to the Queen of Heaven. And you see the picture of Tammuz. You're not looking at they're not looking at the biblical picture when they do the whole Eucharist thing. That thing, man, I ain't got time to deal with that. But when you really look into that, where they talk about that this bread and this blood actually turns into the real, actual body of Hamashiach, it's nowhere in the scripture. So that's not my text today. I just want to show you that the European, because they don't understand the Hebraic or know the Hebraic covenant, they just made up their own. They made up their own laws and rules. So when I say I'm not following Christianity, that does not mean that I'm not following Hamashiach, and that does not mean that I don't follow Torah from Genesis to the Revelation. Just going to put that out there. I'm Dr. Yoshiyahu, Dawid Ben Israel, Mori at the Awakening Remnant Coalition, and set apart in these last days by Abaya to help wake up the lost sheep of the house of Israel, especially those that were prophesied to be scattered to the four corners of the earth through the slave trade, according to Deuteronomy 28 and several other verses of the Bible. So what we see in Shavuot is the gathering together of the remnant. So we see the beginning of the gathering of the remnant. And that's important. As a matter of fact, our ministry is called the Awakening Remnant Coalition. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And if you read the Bible, you're going to find out the Bible uses the word remnant all the time. And the last days we are set apart to do this ministry 100% based on the tithes and the offerings of the people. Abba Yah has shown us this path, that it is a biblical path, and the people that are being helped and encouraged and taught and waking up to the truth and returning to the covenant will see it. And I can tell that some of you all are seeing it because you are making decisions to support through the tithes and the offerings. And we say thank you, because that is how we are able to do this ministry and to do these teachings. Now let me continue. And thank you for your support. That's what Todah means. Sometimes you hear us saying that. We're not saying today. We're saying Todah. And then, of course, the next word is Rabbah in Hebrew, which means multiply or expanded or muchness. So it would be the same translation as saying thank you very much. All right? Let's continue. I want to get to this third part because I introduced to you all the fact that there were Greek words that was used for cutting, which is kales, or I'm sorry, classes, and of course that particular word meant to break into pieces. So quick review, the Greeks looked at our word kara, which literally means to cut, but they saw it as that we were just eating a meal, so they said it's the breaking of bread. But the Hebraic mindset, remember, is not Greek. What was going on was not a simple breaking of bread. What was going on was a cutting of the covenant. All right? You might want to put that in the chat, everybody. The cutting of the covenant is what was going on. I need to also mention this in this video, that Hebrew itself is a function-based language. Everything about the Hebraic language is functional. So we saw things in their function first, not in their form. So not only do we have our nouns, not only are our verbs action words, but our nouns are also often action words. Our nouns had function, so therefore we saw function first. So even when we saw a noun, we saw it in the sense of a function, which is to say, so that when we saw cutting, the picture is what happens, because cutting obviously is a verb, right? The cutting is a verb. It's an action word. But the question that will come up to a Hebrew would be, what is the function of the cutting? Not necessarily what is the form of the cutting. How it was cut was not as important as the fact that it was cut. Okay, so then what function does the cutting serve? All right, and so in today's lesson, I want to show you that in the next few minutes.
Magic's fine. Steel's better.
We saw that in the covenant, our sacrifices were cut. All right, and the sacrifice, obviously, I'm using just for conversation. I'm going to use, once again, the fatted calf. So the fatted calf was cut in half between two people that were going into a covenant. The idea behind that cutting of the covenant was that once the calf is cut in half and the sides laid out, then the two people would walk between the two pieces that were cut. And that was a testimony that said that if I break this covenant, then let what happened to these two pieces happen to me.
Order filled.
Okay, so that is the picture. And I was going to get deep with the whole Abraham, but because I'm going to do that on a standalone video, I want to do that. I want to set that whole thing
Order
apart.
filled.
I've done it before,
Order
but I want
filled.
to do it again now. And I want to do it in a separate video so someone can see the cutting of our covenant and how Yah is going into covenant with us, with Abraham. And of course, we will spend more time on that. But for now, I just want you to know that we saw the picture very clear with the cutting of those sacrifices laid on their side. And then, of course, Abraham is put to sleep. And when he wakes up, he sees light and fire walking through the midst of the covenant while he was asleep. And of course, that is Yah testifying on that he didn't want to kill Abraham.
Order filled.
We'll do a whole video on that.
Order filled.
But basically, he was saying that he was standing. So that became That became our symbol
No more
of cutting.
meditation or masters.
So when we saw the cutting, what we also saw was dividing. Okay, so I need you to write this in the chat. That when we saw the cutting, the function that we saw the cutting do
Depends how I'm feeling.
was dividing or division. Okay, so remember I mentioned to you that after now the cut, then of course, and the covenant was made, which means you walk through the covenant.
Order filled.
And everybody saw it, and then they witnessed to it. Afterwards, the pieces don't go to waste. After the covenant
Order filled.
has been made, has been cut, and you walk through the covenant, those pieces are not, they don't go to waste. So what happens? They are then cut up, or we would say, just to stay consistent with my lesson,
Don't waste
they were
it.
then divided.
Channel it.
They were then divided into smaller pieces. And I mentioned before, placed on the grill or placed in the smoker or whatever to produce tenderism. You all understood what the Maury just said.
Enemy has been.
Why
Everyone's got a weakness.
put a 12 in this chest for the 12 tribes of Israel? Yes, we didn't just throw that food in the garbage. We ate the covenant. Yes, we ate.
An ally has
We
been
ate
Get the job
the
done.
beef. We ate the cow, and so we ate the beef. And it's almost the bone. It's a barbecue. So therefore, what we have then is what's called the covenant meal. And now you can see that clearly when we say we are cutting the covenant, that the cutting of the covenant did include eating together. And the way we were all able to eat was because the pieces were divided. You start with one piece, and then you divide that piece, you have two. But then if you divide those two pieces, now you have four. If you divide those four pieces, now, watch this, you don't have 5, no, now you have 8. And then if you divide all of those, then you got 16. And then 32, and then 64. And as you continue to divide, you create more food for more people. So we saw that division, the actual action of division, we saw that as our participation, or I should say, our benefiting from the covenant. Yes, we became benefactors of a covenant that was made between those two.
Killing spree.
And since we were all witnesses of the covenant, when it came time to cut the covenant, to divide the covenant, watch the picture here. When it came time for that, we all participated because it was divided. It was divided into enough pieces. Yes, that I can get a piece, and you can get a piece.
Really?
And my cousin can get a piece, and my friend and the companion that have joined the house of Israel, there's a piece for him too. Why else we can all participate in the covenant meal. If y'all understood that, put a 500,000. I cannot keep y'all all night. No, this is a quick video. I told you that.
An enemy has been
Just to let you see what was going on among them 3,000. What was happening among the 3,000 1,000 was a recognition of our covenant. They did cut the covenant. So therefore, as they cut the covenant,
There are
watch,
300 pressure points.
everybody got fed.
No one can.
And everybody recognized that it was the covenant. Because of a covenant,
Shut
that we
down.
are now participating in the meal. So when we cut the covenant, that was a picture of the actual animals. That was a picture of a sacrifice. So the cow was then, I'm just going to show you the picture, sacrificed on our behalf so that we could enter into covenant and then enjoy a covenant meal.
They can try.
Yes. And before you start talking about, oh, how dare you do that to a cow, and you just got a McDonald's in front of you. What's wrong with you? Talking about cow, and you steady talking about steak. Every day you talking about tenderness. Don't tell me about us having a covenant, a feast of. Yes, of course. We've been barbecuing a long time, but what we would do at this time is say, look, we're going into a covenant. We're going to invite everybody that wants to be a part of this, and I want you to witness what's going on, and this is going to represent something. This covenant will represent, and then whatever the covenant is that you're going into, and then we're all going to sit around and be blessed by the covenant, by the cutting, or let's use the word, the dividing of the covenant. All right. If you got that, put a 700,000. Quick lesson tonight. Support the work of God. I realize something that every now and then we need to just look at principles and look at customs and things like that so that we can internalize it. Here's another one. Let me show you all something. I already told you how the cow got fat eating the grain. So, and we also were nourished by eating grain. And so the bread representing life, then it was the cow's life that was slain, or the calf that was slain in order that the covenant should be ratified. And of course, once the covenant is ratified, then of course we're not supposed to break the covenant because it's a blood covenant, right? The division. But there's another element to the idea of division. Now this is where it might get a little deep. So I'm not gonna stay out in the deep water.
Okay, this I got.
Remember, it's function over form.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Always. It's always function over the form. Okay, what does that mean? It means
I'm not here to make friends.
that you could still keep the function even if you didn't have the form. In other words, the function of the cutting and the dividing
An ally has been
could be
slain.
in place even if you didn't have the actual formality or the form that was used, I would say, to say with a fatted calf. Now we're going to take it another level. Just hold on. I'm not getting ready to go too much longer. Just hold on. Watch.
Your turret has been destroyed.
So the function of the cutting of the covenant is more important than whether it is a cow.
I'm gonna carve my own path.
Right? Whether there is a sheep,
Your turret has been destroyed.
whether it is a goat, that function, the form of the sacrifice, right? Whether it's
My
cow,
enemies won't.
whether it's of the goat is not that important, and whether it is of the sheep is not that important. As a matter of fact, every now and then when you read the Torah, it'll give you an option. It'll say, you can bring a cow, but if you don't, you can bring of the sheep. And if you don't have the sheep, you can bring a goat. Why? Because the emphasis he's trying to, the emphasis is on the function, not the form. Now, if you understood that to the 800,000, let me work my way out of this video, and we will pick it up here. I'll try to get one more out tomorrow.
So many knives.
Before Shabbat. So the division, the dividing, could also represent,
Better break.
could be represented in bread. Because it's function,
An ally has been
not
slain.
necessarily form. So if I don't have a cow, I don't have a goat, I don't have a sheep, or even if I don't have a chicken,
An enemy is legendary.
I can perform the function with what I can have.
Your inhibitor has been
And the
destroyed.
function without quote unquote the original form is still honored. So what we get a function in bread. Yeah. The function is the same when it comes to bread
Let's
itself.
end this.
So if you don't have the cow, remember, we are function based. If we don't have the fatted calf, we still have the principle of the fatted calf, which is the bread.
An enemy has been slain. Enemy rampage.
So then we were able to say, we can take a loaf of bread. We can take a loaf of bread and we can cut it. We can divide it. And the function is still the same. Because after we divide the bread, we all about to eat.
Your turret has been destroyed.
If y'all saw that, put a 900,000 and let me leave you with this one. And what do you think about this?
Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Don't waste the anger.
When
Channel it.
When you understand that cutting produces division and the dividing represented that there would be provision, you start to see some insight. You start to see the idea of why this is called the cutting of the covenant, or they would say the breaking of bread. Now you can see how it starts to come together, because bread can be used. Absolutely. Because what's important is the function. So what the function is doing, it is establishing a covenant. The function is to establish a relationship with Yahweh, our Elohim first, and a relationship with one another. That's the function. The function is that through the division, everybody is fed. Through the sacrifice, through the covenant, through the cutting, why, I'll get a piece. This is what Luke was talking about. Luke wasn't talking about no snacking. That's not what he was talking about. He said they continued, in the English it says, in the breaking of bread. But really what he was saying is, they continued in the cutting of the covenant. They did. And let me tell you something about that. If you're hungry, I'm gonna leave it this. If you're hungry, right, and you get invited over over your buddy's house, if you get invited over your runs. And everybody around the table, right? And they bring out a tri-tip. And they bring out the tri-tip that is perfect. And they set it on the table. You know what that represents? That's Yaron's tri-tip. This is his house. That was his cow that was killed, and that was his tri-tip that he took and set on the table. You know how we know it's because it's only one, and that one is his. So if he invites you over and there's one tri-tip on the table, and you sitting there looking at him and he looking at you, boy, it'll be tense for a moment. You'll be wondering, is this Hebrew Israelite about to eat this whole tri-tip himself? Why? Because he has a right to. It's his. You sitting there wondering if you're gonna allow you to participate. And let me tell you something. You don't know until what? He bring out a knife. And once he bring out a knife, what he is saying is, I'm gonna take what's mine and I'm gonna divide it.
Minions have spawned.
With you. And then now all of a sudden you're looking at the people around the table. How many of them? How many? So if he just made one cut, well, he might be only thinking about Tahila. And if he just make another cut, y'all support the work of the art. You ain't never had this kind of teaching and preaching your whole life. You've never seen the Bible like this. Never. Why? Because Abba Yah is revealing it to us now, like he said he would in the last days. Yes. That knife means something.
Meditation.
When that knife came out and started cutting, it represented fellowship. In other words, if I'm eating at this table and you at the table, you gonna eat too.
Brilliant. First blood.
Woo! Yes, because Abba Yah ultimately is the one who gave it to us. And now by the dividing, what is happening? We're sharing it with one another. So that was a picture of what was going on when the people showed up. The 3,000 people showed up. When they showed up on a regular basis and the knives would come out to cut. Everybody knew they finna get a piece. Everybody knew we ain't finna be left out.
Forget
We're not gonna be kicked
a reckoning
to the curb. Everybody knows when the knife come out and start cutting, all I gotta do is be patient. My plate eventually coming this way. My brothers and my sisters, I know that went over a lot of y'all's head and you can't get it, but some of y'all got it. And if you got it, you need to put at least a 1 million in this chat. Because you now know what was going on in the upper room. You now know what was going on with the Messiah when he was working with his disciples. You now know what happened when he was out there with the 4,000 and then he turned around with the 5,000 and took that last lunch and began to divide it. That's the picture. So everybody can participate. When we talk about the Torah, the Master said, this is my body, which is given for you. Wait, hold on. Not broken, given. We'll deal with it tomorrow. Y'all should support the art. Some of y'all, I'll give a double time. You got double blessed tonight. I gotta go. You ought to give a double blessing, a double portion to help this kind of teaching and preaching go worldwide so we can understand what's really happening. Ooh, I ain't got time in this one. But our King is right now giving us
Heard you.
a double portion of the power that he promised. He said he was going to do it. He said, you're going to do greater things than I did. Why? Because I'm getting ready to go up. I'm getting ready to go to my Father. In other words, I'm going back to the right hand of power. And you think that I was, but look, what I have, I'm going to give it to you.
Everyone's got a weakness.
And all I want you to do is give it to others and watch what it's getting ready to do. Watch how it is just not going to be addition. Watch it become true multiplication. Watch the miracles, is what I'm getting ready to tell you. Watch how the miracles flow when everybody is participating in what they say is the breaking of bread. But watch what happens when we all begin to participate on a regular basis with the cutting of the covenant.
Too good.
Well, Acts chapter 3 gonna show you. But that's just a small thing. The lame walking. I gotta go support the work of the ark, one love, and look.
You look so peaceful.
Pray for me. I'm praying for you. And I'm going to try to get one more out before the Shabbat because I got something else I got to say. I just can't get to it tonight. Hallelujah. One love, Zion. And until next time.
Pack full of trouble, nothing but time.
Looking up.
An enemy has been slain.
For our redemption.
Enemy has been slain.
Draw nigh.
Ally has been slain.
Hallelujah. Told our revival for another covenant. Told our revival for letting us sit down at the table.
Ally has been slain. Killing spree.
Wars are messy. My kills are clean.
Rampage.
Everyone dies. I just speed things up. You're dead, I'm alive. See? Facts. Magic's fine. Steel's better. Should have run.
Unstoppable. Your team has destroyed a turret. Double kill.
I'm right here.
An ally has been slain.
If you look dangerous, you better be dangerous. Quick and deadly. Brilliant.
Godlike.
Never miss.
Enemy killing. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your turret has been destroyed.
The words on this tombstone will be my new mantras. The only rule that matters is that your enemies don't walk away.
Unstoppable.
Can't stop what's coming. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. Shut down. Legendary. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret.
I'll make this look like magic. I'll make problems disappear.
Legendary. Your turret has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed light. Dominating. Ally has been slain. Legendary. Double kill.
The Fist of Shadow is wrong. I do things differently. I am my own master, just the way I like it. Let 'em see me.
Double kill. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Legendary.
It's better for everyone. King. It's always crazy. Actions have consequences.
Destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. Killing spree. Your team has destroyed a turret. Shut down. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Your team has destroyed a turret. Legendary.
You both die, and both lose.
Double kill. Aced. Victory!
Order filled.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Let's make this quick.
Minions have spawned.
So many enemies, so many knives. Wars are messy. My kills are clean. Call it a curse. I fear you.
First love.
Magic's fine. Feels better.
An ally has been slain.
You will not stop me. You cannot. I'm right here. Playtime's over.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. When you meet the demon, one strength. Enemy double kill. An enemy.
Okay.
An ally has been slain.
I'm not here to make friends.
An enemy has been slain.
I work alone. It's better for everyone. Let's have some fun. I slay foes beside love what I do.
Killing spree. Enemy killing spree.
The Fist of Shadow was my mom. I do things differently. I am my own master, just the way I like it.
Rampage.
Skill and steel will get the job done. How about I just end this? Let them see. They can't stop me.
An ally has been slain. Unstoppable.
Meditation or masters.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret.
The words on their tombstones will be mine.
The market is closed.
It's not about the old ways just don't work. I got a pack full of trouble and nothing but time. No one tells me what to do.
Enemy double kill. Shut down. Your turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain.
Forget balance. This is a reckoning.
An enemy has been slain.
There are over 300 pressure points on the human body.
Your turret has been destroyed. Enemy killing spree.
They can't stop me. I know they can try.
Legendary.
Cold steel and a turret are all I need.
An ally has been slain.
Everyone dies. I just speed things up. Time to snuff out the light. Restraint's not really my thing. Perfect execution. If they're smart, they're scared.
Shut down.
Necessary matter.
Gonna carve my own path. Savor life's frozen ash. It's not the killing I'm about.
An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain.
Should have run.
Enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
I'll make this look like magic.
Triple kill. Your team has destroyed a turret.
I make problems disappear.
turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Never have too many enough.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Okay, that was messy.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. Legendary. Shut down.
I work alone. It's better for everyone. Can't stop what's coming. This is my domain. I love it.
Shut down. Has been slain. Has destroyed the turret. Pentakill. Ace.
I was
Your
just
team
one.
has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Victory!
Niggas called a quadrant, what's his name? Called a penta. I'm fucking reading the AI. Niggas catching plays off that bitch. hard to say what answers the best answer. They're both good answers. Damn, what's name? It's like a 1 hour fucking play around.
Blue's Rift. Minions have spawned.
Finally, let's do this. The only rule that matters is that your enemies don't walk away. Time to snuff out the light once.
First blood.
I'm right here.
An ally has been slain.
Can't stop it. The old ways just don't work.
An enemy has been slain.
That's my target.
Enemy killing spree. Enemy rampage.
No more meditation or masters. Should have fought. Call it first. I dare you.
An ally has been slain.
It's not the killing I'm about. It's the cause.
An enemy has been slain.
Even the frostfire fades.
Magic's fine. Steel's better.
An enemy is unstoppable. Shut down.
The words on their tombstone will be my new mantras. I am my own master, just the way I like it. So many enemies, so many knives.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. An ally has been slain. Shut down. Enemy double kill.
Too fast. Too good. Smoked him. I love what I do. My enemies won't. Wars are messy. My peace.
Enemy double kill. Enemy triple kill. An enemy has
What's
been
the
slain.
fucking ball, bro? I don't even know why I came over there.
Enemy killing spree.
Okay.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. Enemy is gone. Ally has been slain.
Yes. If you look dangerous, you better be dangerous.
An enemy is legendary.
Quick and deadly.
An enemy is legendary.
The Kinku couldn't control me. I do what they wouldn't.
Enemy rampage.
You can never have too many kunai.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
I'll make this look like magic.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
How about I just end this? Restraint's not really.
An enemy is legendary.
Can't stop what's coming.
Enemy has been slain.
I'm not here to make friends.
The flowers.
Kama or Kuna? That's not how it feels. No one tells me what to do. Not me. That is just another reason for you to die.
An enemy has been slain.
Don't waste the anger. Channel it.
Executed.
Let's have some fun. This won't take long. Try to keep up.
An enemy has been slain.
Everyone dies. I just speed things up.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. Enemy rampage. Your turret has been destroyed.
I was just warming up. Watch your back.
Shut down.
I work alone. It's better for everyone.
Shut down. An ally has been slain. Double kill.
Playtime's over. If they're smart, they're scared. influence on the human body.
An ally has been slain.
That one was messy.
An enemy has been slain.
Remember your name and shout it forever.
An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed.
They can't stop me. I mean, they can try.
An ally has been slain. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. An ally has been slain. Enemy killing spree. Enemy killing spree. Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. Ace. Defeat.
hard, so focus on threatening the backline, force the enemy carries to play scared and more cautious. Pressure the side of the fight, so your carries have more time and space, and then clean up low health targets. This should be your main plan when you are even in the game. You can make some tweaks here and there, but keeping a rough plan like this in your mind can help you structure your fights better, so you don't end up diving in and instantly dying without helping your team. It's not about the one shot, it's about pressure and being in the back of the enemy's head and playing off of that. Now I know you're waiting for this one. Let's talk about how to play a team fight when you just int it completely. When you kind of your job in a teamfight completely changes. You're not the carry, you are not the one-shot machine, and you cannot dive the backline without instantly dying. You lose the option to start fights. If you do, you will get yourself killed with no value, so try to not do that, I guess. So your fighting style changes to sticking with your team. Play front to back, poke with your Qs, and wait for the enemy to misplay or overstep. Most behind Akali players try to flank like when they are fed and end up walking into a vision ward and dying instantly. When behind flanking is too risky to go for it, so instead you should stay near your front line and play behind them. So if they engage, you stay right behind them and poke a bit. And join once the enemy frontline dies or burns major spells. So it is really important that your frontline starts the fight. You should only look out for low HP and isolate targets. Your days of diving the backline and escaping after a kill like a cool cowboy are over. Sorry my dude, you entered. So the only way you can really kill someone is if your team chunks someone, the enemy carry burns all the mobility and most of their burst. If someone walks too far forward and is isolated, or if the fight breaks apart, so you can clean up at the end and chase whoever tries to escape. Also your Shroud's purpose changes and it is best used as a purely defensive tool. Once behind, it is the most important ability you have. So your W is best used to either survive dives, stall time for your team, force the enemy carries to reposition his stance. That's an important one actually. Force the enemy to burn their abilities, and also it is a really good escape tool for yourself. In some cases you can even peel for your own carries and help them survive the enemy bruiser or assassin, because you will not do any damage really unless you scale back into the game. So sometimes keeping your ADC alive so he can dish out more damage to compensate you is the right call. So if you see your ADC struggling and you don't have the tools to kill their backline, just take care of your own ADC so he can do his job better and, as I said, compensate for the damage you can do. That's it from me for today, guys. I hope I could help some of you. If there are things that you think I forgot and are important though, let us please all know in the comments below. So with that, consider leaving a like and subscribing, and see you next time. Ciao!
An ally has been slain.
Don't hold back. Can't stop me. Playtime's over. Come on, I dare ya. Let's go. The only rule that matters is that your enemies don't walk away.
An ally has been slain.
Skill and steel.
An ally has been slain.
Quick and deadly.
Yeah.
Let them see me. They can't stop me.
Has slain an enemy.
You don't get back what I take. You will not stop me. Well, you aren't much of a challenge.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I was just warming up.
Enemy killing spree. An enemy has been slain.
You can never have too many enough. The old ways just don't work.
Enemy rampage. Your turret has been destroyed.
No more meditation or mastery.
An ally has been slain.
No problem. The Kinku couldn't control me. I do what they wouldn't.
An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
I make problems.
An ally has been slain. Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Listening's not really my thing.
An enemy has been slain.
I'm right here. I got a pack full of trouble and nothing but time.
Enemy killing spree.
I can do this all day.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed.
I love what I do. My enemies won't. Let's have some fun.
Shut down. Enemy rampage. Enemy double kill. Your turret has been destroyed. Shut down.
Lesson learned.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Mark acquired and eliminated.
An ally has been slain.
If you look dangerous, you better be dangerous.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your turret has been destroyed. You have slain an enemy. An ally has been slain.
Who's next? Let's end this. Cold
Your
steel
turret has been
all
destroyed.
I need.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
Better bring it.
Your turret has been destroyed. Shut down. Your turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain. Your inhibitor has respawned.
They can't stop me. I mean, they try.
Your turret has been destroyed. Enemy killing spree. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Ally has been slain.
Truly terrible.
Call it!
Yes. Only good enough. It's a dead one. out of my way.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Minions have spawned.
You will not stop me. You think you're gonna walk away? Yeah. I am my own master, just the way I like it. Better bring it. That's right. Payback hits hard.
An ally has been slain.
Opa.
I make problems disappear. Let's have some fun. Restraints seem really my thing. Let's go.
An ally has been slain.
I can make this fast or really fast. Choice is yours. Oh look, someone's got a death wish. I can make this fast or really fast. Choice is yours. Oh look, someone's got a death wish. I can make this fast or really fast. Choice is yours. Oh look, someone's got a death wish. Try to keep up.
An ally has been slain.
The words on their tombstones will be my new mantras. Magic's fine. Steel's better.
An ally has been slain.
Here now.
Has slain an enemy. An enemy has been slain.
Sky War. Sky War.
They can't stop. Not anymore.
An ally has been slain. Shut down. An ally has been slain.
I'm right here.
Enemy killing spree.
Wars are messy. My kills are clean. No more meditation or masters. Still feeling confident. The Fist of Shadow was my mom. I do things.
An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. Enemy killing spree.
Everyone's got a weakness. That's my target. This won't take long. See ya. Skill and steel will get the job done.
Shut down. Shut down.
Okay, this I got. Come on, I dare. Koma or kunai. Depends on. You're dead, I'm alive. See? Balance.
Ally has been slain. Enemy rampage. Enemy double kill. Your turret has been destroyed.
Playtime's over.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Gonna carve my own path. How about I just end this?
much of a challenge. Enemy killing spree. Enemy double kill.
The old ways just don't work. Actions have consequences. I can make this fast or really hard. Choice is yours. Youth and skill every time. You can never have too many kunai.
An enemy is unstoppable.
Everyone dies. I just speed things up. Now
He has destroyed a turret.
hell you got. Too fast. Too good.
Down.
I work alone. It's better for everyone.
An enemy is legendary.
They can't stop me. I mean, they can try.
An ally has been slain.
If they're smart, they're scared.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Should have run.
Your turret has been destroyed. Ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy is legendary. Your turret has been destroyed.
There are over 300 pressure points on the human body. No one can protect them all.
I bring the An ally has been slain. Shut down. Your team has destroyed a turret.
The Kinku couldn't control me. I do what they wouldn't.
An ally has been slain.
You will not stop.
Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy is unstoppable. An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Shut down. Shut down. An ally has been slain.
Disappear.
Buried with your transgression.
Has destroyed a turret.
Really my thing.
Heal by charge.
An enemy has been slain.
The words on their tombstone.
An enemy has been slain.
Magic's fine. Steel's better. Let's end this. Perfect execution.
Enemy killing spree. Killing spree. Shut down.
Let them see me. They can't.
Unstoppable.
Me too.
No one tells me what to
Oh,
do.
you looking fly? I be hearing you in there. I wake up in the morning and it's just thinking outfit. They can get down wears product, the damn down wears
Wars are messy. My kills are clean.
An ally has been slain.
No more meditation or masters.
Dominating.
Skill and steel will get the job done.
Shut down.
Helma or Kunai. Depends on the skill.
Enemy double kill. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Playtime's over. Gonna carve my own path. How about the old ways?
Has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Can't stop.
An ally has been slain.
You can never have too many kunai. It's not the killing I'm about. It's the cause. Things up.
An ally has been slain. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. An ally has been slain.
I love what I do. My enemies know I'm good.
Killing spree. Thus the mighty god defeated.
Let's make this quick.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
They're scared.
Minions have spawned.
Call it a purse. I dare you. Perfect execution.
Fun. Fun. Dude.
Let them see me. They can't stop me. Magic's fine. Steel's better. You're done. Like you have a chance.
An enemy has been slain.
Restraint's not really my thing. I'm not here to make friends. I am my own master. That's the way I like it. Who's next? No more meditation or masters.
An enemy has been slain.
Gonna carve my own path. Oh, look. Someone's got a death wish.
Your colors will slide.
Will you like a challenge?
Double kill. An ally has been slain.
They have it coming.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
There are over 300 pressure points in the human body. No one can protect them all.
Right.
Playtime's over. I work alone.
Killing
It's
spree.
better for everyone.
Enemy has been slain. Legendary.
That's I'll make this look like magic.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Everyone dies. Just speed things up.
Your turret has been destroyed.
The words on their tombstone will be mine.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Rampage. Shut down.
This won't take long.
Killing
No one tells me what to do.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Smoked them.
Rampage. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Forget balance. This is a reckoning. Can't stop what's coming.
An enemy has been slain.
I can do this all day.
I did main thing I did. Lost it all and still had to break the rules. Ended up $1,700 but I make money all this week, but it's just not the way you it's all me, you know, you end up losing money on $400
Unstoppable.
fucking by this time afternoon. One of my they walked up real good. Thanks for encouraging me. Walking in that sun almost this time I walked past the radio. Changed everything people watching their cars or them throwing water or they don't. But I see any guys, I feel really now. Yeah, whatever. I'm good, you know. I go to do the stop loss, had 60 different stop loss. I lost like $400 something, more than that. But I went negative like 180. So it was like with $800 or something lost. But just I had a $60 stop loss, but it kept hitting the stop loss. So then I'm like, man, that shit ain't working. Do what you do. So then I end up on the, you know, and then next thing I put another short to stop off. So I said it's gonna come down because it's over the week. And then it went down and short figured we made 1,700. So we ended up green on the day. And you don't want that. I'm off with the count. We cannot afford the No, I'm talking about that would have lost the account. Or this is all saying different. If you believe in my $250 million account now, so I'm doing testing. So you can come up, put it on the screen, and we do been testing them. So this account is only at $1,500. I think we're about to buy up something. There's no room. Okay, I'm talking. It's going to circulate. The market. That's what it's going to and even do it. Market is going to design for you to only get $1,500 something. That's why I tell you, if you come out, they're going to put $2,000 on there and they're crazy. You can get money in 1 second because your position is going to be to have a position. And position is not one fucking shit. You're going to get good shit. You're going to be putting money from them.
Cold steel and a target are all I need.
But $1,000 account, your team is gone. They're going to probably know they're going to do not even give you the frequency they do with me with the whole week because you got a $25,000 account. They're just going to for your money. You're on margin. You put from the second that you buy position. No, don't hope that. In order for then you really just have one share. Yeah, because that's the whole purpose of the market. If you don't have margin, you're definitely not buying no fucking whatever you think you're buying. See what they call the prices of these accounts, where they into these positions. Not listening. So I need you to listen to me. You're gonna give me a headache of my money for the nonsense. So fucking. You know what I mean? So these positions are super awkward. And, you know what I mean? You're not going to be able to get into anything. And I'm not talking about, I'm talking about what I have to spend money. This is a motherfucking big position that I have to acquire. And $500, I just have to make money. And so I'm telling you what is going on. Not about what you feel with the design shows, but what is actually transpiring in reality. But then we're talking to you, man, when I'm telling you in reality, places you don't want to be because like you have to be responsible for all your actions. But in reality, your account is blank instantaneously, and that's $2,000 down the drain. That's for your particular case. In this particular case, the account is wiped and it's $500 down the drain, and there's $1,500 in that one. We can really lost it. That's all we can explain. This thing has to move, particularly smooth. And even using their little so-called stop losses and things of that nature, it is not working. That's not enough money to basically have an account. And you have to somehow fit into their constraints, which is not working. Which is my problem. Because it's not working. You end up having to take on larger positions, and you have to end up increasing your particular down risk, which you cannot really afford, because if you take an $800 loss on a $1,500 account, you might as well throw the account. You know what I mean? It's not that kind of game. You know, which means you have to, that's why I say it's so crazy when you think about it, that why would somebody even do that? You know what I mean? It's only beneficial because it is such a small amount, but the market is so, I mean, this thing, you know, you have to really have a perfect trading desk. Or really get their logic on what the hell they think someone is supposed to do. You know what I'm saying on this goddamn thing. Yeah, I'm fucking got it. I'm done with it. And I just, I would love to hear. I would love to hear a couple of apples. And I know what they're going to say. Well, they're going to say, if that is not enough, then perhaps you need a longer and then I'm going to say, well, I want 5 of them though to get my most pussy effect. Then you're going to have to pay more money for that. For goodness, you want to fit into the constraints of what the fuck we're doing. You know, it's basically the difference between being a girl and a guy. A guy, that's like the reality of a guy. A guy, you have to fit into the constraints of what the world is. You want the system to fit you. Shit. Where the saying that it's why most girls don't really need it because it's a reality. There's a reality and then there's a reality. And girls live in a reality and men have to live in a reality. You need to live no bitches. You need to get the come. You need to China. Well, we're going to make a vegetable for you. You see what I'm saying? You got to hook in. You ain't basically you got to get them around. Like they teach you that at the age of being a boy. You know, our man or whatever you are born to be into a man. You want things from this world. You need to produce things from this world. You know what I mean? And that's the where they say when they used to see girls, to go to the man because he's pretty much doing all the work for you anyway. Nowadays he can girls or whatever, you can get kind of thing for yourself and think people gonna fucking figure out this world by yourself. If you have no skills and you know what I mean? When they do you to do any of this and then you wonder why you're not making it because you need to you really should just go get and try to listen, and make things, meaning that we think physically these girls meaning like president need to be taken. I'm going to broken down right now. Being you become a new solution, that's DNA with being, waiting for good time, waiting for not that like for people to be thing for teenagers getting laid, being yourself, licking your wounds, going back after that title, and having to learn how to reiterate and iterate and iterate and iterate until you find success. You see what I'm saying? Girls were not programmed for that. So to think that all of a sudden a girl will just damn, iterate, and you're going to iterate femininity out of you is nonsense. You know what I mean? Where, that's not the point. It's a big particular thing, being into a big, smaller, it's a micro level. Whereas it's micro, these positions that you're getting, you're going to be like, put in this house for $500 and get $1,500 worth of drawdown. You literally have to trade this account like super duper perfectly. And then to try to now make $200 to $300 a day on an account that you only can really have one position on, means you're going to have to trade your ass off. Essentially what it boils down to, and you need to be video and people don't make it, and that's why it's done on a scenario where you just have to, I'm thinking how we're going to leverage the this account and the initial, armor of the, as the your business. You know what I mean? And if you just take your ribbon hand in the water, you use some the practice of putting into the water and just energy the way that they just and take this money account and then the fact that no one's going over the market. You can't come in with the regular accounts and those be the initial people doing it. which is going to have to be paid for the discount comes out first. When, you know, even though it's hard for me because in my mind, I'm like, what if you take a good trade? You're going to miss a good trade, but we're just going to have to just make up for that fact and be like, hey, you're not. You're going to miss because you're in the post account and the post account is going to make money, and you're not going to be making that same money. And you're going to have to be crazy because the inclination is going to be, well, practice making money, let's go hop into the room where you're right and figure the language to your decision your, you know what I mean? So those are the things that I'm thinking about in reality. You know what I mean? Mother. It's something. The Willie Williams show. The Willie, what his name is? Let me see what I can say. Oh. There it is, the Willie Williams show. There he is. There you go. Love that.
On Shopify since the very beginning. There's a bunch of amazing templates
really,
that you
they're
can choose
really.
from. If I needed to
It's
go
like
in
Wendy
there,
Williams or Willie Williams. There he is. All right. So fucking so that's what I'm dealing with. And the reason why about that, you know, perturbed or whatever is because trying to do it the right way is not work. And doing it that way is super risky. And that's not the way you really want to make money. We're like, and sitting back in the day in the firms, if you were to do that, they'd fire you for what I just did. You know, even though you made money, they don't, that ain't how we want you to make money with our firm's money. And it's that kind of dealio where they really are particular on how they're making money in the market. And you can make any kind of different way you do, but in a real professional setting, you just can't go put on trades, you know, really amp your risk up. You know, because the first thing they're going to see, what if it didn't go against you? What if that trade didn't stick? What if certain market influences are seeing the market selling off on Friday, all of a sudden there was a massive opportunity and forced the market back up again? You know, until you could have built the entire out with a $100 million position that you know, just want to save your ass, you know, and so it's those kind of things. And that's basically what we're saying here, that, that this thing has to be super smooth. You know what I mean? And it's not going, oh, damn, he in a jumpsuit now, boy. You just, man, you know where they had a fucking grand judge. You know he was gonna nail you, bro. I hate that shit, bro. These judges are real pieces of work, bro. You're supposed to ask the judge to get a new judge. You can't look at how he shoot now. You're getting the shit now. It's getting ready, bro. You should shoot on a lady and fuck both of them girls. Stupid. You don't tell the get him Carter Bennett. You know what I mean? You should be fucking both of them. Somebody says, like, baby, hey, keep she down with it too, man. You can get a big person, y'all can have one ring and then get another ring to make this work. Instead of now, you're gonna be like, well, you put that shit in your head. Said you was gonna leave over here, you should be like this shit. You wanna be the side bitch and get a little extra $20, or you want a motherfucker. And now she done cheat on you. She fucking gonna do like 3 years. You was gonna live your life in jail. She was going to fucking somebody else. You know, 2028, she gonna be on another nigga. It's like the beat won't kill him. They really say that shit. Yeah. To watch your 12, your 3, your 6, and your 9. I was supposed to be on that list. God damn it. I'm gonna get down. I said I was gonna be ready for this shit, but it's gonna take time. Food, not like it. Right, man. But anyway, so fucking let's see where was I? Yeah, man. So this is very serious. Very serious. I'm not liking what I'm seeing. On top of that, now we're seeing falling, and we're seeing, told you, like I said, we're seeing falling now on Friday, which means we're looking at a continuation downside pattern into next week, which is not what we wanted to see. You know what I mean? Because now we're looking for shorts, and I don't like shorts. So that's not going to be good. I just don't know. I just pan out. Oh, I don't know. Well, we shall see. We're living that talking, man. That fucking it's just not working like that. You know, you coming in with one share, and before you know it, you got 2 shares. Before you got know, you got 3 shares. Before you know, you're in 15 motherfucking contract, bro. And that account is not able to handle that. You know, it's one thing when you're trading with over $250,000, $500,000 worth of available drawdown. You can make positions like that, lose almost $800 and turn around and end up green on the day because you have a lot of capital. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. That you're talking about, you don't have no capital, so you gotta really understand that you got it's not much putting in $2,000 into the market about no motherfucking margin. This much draw, you can look at juice. You know what I mean? And then now you want, by entering the market, you're saying you want to strap some string around that cup of juice and you want to swing that motherfucker. And unless you get some juice, it takes all the juice in the cup. You know what I mean? This means you're going to be trading foolishly. You know what I mean? You're fucking putting your, juice is going to fall. And with the juice that's falling, that is your capital. You know what I mean? And to maybe with the market, one market is a bit different because you look at the numbers, like we talking about with the Dow, we're talking 1 cent, 1 share equals 1 cent, or $1. $1 share equals $1 per dollar. So if you fucking make $1 on 1 share, you've only made $1. So you can borrow your position. Meaning to say if you have 25 shares, I'm going to make $25 per dollar. And so my risk is kind of, you can manage your risk scenario, you know what I mean? And really really manage the risk. But I don't necessarily have the luxury of that unless I'm over to the Dow or something like that, which I did go trade on. I was short on the Dow. Because we saw, I knew that was going down. I mean, we were up 800 points yesterday. That bitch was going down. So anyway, so I knew that short. That was just it was a guaranteed short. So I mean, I just don't know. I can't remember to tell you, but this is a theoretical, bro, and it's different levels of conviction on a theoretical account than my real money account with my real things on the line, and then telling me that we're going to buy and 10 from the short and then shit and risk my entire $500 for the 2 weeks for this stupid ass fucking trade is a whole different perspective than when I know I got millions of dollars in this account. And there's no way I can make a bad trade. It's different. Once you get that's why they should have raised the money higher. $25,000 is the things that minimum. And then you come in with $2,000 nonsense where where you from it. You're not going to be your top sneaker times. You need $2,000. Enough a margin, you know what I mean? That they bring up a margin, and all it's going to do is promote even more gambling. Now, antic type people are now going to, have $8 to $6 in the cut. And throw on 2, lose 2 like they sport bet. 2, lose 2, throw on 2, lose 2, throw on 2, hit for 6. And think, hey, I'm this gambling shit. What's it? You're getting a bunch of money you've lost to make $6 grand. If anything, you're breaking even. It's like the fucking casino. You know what I mean? They can fucking hit. Hey man, I hit. My wife hit. Yeah, Cardo said he hit, but I'm like, man, you can trade they go every nigga. You've been going in there every other week. And you can only hit on the third Friday. It's not that no number. That's really money, and then the part of the money ain't got no buzz. You might get some free drinks. They gonna give you a night. Yeah, because you paid for already a night. You're only $200 you might pay for a night, so you can shoot you a night for free in an empty ass hotel that nobody stays in there. For 2 peanuts. You know what I mean? That's a whole nother story. So, you know what I mean? So, and now I'm contemplating, do I now go to take check and get $2,000 with another $300 more, but now I have to make double the amount? Or do I take the $300 less and only have to make $1,500 due to the and make it good? Sweet thing. can be doing this in 2 weeks. Motherfucking, that's a task because you got to train 5 days anyway. Then that next week come to the jump. That's the money. Boom! Now I'm 1,500 up green on the real money account, and then every day after that, I just make $200. I'm pulling in on $1,000+ a day. You know, that's why I like that idea. But I only have $1,500 to do that. There's only $1,500 of drawdown that you have for that. You know what I mean? And you're taking 2, 3 contracts, 1 to 2, really 1 contract, one, and then if you're in the money, get lucky and add one. You can add that extra contract, not take the money. This can be in money contracts where you're in the money and you already get $150 and you just see one more contract than your average. So when that line moves up, it doesn't move up too close to where you're already at. You know what I mean? And then you can maybe ride the receipt maneuver and hit it. So I'm looking for 2 contracts for 20 points. That's $200, $400. That's a great day. You know what I mean? And I need to now do that every day to Friday. And so now it's a pass. You know, if not, I gotta make $200 every day, and then that's every day until Wednesday. Then I got to pick it up on Thursday, come in the middle of the night like always, and I'm morning, and now look to enter into the market to make $200 off filter. Now I get the 2 on a Thursday, and then get my extra 2 on my Friday. Now I'm starting off with $400. I'm doing the same thing way to that Friday, which makes me at $1,400, and then now that Monday. Next week, which Sunday, Monday, is now when I start checking my accounts, I got to start making an additional $100, and then I'm starting doing my shit right there. So, you know, that's the whole scenario that I'm dealing with right now, and I motherfucking still don't know because it's hard to say. I still don't tell you. I still don't know what I'm doing. If somebody would say, "What you doing?" I don't know. I'm getting into large positions, and I'm leveraging. That's what you can say. I'm leveraging. I'm leveraging the fact that I have large position and I don't need this much of the market to move in my favor for me to fire my victory. Whereas with a loose position, you can really be right. That can have to be a trade with only 1 contract thinking you're gonna make $300 on 1 contract. Point move. Whereas if I have 15 contracts, I don't need about 10. I need less than 2 points, 3 points. I need 3 points in my favor, basically. You know, so all I need is that thing is to go. This needs to go in my direction. I fucking already done made half the quota. You know what I mean? And then it just need to make about 5 points. 5 points in any given in my favor, and that's a green day. But if it go against me now, I'm out. And told you when the smaller account like that, being out the money $300, $1,200 left. That's almost already a third of another year account. You know what I mean? You're down another $300. That's down. You're down $600. You know what I mean? You're now sub 1,000, and you don't want to be sub 1,000. I mean, you're in 3 digits again. Yeah, you're taking 9. You're taking 630. You're taking 354. You're taking 323. You're taking 200 into the account. You're trading ruthlessly. That's $100 left. Now you're sub $186. You know what I mean? $20 left. $3. And there goes your money. And it's just like that. Yeah, I really don't want $1,500 each year right there, that easy. It's just like that. You know what I mean? And it annoys you then because you're like, bro, you're down. You lost $1,500 and you go to chill. Not times you're not. You got a lot of money in the phone and you wasn't. Like, bro, I only need $300. I lose $1,500. I'm really just trying to make some money. I'm saying I really get $1,500 trying to find $80. I'm just trying to find the last $80. But it seems like you really just gotta for this subprime day in a way. You know, I'm gonna get that $80 somewhere else. You know, get that makeup somewhere later. You know, on another day. some shit like that. You know, you up fucking $260. That's greedy. You gonna fucking, I think you can blow the whole account trying to get 40 more. And fuck around and buy into that position, and I'm trying to get that last $40, and that was actually the highs of the trend, and then the trend starts to totally now trend against you, and now you're fucking stuck up there, and now you're adding on to the position, and it just literally walks away, and that's kind of fine and dandy on this first part, but then on that next part, you're really fucked because you don't get to make any money, meaning that $200 something that you were up, it still says $1,500. So see, now when it starts to walk against you, you're losing money from the very beginning. Whereas at the beginning, they let you do the intraday trail and drawdown. So when you make your $100, you now got $1,600. You made your $200, you're at 17. You made your 3, you're at $1,800. So you had money to little room. You had room. But when you go to the next one, it's trailing going down, not intraday, but the standard trailing. For every dollar that you make above $1,500, the line moves with it. So you make $20 more and then lose $20, that's actually a $40 lift. You actually lost $40. Them dumb ass niggas let them Mexicans motherfucking Rochambeau your ass nigga. Y'all was supposed to pop you. Oh, he threw your ass on the ground, grown man you. He grown man you, and now you crying, boy. You ain't supposed to be out there with no gun. Nigga put his dick on your forehead. Now they got 4 5 Mexicans. Need to M the nigga up. He didn't say get on the ground. Now they holding this. Look, he didn't kick them and put him on the ground. Like, you should never. Them niggas think he fucking goddamn Marine. I'm Poppy Marine. I'm like Poppy Marino. You niggas bring me the criminal kind, nigga. Always keep school over. Something niggas in the back of the head. They got that. You fucking trying to rob people with a gun and then you don't even bust them. You should have put his ass for that shit. But they scared to catch a murder charge. That's why I said, man, if they shoot them, they ain't really a criminal. But now you still gonna go to jail because now you fucking armed robbery. So you already since pulled that place. You fucking already, you know, like people. So they some I think it's different. Look what they do with that illegal alien shit. They think that levels of this shit. It's crime and crime. Then you can get to pick the level your crime in, like your Grand Theft Auto. Like it's only a 1-star versus. I mean, all companies are 4 stars. Nigga. You know, they're illegal aliens. That's the thing. The nigga illegal. You know, it's only 2 stars. There's a misdemeanor and felony. That's there's only 2 levels. Nigga. You can be a 3-star or 4-star. But they all fucking got down. And if you get big money, you get beat the misdemeanor, but the misdemeanor, you get around and catch a 2 years, 3 years from the misdemeanor. You know, and then got get more than something going on probation for years. You know, we're gonna let them do 30 months, 90 days time served, and then we're gonna give them 5-year probation. And then nigga gonna catch, and then your PO gonna step your ass back because you wanted to smoke weed. And now the PO step your ass back because you came up with a dirty urine and they gonna revoke your goddamn parole and goddamn step your ass back. You know, stupid shit niggas don't know. That's what I'm saying, bro. This shit is reality, bro. I'm trying to tell you, bro. This ain't no feelings. I'm just gonna try it kind of thing. This shit be real deal, Holyfield. You even gonna think about trying some wild shit like that? You might as well go into an offshore brokerage account, like Ross talks about. You need to go find one of them ones, go mark one of them videos. And find where he talks about whatever that place is where you go and go get you 8x. At least you get 8x on that $2 grand. You know, you're gonna get 8 times 4, that's 16. That's 16,000. You can catch $16,000. No, yeah, right. Yeah. You can catch $16,000. Now you got $16,000 worth of margin. You can play. But still got to be careful because you don't know what they margin require. Now you got to learn all about that shit. What their margin requirements, what their due dates are, and all that crap. You know what I mean? So and then you might can beat the intraday. You know the what's that shit called? I forgot that word. Fucking shit. Patent day trader rule, you know what I mean? You might beat the PDT, you know what I mean? And but now you really day trade, you know what I mean? That means you've been watching the position the whole time, and then you like, Eric, hold on, we gotta hurry up and get out these positions before 8 o'clock hit, before settlement. You know what I mean? Which is, which really ain't gonna really super work for you because you're leaving out of work at the market bell, and you don't know how to work a fucking cell phone. So you're gonna, you think you're gonna just really, this should be constant monitoring. That means while you're in the middle of the meeting, you get your phone underneath your boots. Shit, which was real or nothing. You gotta play it off funny in the middle of a trade, and you're like, yo, I'm just doing this absent, and we can run to your fucking desk and get onto the main terminal and get out of that position. That's what we're talking here. Yeah, yeah, whatever. It's swing trade shit. You can try to swing trade, but then that defeats the purpose of needing the pattern day trading shit because you can already swing trade with regular money without needing them to change the PDT rule. Because you get 3 trades a week anyway. So you buy on Monday and sell on Tuesday, open it, and it's only round trip. So you can buy money, sell on Tuesday, that's 1 trade. Buy on Tuesday, sell on Friday, that's only 2 trades. You underneath the PDT anyway. If you go swing trade, you like that anyway. Or buy on Monday and sell in March, whatever, sell a month later, whatever. So you can already do that. That's to me why they would even need that. That's the scam. That's one of the same things like the statehood. They push things into society to have people ask for shit that they really wanted to give you. They really wanted you niggas to enter into the market with only $2,000 and no fucking goddamn back end capital to protect your position so they can wipe and steal all your money for free. But then they got y'all thinking that that's a benefit. Oh yeah, that's great. And then you got these weird scammers like Ross who you don't know who this guy is or allegiance to, which I believe he's definitely allegiance to the beast. And he's pumping that crap to peons, saying, "Oh, this is great. This is great for the market. Now we can have more whatever to democratize the market, where more people can, enter into the market, diversity into the market." You know what I mean? Diversity into the market and all, and then people are like, yeah, that's right. Like I didn't do the statehood shit. Whatever. So it's well, I guess some folk like it's whatever you need everywhere now. Like it's a lot of feeling on me. Yeah, even on my end. Well, that's traffic. I said it's right there, we can pay up to down and get in that 6 o'clock. Oh, so I put away for whatever. So, for us, house sauce. Well, material. That not picking your feet up till it gets on my nerves. But landlord. And it's on the side. I know, whatever consultant, whatever you want to do,
With all these Hilton Honors points, I could stay for free. At the Waldorf Astoria in the Maldives.
and I think you need to want to and that's so
When you want points that can take you anywhere, anytime, it matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
moved a lot of money and it's easy in a way compared to life. Because if you go out to the real world, niggas like crazy. I got $5. Give me, I got $500. Give me $2,000. You fucking crazy. So you're already getting a little bit of an edge, but then now you got everything, you know, double-edged sword. Everything that's good got something bad.
He don't miss when he does. You been showing love, but can you teach me how to make a rack off a dub? I can teach you how to break a cookie down on the block and serve white girl in the club. Talking white girl, we ain't talking about bitch. No, I'm talking about breaking down a quarter chick. I'm talking about water whipping in the kitchen. Hot twisting, leaving that on the dish.
So we basically going into that right now, but the deuce is looking like I can't trade this too volatile. It's the same, you know, the reason why I like it, that's the reason why I can't like it. That green movement is dangerous. The movement and pick prices, and even with that down, I mean, I had 15 contracts, $60 drawdown, and I got hit every time. So yeah, end up in a smaller position, and then he's gonna make less money. One contract funded, now I have to increase my daily market for counter attack when I'm not making my thing for the day. It means now it might end up, like I said, it's on 15 days.
How y'all doing and welcome.
All the way to Thursday, probably more than that, about 16 days, 17 days, you know, give or take some days so you can have some room to maneuver and throw a day away, throw a day or two away. I make no money 30 days and still be alive and really just work the account. What it boils down to.
Listen, we got a PayPal link down in the description. We got $sign top and bottom. Willie Williams show that is a cash.
I put my steak up, made my little plate like I used to do in pot bellies. It's good. Well, my people become raw ass thing. You can only imagine what the fucking shit tastes like rare. Yeah, exactly. It tastes like medium rare. It must taste like pure flying meats. And fucking, because the meat firms up as you cook it. So, if you just eat that juicy ass meat, talking about good juicy and shit, like, that's gotta be the grossest shit ever.
Free R. Kelly, what it do, what it do.
Hi and welcome. I showed up.
With that steak sauce, I ain't nothing like that. Shout out to Jermaine for doing all the cash apps. They showing support. I appreciate that right there. That's what I'm talking about, man. Y'all get your shares out. Let other people know that we around here. Share, subscribe. We're not gonna be here that long. Damn it. But I said I was gonna be around here. Now I'm around here. I saw a few things. A few things made me kind of happy.
Whatever, the person who made that movie you got right there,
a few things.
that's the only thing you gotta watch.
That with like a little side eye.
Isn't that out of his top book?
But listen, I do appreciate
Sound of music, whatever it's called.
I appreciate human beings.
I know the kind of movie, whatever that movie is.
Humans is gonna be humans and humans.
You just trying to just back and
Humans in itself is entertaining. Us. Oh, I ain't know she died. God. Oh, I ain't even know. Y'all on my Facebook looking at people I went to school with.
Got some top gun.
You must know she had done dead.
Love actor.
Got the
Which one? Van Kilmer?
Man. Y'all, we just damn. Then we living and we dying. We doing like simultaneously. We doing all.
But he fucking had the plane at the flight over the hill.
Enjoy y'all life, though.
But which one is it? The original Top Gun or the old?
We us as people have been following other people's morals for the doggone loans, and I will continue to try to tell y'all.
The niggas motherfuckers up playing games.
Morals. create
damn multi-millionaire, and you could tell me I'm gonna pull your head off and call my lawyer.
And I guess what makes you happy, what makes you satisfied with the life that you live. Again, depression is really high.
There he is, gone. So they treating them too good for me, then I ain't in shackles.
Mentally,
need to be in shackles.
spiritually, and all that fly stuff right
Look at
there.
the damn police trying to turn off the car when they don't have nothing to do because it's electric.
We just don't know when it's over. We just don't know when the clock gonna get punched out here. You know what I'm saying? The ATL shout up in the building. What to do? Say Monkey Town is up in the building. Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, the 4-5 is up in the building. What's happening? People Bryson, you lying to me. You is lying to me. How you spell people?
Cool the goddamn Tom Cruise maneuver on his there. Oh, I ain't goddamn nothing goddamn blown there. Bear trying to do 3D too.
He died today. He died today out of Atlanta, Georgia. Peebo Bryson. Peebo Bryson, the song, American singer, songwriter out here in the street. He has some real old hits. Out here, y'all going on the Google player gone. If ever you was mine, oh man, Beauty and the Beast. You say I'm so into you. You say I can't stop the rain. Can't stop the rain. 1991. That was my shit right there, y'all. That was my shit. I'm gonna have to play that when I get off the show. I can't play it right now because they will do like the copyright thing. But got to be more careful. Say the Bronx, New York's up in this. See y'all young folk. Y'all young folk.
Sunfield, I'm another one of them jobs.
Listen, that's what I can't wait to listen. I feel so sorry for the people who like came like behind me, because a lot of y'all just don't know what love is. A lot of y'all don't know what being a fool is. Because when you fall in love, you have fell into being a fool out here in the doggone street. But it's such a good feeling. It's euphoric. It's euphoric. I guess that's a word. Just saying. Houston's up in the building. What it do, man? East Oakland.
Yeah, the old ass Jack ain't got a lot of money. He's an old actor.
Texas up in the thing. Shot
you got a regular house.
Y'all come on in and sit yourselves right on. Man. Why did it play Hold up, what they saying? Top stories, let's see what we got. Essence.
He's the state woman. They're paying the shape that they always used to party at.
Real quick, Essence got a little thing on it.
They don't know it.
Grammy Award winning Peebo Bryson under medical condition.
See, there it is. Rocket suffering to die. And they said they was going to do. Damn, it all was $1,000 a day and how can we? You didn't know it was that bad. It happened. It's not funny. Come on now, say I ain't working there. Can I say it?
Medical care. So this must be.
Then the next week is going to go down in here.
Because the last thing you'd want to do
I'm sorry, but they don't take people there. They make it seem like I'm not paying over the people. But they know they still got $100 million. I don't want to say that they can go down. And I'm sure I'm going to make money. I'm going to do it now. I'm going to do it right. I'm going to learn that from
May the 31st. This right here wrong. That's right there wrong. Hold on. We gotta find some real news. Let's see, 36 minutes ago. Say 8 minutes ago. 8 minutes ago, we're gonna do it like that right here. 8 minutes ago, put that there up on the screen. Now why y'all can't see my whole thing?
I'm not here to make
friends.
So
not right. All right. Right there, the Beauty and the Beast singer.
That's all the reason why I did, because I have a large position.
Disney's most beloved.
No, they don't tell people that. I got $100 million I need to allocate, and I'm not buying $100 million for you. That's all I'm behind. Get my fucking head cranked. Go down and down and kept thinking down.
Academy Awards as part of Disney's animated classics to say he also sang songs such as Fields of Fire, I'm So Into You, Can You Stop the Rain? There's a hit here. He say, if ever you're in my arms again, and reaching for the The singer was also known for his longtime friendship with the late soul legend Franklin. Bryson was treated following a heart attack. The details for a celebration of life and memorial will be announced at a later date. Got to be more careful. That's old people.
Got to be more careful. I said, don't let me say that. There it is. Got to.
Yeah, let go.
Okay.
Yeah,
stabbed up by goddamn God, so
you say they cloning people.
Playing with people, that's why you need to kill. Go ahead. You need to take a more aggressive stance.
Hold on. Give it to my nephew.
That means he deserves the grandparents, not a shoulder. Sometimes hard enough to leave marks, not be faking. That's what he was used to.
Got a hold of his
army had a rat. So much of them and blood falls on this side. Took it out.
No, he's just doing that weird shit. Lock her alone.
And we keep trying to explain to you good people. Phones is receipts.
Get your boyfriend. Hey, go somewhere else.
You need a phone to cheat, then you need to get you a second.
He married somebody else and did not marry you.
You need to get you a company phone, a job phone.
Why can't you stick and buy it?
Phone that you can keep at your partner house or something like that right now.
Then he wasn't even surgery when he did all that
Not
stuff.
the phone that you carry around, the phone that you love so much. Why would you do that? And then you got to be, that's like some real paranoid.
Everybody got all kind of
You keep yourself paranoid, panic, on the edge when you are cheating from your phone. You got to be the slowest fools out here.
You're done.
Men and women got to be the slowest fools out here who is cheating with your primary cell phone. Y'all ain't learned nothing yet? And remember, cheating ain't the problem. Getting caught is.
And in Iraq, no one gets paid.
It's nothing to get you a throwaway. If you ain't got a little ragged ass little $40, you know what I'm saying, to get you a second line or a second phone, then you shouldn't be cheating. You shouldn't even. Yeah, you probably shouldn't be with the one that you with now. If you ain't got $40 for another phone.
I'm trying to figure out. Moving right
along. I ain't gonna hold y'all long. I'm not gonna hold you long. We finna get in. We finna go ahead on and get out. Hell, I got some fly news real quick. I don't give a damn. Hold on. Let me make sure I grab it like this.
Killing spree.
I don't give a damn how old we get as players out here. I don't give a damn how old we get as sisters out here in these doggone streets. Domestic love has no age. Domestic love truly has no age.
Domestic love has no age. Domestic love relations.
money like nothing like that. I'm putting between you man, thank you local.
I don't know, but damn it, it can be done. Here we go. Let's see what transpired.
That's what happened during an attempted kidnapping of a 74-year-old woman in Port St. Lucie over the weekend. Police now revealing the charges the suspect is facing and his relationship to that victim. Jay Jarvis is at police headquarters.
Trying to kidnap a 74-year-old.
That suspect, identified as 64-year-old Jose Zamora, is facing a slew of charges, including attempted kidnapping with a firearm.
That's his fault right there.
This surveillance video shows the moment police say Zamora tried to kidnap his 74-year-old ex-girlfriend. The police chief says it happened Sunday morning outside the First United Methodist Church on Southwest Prima Vista Boulevard. Zamora wanted to talk to the 74-year-old victim and tried to force her into his car at gunpoint.
There was a girlfriend who said you need to her.
They displayed help escalating situation.
They always suspect did agree And they were trying to bring the guy in, so I'm curious to
try to force
the
her
wife.
into the vehicle.
Then they say Zamora took off to Hialeah in Miami-Dade County. The victim felt some pain but did not have any visible marks or bruises. Police say the victim lived with Zamora in Hollywood before moving to Fort Pierce together, and by last December, she wanted him out of the house because he became aggressive towards her.
And my whole house been going on fire.
Romantic
The
relationship
secretary found
allegedly to some infidelities, but he has a significant violent criminal history to include past attempted kidnapping.
Tried to drive with the police.
I want y'all to understand, and I say
It ain't no minor. Thank you. Now, any other person, they be screaming and yelling at me.
She picked somebody with a criminal history who has a history of kidnapping. The same shit that he just tried with.
Police say the victim got a protective injunction against Zamora in March of this year after he was arrested for a weapons violation. Chief Leo Nimzik says,
imagine you 74-year-old and you got to get a restraining order on somebody.
those details give them cause to believe he would have harmed the victim.
He has a significant violent criminal history to include past attempted kidnapping. And he has convicted felon.
I would have got away with it if it wasn't for these kids.
And he's got a dangerous past.
You mean to tell me that a 74-year-old
Bitch, you did it. You're a murderer. You did it.
filter out the men?
That's nothing in the activities in itself.
Like, she pick a man who has a business, a man
Why do
who
you
has a
think they
college
hit
degree or
murderers,
something,
bro?
a man who
Yeah, this case, I remember that. He the one that all botched up the case and he got talking all crazy that he took the blood around them.
unless she get her old young Thundercat out here.
Started having sex with him.
Yeah.
All she had to do was go around the school.
Like, no, we tell me that, stick up the bag. Trying to bag and put one on, just be like you going in.
Now, I know what y'all thinking. Well, Willie, at that age, 9 times out of 10, men would have had some type of...
Oh, that's like you're a good lawyer, though.
Yeah, look at that.
So you need him, but you want him, you did
Where's you hanging at with the felons?
Yeah, one of them in
Is the
the
felons inside the group homes and shit?
Exactly.
Felons at the senior facilities.
So, family of his believed that he was a danger to himself as well as her. Actually considered he was a potential suicide by cop suspect.
Investigators also used license plate readers to track Zamora down in Miami-Dade County. He was currently locked up in the St. Lucie County Jail on a $750,000 bond. In Port St. Lucie, Jay Jarvis, WPDF.
Buying furniture for your business can be full of compromises, confusing choices, and little support. National Business Furniture is here to change all that. We believe every business deserves furniture that lasts, service that cares, and a partner who gets it, at a budget that works. At National Business Furniture, that's our commitment to you. Experience the better way to buy office furniture. Visit nbf.com and use promo code POD10 to save 10% now.
Playtime's over.
She failed. Now, I know what y'all thinking. Why are you laughing at something that is so serious? I am really not laughing that she got attacked or like a possible kidnapping thing. That's really not what I'm laughing at. I am laughing at that I can't believe at the late old ages of in the 70s that y'all going through the things of people who was younger than y'all. Huh? I ain't know, but then again, I have to think about it. The senior citizens inside the senior homes passing around committee and shit. So y'all still is hunching, y'all still is in romantic relationship, y'all still lying and all that little fly shit, just like the people who is up under y'all. So I don't know why would I not thought that y'all going through it in your 70s too. Got to be more careful. Hey, look, watch it. Y'all think that monkey good though? Y'all think that thing good? He's 74. I don't know if it's 74-year. Is there any 74-year-olds in the crowd right now?
Youth and skill every time.
Is that thing? Because listen. It's a hell of a thing if he kidnapping somebody who thing ain't thing. That is something else got to be going on. Huh? Because she's 74. She could have, if she would have waited the full term, she could be getting her full Social Security benefits. She might be getting her full Social Security benefit. Hell, she's 74, so she should be getting her full. But damn it, if he around here kidnapping, grabbing the bitch up out here in the goddamn street. Come here. What is her name? Lucy or some shit? I have no idea. But ladies, this just don't show, boy. No matter how old you is. How old you is. Human.
My kills are
still be humans out here in these streets. Move right along. I ain't gonna got to leave those guys. This story was really exciting. This really touched my soul. I promise you, that's some good news right there.
Restraint's not.
Amen. No matter how old we get, if we still, you is mine, if we we do go together, we ain't broke up. Girl, what you talking about? We don't go together. Ooh, who you talking to? Get yourself hurt out here in these streets. Move right along.
Hurt out here in these.
Shout out to y'all who be getting pregnant. Shout out to y'all
who be getting pregnant.
But the law says that y'all teens can't hunt you. Shout out to y'all who be getting pregnant by the adults, but y'all legally not supposed to be able to have children. Shout out to people who keep it. The child that y'all is having illegally. Shout out to y'all. Because for some reason, y'all still want to make it as if women is being manipulated and groomed to have sex with adults. Huh? They not know what they be out here doing. They no.
Better be dangerous.
They have no idea what they be out here doing. Although they get pregnant and keep the damn baby without knowing what they be out here doing. But damn it, we got a story. We got a story. Oh, beautiful. The family mourns a pregnant Arizona teen. I know, y'all thought she was grown. She's a teenager. She was killed while on vacation in California. This teenager. Listen to the story.
This is 12 News at 10. I'm Troy Hayden. Tonight we're learning more about a 17-year-old mother-to-be from here in the Valley who was shot and killed while on vacation in San Diego over the weekend. Film journalist Gabriella Becerra spoke with the teen's family in studio now with an update on this newborn baby that actually survived this shooting. Gabby?
Well, Troy family tells me the newborn baby girl is still fighting for her life in a California hospital tonight after being delivered in an emergency C-section. The baby's mother was 8 months pregnant when her family tells me she was shot and killed.
Look at that. Pretty.
She's genuinely.
Am I able to say that without seeming creepy or something? The picture look pretty. I don't.
They're going to disgrace people. Recently started kind of growing into herself, becoming, who she was supposed to be.
Over the phone, Jariah's aunt told me her bright and loving niece was ambitious and talented. She was preparing for a moment she dreamed of, becoming a mom.
So excited.
With her baby girl due in just a few weeks, the entire family took a trip to California.
We just came to get away, to just enjoy each other.
But it was on vacation that their lives changed forever. Jariah's ex-boyfriend, identified by police as 21-year-old Trayvon Williams, unexpectedly showed up at their rental home in San Diego. Williams allegedly shot Jariah in the head and ran away.
Oh, man.
How about a 21-year-old ex know exactly where y'all was staying on vacation?
And
Williams was later arrested after police say they found him hiding in a nearby neighborhood with a semi-automatic gun.
Things like this are preventable. They
can be stopped before they happen.
This is the first shooting involving a pregnant teenager from Arizona in the past 3 weeks. According to a 2025 national study by the Society for Maternal Fetal Medicine, homicide and suicide are the #1 cause of maternal deaths in the United States. Taylor Swanson with the New Leaf says stress can contribute to an already dangerous relationship. Didn't get a chance to name or hold her daughter, but her family tells me they're standing by the baby's side and will always remember the beautiful life that brought her here.
I think this shit really. They need to stop watching Lily. Lily got these damn sad tails. She was trying to say that. Look, I can't hand you nobody. Yeah. These niggas are weird though. That's the only thing. Got a lot of pussy ass niggas stuff. Yeah, shit. Niggas be over here trying to pick up the girl phone and talk and fight for her and all that shit.
I'm right here.
It's my girl. It's my girl. It's my girl. Everybody's girl. And then you found out, look where you at. I know you at, bitch. You done told him to come. Want to see if you can.
Enemy rampage.
Oh, you got my argument. That's going crazy. Yeah. I'll bring it forward to you.
If they're smart, they're scared.
Girl, these things, they think they're above they think they can get down. They can kind of talk crazy and shit.
Enemy is dominated.
That's why I'm doing this.
Your turret has been destroyed.
That's what I said. In my channel.
They can't stop me. I mean, they can try.
What have you problems with it? Ooh, women and men, women just women, but they still men. Okay, so they get blown in the got they get like a man.
Feel me now.
Your inhibitor. Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain.
They can report all these niggas. Everybody getting reported now. Report. I'm reporting this nigga. That's the police. Oh, what's the difference in there? I'm a super bear. I'm a super bear. Oh, you there? Oh, yeah. Buffy. Yeah, that's Buffy. That's impressive. Yeah. What the fuck going on with pneumonia? They can't come to me. Okay. Ain't that even that's the thing? Yeah, I know. That's why they didn't want to report it. Ain't nothing but to talk. Y'all ain't gonna do nothing. And then I feel about that. When you see the other day, I mean yesterday, people supposed to be talking about in the afternoon question that they had about this library thing. And they said they try to act like you see the people one day and try to act like they were having a regular fan and meeting, you know, this is supposed to be affecting people. How could it start you people? So every time Richie was trying to ask questions to him, they would be talking over. And then the baby, he kept on saying, well, you know, it. When you're here. This was a black lady with her name was the white lady. Big love.
Yeah, so she was not the doctor robbery thing. But they kept on coming over, and then and another thing where there was a white lady, and they kept on saying,
yeah, to the black lady.
well, anyway, she was there and she kept on the finger up like this, you couldn't get her touching the song. So they pushed about that thing out, they got no time, so they said they gonna be mad.
Which she does it. That's pretty close to God. Well, that's it, man. I'm done. You know my master. What's my answer, Reed?
Okay.
You know me. So good.
I love
that too, but
my
what else
enemies
happened?
your window
Please.
Just single me. You know, the kill.
There are over 300 pressure points on the human body. No one can protect them all.
Blow it in off. Get rid of the thing after you get far. So I don't even get involved with that kind of shit, but that's the only thing that can come from disagreements.
Everyone dies. Just speed things up.
Like how I was back in the Western days. Oh, that got dead.
That's fine.
That's old school. That's before they even had bulletproof vests. They can got a damn vest on. They haven't got the check like a vest on. It was old. Well, they even came up with that.
An ally has been slain.
Everyone's got a weakness.
An enemy has been slain.
Playtime's over. Now,
what's that? Oh, my mom's there. Took my surprise, somebody begging me, can't let it go up in that ghetto universe all of the night. Nights, all of the nights, all of the night.
Kama or Kunai?
Live up the night, yeah, baby. Won't sleep right, I don't hear it. Everything will be all of the night.
An enemy has been slain.
I make problems disappear.
Right, see what I mean? That's bullshit. That's what we don't do. Start this thing with a pig. Try to take the fight. A fight means you're gonna kill. Yeah, if I'm killed, then it's not a fight. It's arguing. You're gonna take the argument. That's totally different.
Come on, I dare you.
An ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy.
City over, so making a good play. Yeah, well, wait, thing up there without him. What we finna keep? You know, I got I think that this city.
Skill and steel will get the job
I
done.
was gonna tell you that thing when we got the shit yesterday. I was gonna tell you, but you never, I didn't get a hold of you. I was gonna buy some bacon from the paper so we can have bacon or this stuff.
Gonna carve
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
You got nothing to Chipotle?
An enemy has been slain.
You got nothing to Chipotle? I know.
If they're smart, they're scared.
That's what I'm doing. Sunday? No. Okay, thank you. Okay. Maybe I guess it's Chipotle. Okay, being you. Okay, all right. Just got to take me for it. Bigger thing on you down there. Why the fuck? But it ain't nothing money. Okay, all right. Excuse me. What? I really got this honey chicken for it going away before it. They have amazing tastes. Yeah, that's what it was. Look at the water line. I'm going to man, they charge the niggas for the cilantro wine salt? Man. It's totally good. This first and last time. I guess that's what was long time. Well, I think everybody told you people say to continue watching.
Shut down.
Chipotle say it's only $3.30 for the tip. That's close.
How much, right? How much you want to buy?
It's weird, and I know that. See, that's why the flat $5 fees is actually.
It's hard you make the hours right.
They can't stop.
Okay. I look like.
You're gonna need this thing. Certainly led an interesting life.
I think the basketball game come on at night. I didn't watch it like 4 times, but okay. That's the first one, all the game one. What time did you like to watch it again in the middle of it?
I was just warming up.
Possible attacking.
I'm gonna see that big weird obstacles on the low side of the character. Pretty close. Ain't no way to make it brand new. You just gotta know how to spell. Really good know. Like you gotta know the phonics. And you gotta know that certain words, only 80 words or 20 words have R and D next to it, and then now you can whittle. Yeah, we gotta whittle it down and all that.
I am my own master.
It's those kids who are going to see and when you do it, when you do it, it's all kind of time to do it.
Consequences.
That's what it's $25. You stop hearing letters like L, M, and stuff like that.
Big cheek right there. All of a sudden, it's for there. And every time it rolls right on over to the thing, bro. That's what I think.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I died stuff. They don't have no.
Don't waste the
That's
anger.
your right, well. And somebody else gonna give it.
They're not insane, but just the first time.
Your turret has been
If they really the things are doing to it the first time, then all of a sudden they hit the second time. And she formed the thing totally different than before. So you telling me that it just so happens to now hit it this time, but not the time before? They get the game to create that. Well, is it free to
I mean, y'all cost money.
I know, but is it free just to guess?
Yeah, you get it.
We don't think that's guess.
You need to turn if you did wrong.
Since you buy a valve that's a definitive, I'm trying to figure out what's the value.
The value is now, if they know what it was, get it down, so you figure it out, you got a valve.
One thing, press up. The game, tip off at 8, 1 hour. Oh, so this is the channel.
Can't stop me.
You must go this one, so this is. Come on. Definitely comes on and says, where is this coming on? Hopefully my food will be back this every time. She's trying to kill me. I'm about to be getting good with this character now. I've been practicing all night. I'll be up all night. I left out early. I left out for you. I was gone by the time you came in. You know what? Even they had one house smell like water, like you damn took a bird down for something. That's a damn water smell. I can smell water every second. Yeah, like like something like when you leave the shower on, but it's all out here when I like that. I just smell soap and water. That's it. And the little doors closed and getting ready.
They probably drag my feet and they get some kind of feeling and I'm
Okay, yeah.
has destroyed a turret.
go back and see my feet in my way because I'm so back and I'm supposed to be
Yeah, that's just always different stuff.
An enemy has been slain.
Everybody use that. You figure out how to get that graphic, you can put that on your shirt. That little look like a ribbon. They got the ribbon spelled out.
here.
You should put the ribbon right here.
On the sleeve?
No, but that the ending part. Right there. That's not what you're seeing there.
Oh.
Words on their tombstones.
What the hell you got here?
Yeah, it's right there. Rectangle. A rectangle. Red, white, and blue.
I can look at the computer and try it.
Your team has
Okay, something.
Alright.
Hold steel and a target are on.
What reaction? Alright, say goodbye. Please, it's a damn level. It's my budget. And remember, I'm the idea. Because everything was by these, yeah. Another matching lots of money again. Man, everybody goes around here. You idiot. Another everything you get 5 bankrupts. Another one. They were fake because if you see when he tried to swing it hard, it slowed down and throttled it. Another one bites the dust. Now it was boots that. Yeah, they can kill him. He just handed it. I know.
An enemy has been slain.
Bites the dust.
Another one.
It bites the dust and something else.
Another one.
Bites the dust.
Another one.
The old ways just a killing spree.
There it goes.
Go on, we gotta go on that move.
So I was done.
Well, you good. One. My idiots, come on, my fault.
How we doing? And we got a phone.
All the time.
Now she need to go ahead and shake around. She got the proper. I want to see the 20-year woman.
Right, so now right here. So then I give her those bracelets on.
Take her ass and turn sideways.
Wars are messy. My kills are clean.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Restraint's not really my thing.
Guess it's real amazing that we had a done big game on this. Everybody liked it though, but the same people got the contact, and so they gave them bills, but they put the bills to the wrong one. So all the bills have been going to the wrong contract. The same contract, but the wrong one. And so when they looked like the money wasn't working right, then we found out the reason why because they had wrong. They took the money in the wrong place. So that's the whole thing. That's mind about it.
An ally has been slain.
It's not the killing I'm about. It's the cause. How about I just end this?
Plus he's looking all embarrassed if he can tell people on doing that's what I think all of this. That's the reason on World War II he play that shit every night. And that's he finally on this good. And she's fucking still on the game. Oh yeah, hey fuck this ringer, you got a ringer, girl. I brought a ringer out, oh ain't you got that fucking hand. Let's go see this one. And he was just that big screaming shit. And he talked that his shit. Now he's doing all that cootery and buffoonery, and he's on the coolest way into the final round. How is he the only one with the 2 other people? Ain't no way Black Man can spell that well. Because that's the 3rd, 4th time he done skipped through the bankrupt. So that shows you alone that this wheel is fucking at soon something. At sometimes sun or wind.
Hey, something ending. Okay.
See, that's how you know they fingers rigged. It's weighted to one side.
Enemy is legendary.
Because how could anyone turn it end up that close to the fucking bankroll?
Something ending.
Depends how I'm
You
feeling.
got it. After you get to pick up the thing.
Hey, well,
Look at that. Oh, what ending? Or something kind of ending. Or sudden. See, now you done figured it out.
I make problems
Storm.
disappear.
Storm.
Story?
An ally has been slain.
Storybook ending.
Storybook ending.
An ally has been slain.
Oh, they allow you not to distribute anymore if you know it and you can stay there and call up the next.
I do what they wouldn't.
How did you land on that weird thing? Hang back to the
That'd be funny then. Talking about things you can't read. Yeah, I have made something line phrase. How is that an event?
Storybook ending. I guess that's the event. A storybook ending, you know, like
Well, very, you know, but that ain't no free nobody. Oh damn, you got a message up. Watch out, black guy. Watch out, you got some stuff on top of fucking chicken.
Skill and steel.
Fucking kill me, I can not here. Just hanging here.
Dancing Derby.
Think that.
You can put no thing here that. Oh, I know.
Like, what are you doing?
One better.
Like, stick me.
And she should be proud of that.
Unless her daughter made the same decision that she made.
And Williams, who is also reportedly from Phoenix, is being held in the San Diego County Jail without bail.
I mean, we thought he didn't real. What a waste of time. I would have not wasted my good life over no bitch and a baby. Get people just not picked up your phone. I wouldn't. I could, like,
Summoner's Rift.
I don't know why about my judge.
Magic's fine.
Well,
Steel's better.
I'm on there. If she has on that, yes, already.
Minions have spawned.
Full name. Okay.
Is
Kill Billy. Kill it, kill it. Not on there. Kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it. Oh, Bill, it's really looking at your back.
You talking these goddamn things with people. Hey, chief. Put the dummy.
Yeah.
Come on, Grandma. Look at free.
Come on, my thing.
Hold it.
Lord, on the ground.
Man, how did it go?
I can't figure anything.
They can't stop me. I'm a big guy.
Admin the chief. You ain't winning though. Wait.
Get rid of it.
They're not gonna check it no way.
Right?
And then the numbers are small. Remember they used to be in the thousands? Now it's like $900, $700. They used to be like $1,500. Yeah. It was like big numbers on the order. Whoever's done me with a 3-digit number. No,
I work alone. It's better for everyone.
up to the end, you gotta work for the shit at the end. ING. So that's done. Don't apostrophe T, so that's something. You gotta look for that first letter. Hey. Hey. Do they trust me to say A?
No, enemies won't.
Won't not. Yeah, so now you learn what the end is. That's monitor. Monitor won't turn on. The monitor. No, that's AR. AR.
You can never have too many.
So you just can't guess a letter of that.
Like, put up on front.
Off the cheek. Ain't nothing like
Girlfriend.
they can tell you. Now he that beater.
Hey, he didn't beat her.
Thank you. This is a goddamn scam.
Goddamn scam.
It's a motherfucking scam. And now he goes to the final round.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you for losing this shit. I'm gonna take you on the head again and talk to you, bitch. That is the love, bitch. Where's your heat up? Let me come out.
Can't go through.
Why's that good?
Come on.
Better bring it.
They know what they're doing, and they pick little shit like Jeopardy. They pick questions and know that they know the crowd. They know your background. They say, "Oh, this is an old bitch scam." It's heavy.
I'll put 50 on it. Just to hear my thing.
Right on one hand, 250 on the other arm. Here you go. Matter of fact, I read it, you can see it. We can read them, don't do this. That's why I need to read them. At the corner, 40, 90 degrees. Yeah. Cool.
Skill and steel will get the job done.
That's some people buy it. Then don't be free. Then that's why you got to be put on the mag. And you're going to get nothing else here. It'll be 2020 to the 51 in that. Be your own person. Well, I'm my own person player. But that's what it takes a lot of time. Then you need your own person.
My team, not my thumb.
No, nobody's going to down about that. That's one of them things that you could be better see downtown. And they ain't going to let it go. And then it won't fuck it. You get for illegal submission. That's what I expected, really, but
Cold steel and a target are all you need.
look what they're doing.
I'm not here to make friends.
Rick.
An ally has been slain.
Tell me that they just did that all by themselves. Nigga is in on it. Because we did great tonight, we mean you. And switch it up. It's too much. Alright, Danny got a white win. Yeah, we've been together 28 years since June. Now you know why they let him win. They're fucking Rachel. Rachel. That's what they want to show on America. So that's the look they're looking for. That's gonna be like black woman.
An enemy has been slain.
I ain't gonna want. Look how he looking. He leading him. You leading who? Yeah, I'm leading you. Come on. I already gave you the answer. Right here. Okay.
Shut down.
Say A, say O.
I. A. See the A? No, you gotta go by the first letter and the last letter. A. It's at, or no, what is it? Something that's going to be A. A.
Oh, man, what you get, sir?
Ghostly, costly.
Ghostly?
Ghostly. Ghostly day. That's ghostly day. It's ghostly.
No more meditation
Yeah,
or
ghostly day.
It's good. How you get to the... I'm up in 5,000.
Forget balance. This is a reckoning.
More fishy. What?
Yeah, they took the money stick. Making America, that's why they want to do that on top of it. Oh, you almost hit for a honey bun. 53,000. I know about taking that. Can use that money back into work. The keep that down. You know, let me come back to this correct one. Yeah. And you hit for a honey bun. And the lady not going to go on the trip.
Maybe kept it so you keep your money, man. Then keep it not. They like the other one when you go win, you don't. You're gonna need to get to the bankruptcy that you do all your stuff. So instead of saving, get to the bankruptcy. And
I don't like this almost things there, well.
yeah,
I think this guy goes to the bonus round.
Right. It's got 18,000, it's on 15,000, whatever it is.
That ain't real. Ain't letting that nigga walk out.
But the kids take care of that money. They had like another 5,000 to just one. But she had some 5,000 in money and 18 other farmers to get. The other lady had 5,000 or 4,000. She walked out. He walked out.
If you look dangerous, you better be dangerous.
An ally has been slain.
No, they gotta pay tax. That's funny. I didn't say that.
I'm not paying for my victory. I did that. By myself. Yeah, I'm gonna say the America did not help me spell and get these answers right. So why do they get to participate in my victories but none of my choices?
They just say you want us to take it on the down, but
wars are messy.
We can just play the rest of it doesn't do it or not, but they let you know that they're gonna report you winning. Your taxes they're gonna be looking for you. If you don't say you make a big box.
And I came in as an LLC.
Everyone's gonna like this. That's my target.
They can just use it. My LLC pays me so I have to work around underneath for fucking.
Yeah, I'm not giving my those things about yeah, I know.
Dad, let me cut this that damn nigga having such a children like this in the mix.
I think that's the biggest thing on the platform. How can you do all of me? Why am I supposed to be on saying so?
Oh, you gotta close that. Man, black people look babies like you say.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
I'm gonna check that back. No, no,
It's not about the killing. It's about who's doing the damage.
An ally has been slain. Rampage.
they made a honey bun. See, they don't know what to do, so take that, go straight to the wall feed and let them take it off. Yes. Oh, that's how you do it.
Pack full of trouble and nothing
Hey, I
but time.
can't see the thing bigger. To my ears and credit card debt. He had to tell me. He almost said he's coming on military. He probably got one more.
Let them see. They can't
It's like this, but yeah, nobody still got to get there, and then the money got to turn, then he got to turn. That's the big right? Oh, he is moving kind of quick. Because that street must not have population didn't change, they ain't gonna know what. City not looking like it used to be. No, it used to be pop. Used to be fucking tracking everywhere. I know what you can do meat on the Monday, though. Be fucking, you know. Hello, Miss Bitch.
Your turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain.
Steel's better.
Dominating.
We're breaking it.
Restraint's not really my thing. Heal me now.
Godlike. Shut down. Enemy double kill.
They can't stop me. I mean, they can try.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
The old ways just don't work.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
And full.
Shut down. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. Enemy killing
Don't waste the
spree.
anger. Channel it.
Shut down.
I work alone. It's better for everyone. I love what I do. My enemies won't.
Yeah. Like before. Oh, it's good. Why? Well, you know, it's still gonna look like you for it. You for it. Oh, or he acted up on something. Or if you were coming out the door. Oh, I'll pick up what you keep now. Put that damn leg up. There you go. Pick that other one up. My shoe falling off. Yeah, just give me a game. Believe me. Believe in words. You bring a salt and water with you. I explain too. Well, and they ain't gonna block. Some little things that block with like $4 a piece. What? Phones? Phones? Yeah, you got yesterday. You got that, you know that. No, they ain't used to do that much. I don't think what you got there now. But you know, so they little things that block. You got no and I got no. They were like, they got like, you know, that's the thing. Oh, you did? Oh, okay. They got the drill block. And I thought it was back on when I had it. Okay. Okay, it's time. Hello, this is the one that come with this. Oh, okay. You take it 100. Turn the volume. Carry me on with going down the 25, going to start of figure. So we thought. I've always thought it'll be lost.
Where is it? What are the data? Right now, people have to be all of make a little round with stable that make it like it's also abominable. This fixed word can be found before find in black water can. No man. Yes. Yeah. Why? Oh, right, and then Bert, you got the same thing? Oh. Well, no, a lot of these islands, like, it's just doing one. Yeah, even though the sound of it is something like approaches. Approaches, yeah. God, yeah, look at Delvin phone. Look at it, pretty little by now. That's pretty good. Okay, so down. Okay, I've never heard you. Bad and terrible parentship. If you can achieve it, I'll flip. Yeah. Yeah, that's the only thing they had, and they only bring that way. They run that way, you know. Yeah. When they want to start practice the real. 7%. This is prior. That one, like, need to wear athletic wear kind of stuff. You got it. So that's what the time of the year is for. If you're a girl, then from work, if you're a dog, you can go in the house. You outside, right? Yeah, what's that for? Well, got it. Air bit. Don't you down in front? What do you? Well, then you think you. This thing, this situation, probably on an island in the Indian Ocean, we lost the capital because he's got the. His capital of India is on a line. Follow his power. Wouldn't AIM.
They dangerous. The coffee. What a hide off. You today. But they're discovering banking. Oh, anyway, 2005, excellent. One more figure. The name of this institution which is British paper money without an £90 coin on 300th anniversary. Where? Time for places to come. So, yeah, they. That's right. Feel the brain. It doesn't end well for Mr. Rochester. I'm still first light. Well, do the big thing. Yeah, but I'm down that fucking sample. They're slick, bro. They don't need exercise. And they one of the best things.
The moisture needles or cans are really deep. Do I say that allergic to your born who's gone?
That's a big girl.
Listen. What's never the things? Usually. If you notice, pregnant, pregnancy, or taking birth, 50 comes out, and body offers a main confident. see the boss even. You don't get it. And $50 a month? Oh, Lord, ladies, you can get care for that.
I say, hey, they're on. But then have motherfucker here, you talking about they doing it for us. I'm telling you, gotta take a very long son. You bust the dice. Now that's see, might not be. There it is, see? That damn Jeopardy. I told you that's why they made it so confusing. That's who's winning the day. That's further than next. Next round he won again.
Yeah, Nick got to win.
Because the New York Wall Street.
All we need to do we have to really quick stuff.
So this is about the game.
What you can get. That way, the only game is third. Nobody knows why.
The next round.
They can bring them back on senior, but football, it's all.
We're going to have a cheese and learning.
And they go to the prisoner.
Yeah, the learning.
Yeah, it's time for all the coaches. Yeah, back to the that's the thing.
That's it. It's on the fucking whatever. The Boston Tea Party.
It's a bus. And then the doctor, there was one without the unit prepared out the bag, the Lamb final Jeopardy trouble. Just the thing. You have paperwork out of it, and 19th century memorial from almost one their fall on here on this month. Let me check it starting out. It's the month. Okay. The U.S. paper candidate is what I'm going to fall on the well,
But some commerce will mix. And they go.
Okay, okay.
Boston Tea Party.
That's 1950, not the law, one wrong, coming into fire.
I know the worst. Exactly.
You know, and sacrifice my politics. If you let the father Africa, do you know that? You know, well,
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
It's not the killing I'm about. It's the cause.
Minions have spawned. First blood.
No more meditation or masters. Look, I don't want to kill you, but I will. Take it in. Through the looking glass.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
I don't know.
Playtime's over.
Big goofy ass nigga. Nigga big and goofy, bro. This nigga big goofy looking nigga. That about to beat the ass.
Man, I think Shaq is such a actor.
Yeah, it's fucking fat gold fucking crazy here.
Yeah, I know him. Man, he come to watch the game, he ain't going to see us. I'm going to sit down, man. I'm in the here. don't even know where you got me behind the wagon. What you got? I'm freezing in here. Come on. Freezing in here. First day out game coming on. Let's go over here playing.
Finally, let's do this.
You go through that. It's not big enough.
I got a pack full of trouble and nothing but time. Still time for you to do something. Go. Feel me now. The light will guide you, even now.
An ally has been slain.
Lesson learned.
An enemy has been slain.
Ain't got to dive. Need to dive right there in the down again. Okay.
An ally has been slain.
So many enemies, so many knives. Everyone dies. I just speed things up. I love what I do. But enemies won't.
Thing going for anything once the game starts, and then they're done, they're big over. But it really locked in, like say, the preparation. I had to be, there's a lot of things that the last night was a ball together, and I've been saying it's not the record, but
No one told me you'll not a minute. Trying to snuff out the light.
An enemy has been slain.
An
ally has been slain.
I installed and I need to like more like your my setting mentality. I've been a lot of the Jews like the manager that are complex arguments, but the one that
Let them see. They can't stop.
so I have to know that one too, but I just don't being able to go on not just have kind of the trust that we're fighting. Yeah, he was fucking running up and down damn good.
Depends how I'm feeling.
He was, you know, in middle I mean, he's still good as a person, and that's what you want to see. And the fact that he did was to be a friend, just like you see, it's a very truly the best thing you could do.
I am my own master, just the way I like it.
You know, just walk out the noise. A lot of things so I don't know, like these are take control, but you don't need control because it's how hard he works. He's already out of siege, been tested, stuff you makes that. What's he ain't well, I think the cowboy ass shit right there. Okay, I follow you.
An ally has been slain.
I think that all times. It's just being around the page, sticky thing. Seems like you can't see them, so that was somewhere else.
Cold steel and a target are all I need.
I think I saw that nigga. Big old nigga talking about little those that work this big ass, big ass. Keep acting like he and tall as the ass and but that's a big shallow ass anyway. That's a big ass black now. I don't know if he said it out another. That's a good on you. That's ain't your mind for it. It's just good. He's going beyond that. What's beyond that?
The old ways just don't work.
Shit up them. How close somebody is, how good they are, how bad they are, how skinny they are. About what kind of person they are. Nobody can see that part. That's what it is. It's supposed to make a difference. You're going to be a nice, medium height, because that's how you're going to get the ball and you're going to be able to maneuver and dribble or produce the motor points. So that's just going to be called you want to dump. The dumping is the most lowering the step in the game. But you want to be able to be nimble. And you're really going to be able to handle good teaching when people who pass and who are simple on the so they're throwing the ball and missing all things.
They're scared.
But niggas that jumpers and don't want to hear it. Ball hold.
An enemy has been slain.
You can't win 10. Money. And then out of all people that interview there, we was light skinned now.
Try to keep up.
You know, don't call this light skin.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. Enemy killing spree.
Playtime's over.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I'm not here to make friends.
A couple presidents are Sarah.
An ally has been slain.
Everybody else need to be against that guy.
No more meditation or masters.
Gotta move the ball around.
Your turret has been destroyed.
That's right. Payback hits hard. can't stop me.
An ally has been slain.
Look, that bit wanky, yeah, that's the nigga that you talking about. Which nigga? Fucking, I got him 100 feet tall. Wanky, yeah.
Gonna carve my own path.
Your turret has been destroyed.
It's not about the killing. It's about
You
who's
can't even
doing
get
the
up off the
killing.
ground. He's falling down. They look like fucking people jumping him down. Because he's stuck in one in the damn wrong direction. They go the whole damn body. Because his muscle skeleton and stuff there. There's a build move.
Your turret has been destroyed.
He lost because now they had one good player. That's what I'm saying. That's the same thing they do.
Has destroyed a turret.
If they ain't tall, then it's only one star player. That's not a basketball team. You need a basketball team. You need a basketball team. I know one tall, goofy, oblong looking ass nigga because he 1,000 feet tall, and now all of a sudden he got an advantage. It's just like war. You just down shit. That's how Russia felt good. Come in thinking you got an advantage and you don't got it. You want a real army.
It's better for everyone.
I'm only doing a fucking chicken 12 years to best of it and touch me on it. See, I ain't bad at that. Everything in the proper moment, and then he doesn't come along. I'm still better job.
Let's end this.
Yeah, they didn't even talk about it yet. Talk about it yet. Talk about it. Talk about it.
Steel's better.
But then we're saying the good player.
Your turret has been destroyed.
He's point of being tall when he's about to lose. Or you already wrong. Your big tall ass can't maneuver around the court. Because, you know what I mean, it's only good when you kind of gold kid. When somebody trying to take it to the hole. But now, what about when you're trying to be dynamic? Which is really basketball. You niggas ain't goddamn got no skill.
Skill and steel will get the job done.
Take a team of 5 good players that know how to play with one another against any all goofy, lanky, fucking looking motherfuckers.
Is unstoppable.
Because they gonna pass the ball, they gonna move the ball, they gonna get over. They're not gonna just sit there and stand still and put the ball all day. Come on now, you see me dogging and deliberately make the smaller character in the game. To the point that they wouldn't let you do it no more. They changed it, took it out the game. fucking deliberately made my guy fucking 5 foot tall. Fucking play the game. And listen to them niggas. Cause I know the game of basketball. For this fucking character you can make, and I'm just looking at them niggas. Everybody want to be fucking 100 feet tall and don't even get it. And slip right up underneath them niggas, and my nigga can dunk. That's it. So he can dunk every now and then. Every now and then that nigga, you want me to be with?
Really my thing.
It's 18 in the game. You know, they scared of that. But yeah, I don't do things for no reason. I know what I'm doing. I'm threatening the enemy. My own little way. And if they gonna keep pushing tall people and tall fists and how tall are you and what do you look like, what that tell you? That tell you exactly that's the opposite of what you want to be. Tell them I'm a short, ugly motherfucker. And that's all they can keep bringing up. Because they're shallow, they don't understand. They're shallow, they don't understand. That's why they killed Jesus. Because they didn't understand. So then the thing, you're looking right at them. You're looking at the greatest thing you've ever seen and you found them killing. Because it didn't look like you, because it's different. The greatest thing you can be in the world is different. Not the same, different. They're gonna get. If you hear women asking for it, you really tell them. Put women the stupidest thing on the planet. So you know that these are you know that it's them and written and documented that they get super. Tell you what you need to know. And then what I'll tell you, and then what the Luke's men do. Now you got all the Luke's men following that. Being wrong, don't even realize they good. You trying to cater to women. Women don't know what the foot is anymore. Forget it. You get an extra from you don't seem like the only nigga that get it.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Keep making it get good. Any nigga, I'm still like, this ain't even in the game, dog. The game I play, dog, I be fucking expert damn near, bro. The nigga that don't quit. He fucking quits every match. The damn nigga that fucking they die, they want to quit. I'm the only nigga that fucking look damn fight to the end. I ain't never quit. And they don't get it. Y'all just don't get what we're fighting for here. Y'all don't get what it's ascension to become a bomber. You niggas want to keep praying that God don't ever want to become a bomber. Which y'all don't understand. See, it's from your own God, become God. Watch me after the whole thing's up. Right now, trying to get us up to the next level. And you never seen a nigga with the drop top there and pop it down. Get us to the next level. Let's level to this thing. Watch all you are. I'm gonna keep motherfucking wait. You wanna get small, it's up in the fucking tip. Gotta write it on those green boards. The green is right here, baby. We good in the thing. Right in that. Put the water in the freezer, go in there, step up on the thing. But that's the hardest part, step up on that damn platform. Step up on that platform and click the green button, say auto start. And let that bitch start moving. Slow your fucking legs and pick your motherfucking feet up and you watch how much fucking weight you need. You ain't gotta drink about it, baby. There don't gotta be no drink. You ain't going nowhere. You ain't about to start. I gotta go to bed. No, you right now you sleep. Why ain't you can? You better not be sleep. You sleep. Where you going, sleep? Read. Listen. Read. What? Something good, man. You ain't the legal, man. I love you. So when you come back. And I got all the stuff set up. I'll pull up first. I didn't quit. I finished. I gotta go. Here we go. So this nigga eat man features, nigga. This nigga freak, man. Don't want to hear the stuff. Money, Buddha, money, the scriptures, nigga. You don't want to hear the Buddha prayer. I'm going to teach you the real sermon. I'm going to teach that feel good shit. I teach you. You want change? It's some change. On faith. Well, those praying in my church. What you praying for? Get your ass up. Get your ass the fuck up and go to war. There's no fucking praying. This is war. There's no fucking nobody coming. Ain't nobody coming for you.
We're gonna do this my way. And
go to war. If you're scared, go to church. If you're scared, go to church.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
When moving drill. When moving drill, you get to go now. Pour it all out. Pour it all out. When moving drill. Go all the way. You don't want to hear that shit. They just want to feel good. They just want something to make them feel good. Just another drug. There's no drugs in this shit.
Stop me.
What you doing? How big you really will?
I dare you.
Tell me that shit. The money fucking do that. You can't, and if it ain't something with you, they can hit me up, nigga, send me the area. Fuck the nigga up there. Send me some. Send me something, nigga, pouring the blood. See that little pouring the blessings of him and farm me. Something this. Nigga, let it hit. Let me hit. Let it pour it on the nigga forehead. Let it hit. Let a nigga hit, nigga. Anointing. Let me get some anointing. Let me get the anointing, nigga. Of the risen king, nigga. Nigga, 3 days, nigga. 3 days, nigga.
If they're smart, they're scared.
Go beyond going. Look up the windows at heaven and pour them and listen to where are you, buddy? Where are you? See, nigga.
You're done. Yeah. Can't stop what's coming.
My nigga Coheen, but where's Coheen at?
All right, here we go. Once again, we have the return of UFO expert and founder of the Disclosure Project, Dr. Stephen Greer. Welcome back to Vlad TV.
Thank you. Good seeing you again.
Well, some things have happened since our last interview, and the biggest of which is Trump had another round of UFO disclosures.
Well, actually, on the contrary, there was really nothing in that first tranche, although we're encouraged he's doing it. And what was really interesting is that the day he released that last Friday, we had our National Press Club event with 4 new whistleblowers and Green Berets. That was 1,000 times more evidence and information than what was released that morning by the U.S. government. So what's always interesting is that what the Disclosure Project has and is disclosing is 20, 30, 40 years ahead of the government, which drags its feet. So we're hoping, though, in the information and briefings we've done with the administration, that was just sort of a little trial balloon to say, here's more is coming. So there's a lot to unpack in that. The reality is they're being blocked by a number of bureaucrats and some of the three-letter agencies, and we know who they are, and those have been turned over to law enforcement, and there are criminal investigations going on about some of that nonsense. But, he is trying to release things, but, the mistake the public makes is that they think, oh, he's the president, he can wave a magic wand and everything comes out. But that's not how the U.S. government works, and particularly how a black project works. So, and also remember, the most important evidence is not in the government. It's in the contractors. It's at Lockheed Skunk Works, it's at Northrop Grumman, Raytheon, Bechtel Corporation, EG&G, SAIC. We know where they are. But because they've been government contractors, they could be compelled to release that data and information and videos and bodies and craft and all that. So that's what we're recommending. They're going to have to go wider than just the bureaucracy of the U.S. government. Meanwhile, we're going to keep bringing whistleblowers forward and putting the truth out, because we feel like there has to be some sort of group that's external to government sort of driving the issue.
Well, let's talk about what's actually in the report. So, the first of which is the Apollo mission anomalies. So, what they say is that one Apollo 17 transcript described astronauts seeing a bright drifting object near the spacecraft. And there's some moon mission imagery showing unexplained dots and lights around the lunar footage and that type of thing. You're familiar with this part?
Oh, sure. Yeah. And we've had a lot of that for years in the Disclosure Project. If you go to our archives, archive.com, you'll see much better information and images than that. Now, what's interesting is that I know for a fact, I think my uncle helped design the lunar module, put the first man on the moon, Northrop Grumman. So his whole career was Northrop Grumman, is a big prime contractor for defense and space. And we know that when we landed on the moon in 1969, that we weren't alone. There is video footage in some compartmented operation of the crater above where we sat down being, quote, according to Neil Armstrong, crowded with UFOs watching as we landed there. So what I'm saying to people, the dots out in space, interesting, not conclusive. What I know is sitting in some compartmented operation is dispositive, and that's what we need to keep pushing for. But you have to have enough whistleblower and intelligence information to even know what's out there. And I think for the president, when we first gave the first briefing for him and his team in December of 2024 after the election, it was clear that they really didn't have any information or even know where to go. Same thing with Senate intelligence. So what we've been trying to do is pull together the essential sites, corporations, compartmented operations, code word information, get it to them, and hopefully they can go in at some point with a SWAT team and retrieve them. But the reality of it is right now, it's unclear in my mind how much of that they've gotten hold of. I think more will be coming, but I know it's been a bit of a struggle. It's not like they can wave a magic wand, it just happens. But the space images, not really that dispositive and not surprising. We have better images in our archive. What I think is very important are the operations that, for example, you look at one of our whistleblowers from the 25th anniversary of the Disclosure Project, which was made in 2001. This is 2026. So that's why we just did this National Press Club event on Friday when they released all this. I said, well, thanks, Mr. President. That was a nice anniversary gift, or down payment, but let's keep it going. And the bigger issue becomes, well, if our archive and our whistleblowers have this information, documents, data, why isn't the government not just pushing for it? So I know that Congressman Burleson and Burchett in particular are pushing very hard on this. I know Senator Rounds of the Senate Intelligence Committee also. Rubio was a leader on this issue in the Senate Intelligence as co-chair. Now he's Secretary of State, National Security Advisor. structure. So there are a lot of people who do have good information. We've provided information to over the last few years. And I think at this point, the big question is, will they start releasing the really good stuff, you know, like the close-up video and other evidence of extraterrestrial craft, bodies, the man-made craft, all the 80% of the UFOs people see are made by our covert aerospace contractors. So I think that's going to be the test that my group is looking for, and I know the people I'm working with in the military and intelligence community who do know about all this.
The only rule that matters is that your enemies don't walk away.
Go. Things to go, certain time. Look at the anointing going on. Strikes.
Kinds of behavior.
I am my own master, just the way I like it. I love what I do. My enemies won't. Everyone's got a weakness. That's my target.
Look like the city to only a final set.
You catch the firehouse up. You one of them, and like, hey, you seen the firehouse up? When you go by with the jersey mics and
no, I know what about.
Killing spree. Enemy double kill.
That's about it here.
Problems disappear.
Shut down. Shut down.
Playtime's over.
What? It's not like the city to only a final. Doesn't mean it's honor for the for our skating its operation.
Has destroyed a turret.
Quick and deadly. I work alone. It's better for everyone.
well, good job, going.
Ally has been slain.
Look dangerous. You better be dangerous.
An enemy has been slain.
cold
An enemy has been slain.
all I need.
You not practice? Let's just come out here and do what you're doing for it.
No one tells me what to do. Not anymore. Magic's fine.
I think they're gonna be talking about you tonight, I'm honest. They're gonna be talking about your ass tomorrow. But what the hell? What the hell let they damn sister take them out?
The Fist of Shadow was my mom. I do. Restraint's not really my thing.
You better 7'7". Why we care how far I call this nigga? He gonna move? I'm already not something.
Killing spree.
Skill and steel will get the job done.
They're gonna big geeky nigga right there. That fucking weak ass tentacle line. Nobody even likes tentacle line.
So many enemies, so many knives.
Killing spree.
How about I just end this?
Your team has destroyed a turret.
I'm not here to make friends.
Enemy double kill.
Gonna carve my own.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Lesson learned.
Well, you wasn't bad. You got outplayed. Cause you a big lanky ass nigga. Oh look, what is that? Look at that shit on the side right there. Got some kind of pad? The fuck is that pad right there? Oh yeah, big lanky ass. See, they don't show you that. Well, they make everybody want to be tall, but you see you got a pad. I ain't never had to wear no pad on the side of my side. Look, I'm a fucking lanky, big goofy, lanky looking ass nigga. I don't want to hear that shit. I don't know what I'm talking about that. What the hell is he wearing right there? He has some kind of pad. Goofy ass nigga. Nigga doing some kind of weird ritual. This big goofy light skinned ass nigga.
The words on their tombstone will be mine.
Yeah, what that ass look. He's over there goofy as shit. Why the channel following this nigga? He acting like he praying to God. He acting like he praying to God. God don't hear your prayers, nigga. You fucking heathen. Now they got this big lanky ass doing the tip off this time. Why he ain't do the tip off the first game? He was
Get balance. This is a reckoning.
big lanky ass. He's got the money. We can see there are people betting on that. Yeah, who takes the first tip off on game 2, Spurs or whatever, that might have been $1 million bet right there that just happened that quick. By him winning that dunk, now somebody that made money from that.
It's about who's doing the dying.
Look at this big goofy ass.
Has destroyed a turret.
This good, bro. Magnet and the bar. That's a foul. This should be. This should be.
Don't waste the anger. Channel it.
Enemy rampage.
Are fighting for the sword to pick up their pressure a little bit.
Been destroyed.
Can't stop what's coming. Too many kunai.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Enemy double kill. Enemy rampage.
I was just warming up. Old ways just don't work. one dies. I just speed things up. I got a pack full of trouble and nothing but time. They can't stop me. I'm not supposed to try. I am my own.
Destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed the turret. Your team has destroyed the turret.
Day 6. Yam Shishi. On this 6th day. Hallelujah. Come, Israel, come. Come, Israel, come. Bring somebody with you, Israel. Part 2. Part 2. Is the world out of order? Part 2. Hallelujah. Will you all please come? We are the National Yehudim Helping Hand Ministry, and we're based out of Kansas City, Missouri, the heart of America. Actually, Hartville, Missouri. My bad. I got to get used to that, y'all. We're in Hartville now. That's right. 4 hours away. 4 hours outside of Kansas City. But we're in the heart, y'all. We're in the heart of America. That's right. Hartville, Missouri. And 17 years ago, the Messiah gave Kohen the responsibility by bringing the Besorah of Yahushua back to the world. And I'm asking you all now, please go download the free copy. Please go download a free copy right now of the Besorah of Yahushua. While you do that, will you please share? Share this message with a friend. Share with your mama, your cousins, your auntie. The message must go forward. The Besorah of Yahushua must go forward, no matter what. No matter what, Israel, we all must come. Be one spirit. One spirit. One spirit. Will you all this country. Hallelujah. Is the world out of order? Part 2. Part 2. It's time for us to pray.
Right there, shit like that. Instead of passing the ball, he goes and takes a fucking three-pointer with a bunch of people in front of him. Now he's got this big goofy ass nigga shooting threes. Oh, that's kind of weird ass laziness, bro. Niggas supposed to he goes like hit that baseline. Why is nobody in the baseline? So you shit like that, bro. That's the thing. They got everybody time I want to be told, but ain't nobody hitting the baseline. There's supposed to be somebody right there. Number 25 supposed to stay there. Everybody on the outside bring the other so they can go threes and do all this mad shit and miss. Now they miss 3-4 times in a row. Shit, come with me, bro.
They kicked me off. I know why they kicked me off.
Nigga, do some shit like that with my team, nigga, and I'm going. You sit, people ride the bench for the rest of the final. I'm going, fuck. I'll fucking goddamn take you off my team and trade you, bitch. Yeah.
But many of y'all don't know what's going on. Don't have a clue. Don't understand the Elohims. They're bad. The good ones and bad ones. They're bad. They're all bad. You know, yesterday we was breaking it down. I'm not gonna hold y'all long. We're gonna have a powerful message tomorrow. Powerful tomorrow. Make sure y'all come tomorrow about 12 noon. 12 noon tomorrow. Central Standard Time. We'll be live tomorrow with a 4-hour teaching. It's gonna be powerful. It's gonna be powerful, so please be here tomorrow.
Right when they tell you, be like, you said it right here.
But be here tomorrow on Shabbat. And guard Shabbat with me. Guard the Shabbat with me. I want y'all to understand, yesterday, they kicked Cohen. And I want to kind of go back to truth today. I want to go back to truth today. They don't want y'all to have this message. This message is powerful. They're blocking me from every direction. So I need you all, when you get done, I need you all to share this message on your page. Please, I want all of you guys to take the message and share it. They're blocking Cohen. Why? Because I'm asking very important questions.
And my ass is wide open. All wide open all game. Then they start trying to fucking double team me too. Now you start sending the back the other way. Now you done got you should have forced it. You should have first defense onto your computer. They don't even know nothing about basketball. Who's the ball? You stop putting on, nigga. You supreme. Use the fucking ball on these niggas.
Because if the world
be fucking playing that dog warrior, niggas just have real talent, dog. Seeing niggas with real talent.
Put the world out of order.
This shit ain't no real talent. This is just taller, but you came out there motor taller.
Yesterday we asked the question.
You know,
is the world?
I can't fuck about how tall you is. You big lanky ass nigga. He's going to look and box you out and that lanky ass dude. You get mad at these niggas playing football out there. You got family to wear.
We go even deeper.
They're not going to wear.
If the world is out, you and I must ask ourselves.
Yeah, stupid ass shit. Who changed what fucking women want?
That's what we all must ask ourselves. Who changed God's order? Who? The scriptures reveal that Yah established a divine order from the beginning. And he created the heavens and the earth.
Come in and make some money. All of a sudden, now we had all-time high. They don't want to slam this big thing. Now we got super fucking super pop.
According to his perfect.
You might just take our way in. See, might throw this whole week away. It's a shame that nigga saying a whole week you go.
It's all about order.
One
of the biggest.
They come in by that next week and pass.
Is that we are told, we're trained by Yah to do things decent and in order. What Yah does to this day, he gives us a divine order.
Pray for my
happening right now.
Pray for the leadership. Pray for leadership.
The world doesn't see it. Most of the world is Christians. Most of the world is following Baal. They're from the world.
I make the right decision. I see the right opportunity to make the right
So
decision.
many of us are confused on what time this is. Many of us don't realize that we are past the 1,000-year millennial reign. We're past that. Now we're at the end. This is the final battle with Satan. And that's what they don't want y'all to notice. They want y'all to believe. They want y'all to believe that we're headed towards a 1,000-year millennial reign with Yeshua. And that is not true. That is
Because tribulation's gotta happen. You gotta have tribulation and restriction before the coming of the God. It's what we're going on. And for the destruction of the 1,000 years come. They don't even know. They can get it the Bible. The last
It's the second fight
Revelation.
that we have with Satan. And that time, this time coming up, we're going to throw
everybody want to street for the big goofy ass nigga that got hair. He got his hair in a bun and shit, boy. That was pathetic excuses for a black man. Everybody fucking high yellow. High yellow gang ain't got no black man no more. Big, tall, lanky, goofy ass, lanky ass niggas.
But they don't want y'all to know. Christians on earth are teaching
fuck that shit up, and you got all these white people and women and all these people who ain't even damn. These niggas ain't even damn. They ain't even playing the damn game of basketball. Watching this shit, nigga. This ain't basketball. This is spectacle.
That's not true, y'all.
Big, goofy, lanky ass niggas. A bunch of lanky ass niggas can't even catch the ball. But these lanky ass.
Right in the middle. Right in the middle. First, it was the first day. The first fight was Satan.
We built a team.
And then we had the 1,000-year
team, boy. We got goddamn no money you be here too.
That was in the fourth
It's so
cycle.
cool that the money and money from try young. With the smaller niggas, they're gonna take run.
I'm asking
Listen, they can do that shit. That's all they're gonna do. Run down and shit and hit the building. That's all they why they look for them. So they got them handles. Back in my day, boy, do the man shaking bank. I ain't seen a shaking bank yet. That's like, come on. I ain't seen a nigga jump up and goddamn cook things on there. Cause it's 10 feet, nigga, but ain't nobody shaking and baking. Nigga, you should shake and bake on your ass. Stepping, sticking, sitting on your ass. Niggas use the board, niggas use the handles. They call them handles. Goofy ass shit, that's all they want to do, some goofy shit like that. Oh, he jumped up in the air and put the ball in there. Like, oh, this ain't basketball. Nobody down in the baseline, ain't nobody down in the paint.
But it says in scripture.
Look at that, nobody moving. Everybody just sitting at the top of the team so they can do the shit. Come on, dude, with a magnet, goddamn magnet in the ball, but I know that ain't that nigga shit.
That's where we are right now. That's why the world's being deceived.
This is not for me, no, those niggas, there's magnet in that ball.
That's why Obama was in office.
Right there, nobody at the baseline, nobody got down, everybody just goes to the 3-point line. You done this shit up, like that man. Come on now. These motherfuckers dropped and motherfuckers, you don't even got to do all that again. The way these niggas play,
He showed me this. I've been preaching this.
they goddamn just put the ball in them. They don't have to do all that kind of that shit.
God tells us this. But I want y'all to see this. I want y'all to see this.
No one tells
From
me.
They beat them niggas just by making the points, because they gon' miss.
I'm not giving y'all nothing new. The scripture.
Oh, look at that. Oh, wow, he put some gang signs up. Do the gang sign. Oh, man, such a thug. Damn thug getting beat up by the Mexican. How you getting? How the robber gonna rob the
The heavens and the earth, y'all. The seas and
the big man just go to police and shit. Niggas to the police thing. Yeah.
people, Yah's people, Israel, and his appointed times.
Bad man, niggas.
His perfect order.
Niggas don't even got that respect this shit. Like, all my friends dead, man, do that. I know I'm doing something.
Yet today, that's right.
I don't know something about fucking crime.
Nearly everything that Yah established.
Everything. That shit. Don't make no sense. They couldn't even be down that many points. That's what they keep missing over turnover after turnover. That shit. Oh, damn, step out the line.
What is the result
They
of
cheat.
confusing us?
She
What
good
is
shit.
the
I put
results?
we get on TV too much. You want the
It's the
message
result,
shit.
y'all, of them misleading us.
It ain't even look right. Them physicality don't look right. They not even buck looking to be at the professional level.
It's going to create confusion in all of us.
I don't see no buckers. Where are buckers?
Division.
We got damn scrubbers people fucking be at the professional level. All we're gonna be doing is working out and using violence and shit.
The world is not simply broken, y'all. It's not.
What's a Nike ass nigga?
Led away from the order of Yah.
That fucking they just be jumping over the damn people. Wait, professional, huh?
Led away from the order of Yah. In scriptures that reveals,
They can't even stand up. Cause they so lanky. They so lanky they can't even get themselves off the ground. They fucking lanky as dog shit.
If I go there, I want to take you out to where we get this.
Nobody talk about that shit. They gonna jump to get up. They lanky ass.
14. Isaiah 66:14, please. Isaiah, yes, I hire you. 66:14. Now, either the scriptures
Skill and steel will get the job done.
or it's not. Either the scriptures are true or the scriptures are not. Now, right here, scripture. I want to show you this. In Isaiah 66, he tells you on the scripture, in this day, that his servants, his true servants on earth. You all got to understand something. That's why so many people come against me.
I do what they wouldn't.
When you're sent by Yah, they know who you are. The adversaries know who you are. When you walk in the room,
They have another. All these fast breaks, bro, they supposed to be a 2-on-1, bro. And when you do that fast break, everybody comes towards you, and that shit is supposed to be right there, and you're supposed to drop the ball down right at him, and he can't come up all day. That's all day. That's all day. Me and guy, you expect it all day. That's all day. They defense guy down, pass the guy. Defense be down, pass the guy. Niggas working niggas all goddamn day. All recess, nigga. Goddamn be working them niggas dog. Two fucking goddamn burgers, niggas. Like fucking history channel. So they all goofy looking like Aaron on Eames looking at niggas.
demons can't touch us.
My brother got 8.
When you are anointed, when you are walking in the anointing, when you're walking under the
my brother got 8 touch me.
I promise you in this hour.
They don't.
But all you can do is kill my flesh. You cannot kill my flesh. But he cannot destroy my spirit. My spirit is born. I'm warning y'all right now. They're not going to touch us. They know we are about to leave. That's why they're blocking me. They don't want y'all to hear from me. They don't want me to encourage y'all. They don't want me to. They want me to go and leave y'all behind.
I love what I do.
They don't want y'all to believe me. They don't want y'all to have faith in what I'm teaching y'all. They don't.
I ain't seen for that nigga since. I didn't see that nigga put it in the
If we are in this last days right now, and this comment is true. I'm telling y'all right now, I know this. And the way I know, that's how I know. That's how I know.
That's my song, Nick.
Spirit talking.
If you could figure bitches to follow you to my phone.
Don't put that
They watch, they always phone. They always phone. You can't ready to dive out no face. Stop that motherfucker off. Put it up again.
I'm telling y'all right
You
now.
don't take no fucking
That's why I'm in the mountains right now. Hartville, Missouri.
Give me the finger again.
Y'all put me here.
Dying now, we
You
can kid.
know why? I know.
Fill up and pull up a seat like this.
17 years doing this.
When you haven't seen that nigga in my screen, and I haven't seen that. Yeah. You know me, I'm doing what I got 10 boards. I just got there and get some ice cream. Yeah.
The heart of America. You may not think I know. You may doubt that I know.
Too good.
But right here in scripture, it tells you that his servants on earth are going to know. Either the scripture are real or they're not. Either the scripture are fake or they're real. Come on, y'all, they can't be both. Page 5. Isaiah, yes, Ahayu. Yes, Ahayu is the Hebrew word for Isaiah. Yes, Ahayu is the Hebrew word for Isaiah. Isaiah 66:14. He tells us this. Watch this, y'all. Look. And you shall see, y'all. Look, what? You shall see.
You said the big. This nigga be having big old bowls, fucking super duper bowls of ice cream and shit.
You all don't know how blessed we are. You all don't know how blessed you are. But you must stay in order. You must stay in divine order. The order that Yah is giving you day one. Yah is giving you an order. He's giving all of us an order. And he shows us the order. He'll have somebody tell you. He'll have somebody come to you and tell you about something.
They can't stop me.
I shared my story with y'all today, and it's real. A woman appeared to me.
Damn.
And that's how I knew to go doing
that. Damn. Big as the damn brick house.
See, I see a light in you. I was at my lowest, y'all, and y'all sent to me. And that's when I knew. All because I was walking in divine order. And when you begin to see, when you begin to lose faith, use confidence in yourself. Yah will send you somebody that will confirm who you are, to remind you who you are. I promise you. I promise you. When you walk with Yah, He walks with you. And when you begin to doubt, when you begin to get a little weary of yourself,
they can't.
He encourages you. He comforts you with His word, with people that remind you who you are. And I'm here today to remind you who you are. You are the light of the world.
Your team has
and yet God says in the scripture, His servants, His true servants in that day, we're going to know.
That's my target.
We're going to know. And Cohen knows. I've been knowing for 17 years preaching this, and y'all know it. We know. And you shall see. We're going to see, y'all. We all are going to see this.
The words on their tombstones will be
Yah says it.
Mantras.
This generation, we're going to see it. And you shall see. Isaiah 66:14. And you shall see, and your heart, your what? Your heart shall rejoice, and your bones flourish as tender grass. In the hand, look y'all, look. In the hand of Yah. YHWH. Come on, y'all, look. Please look. Right there. My servants. You're going to know how you going to because my servants will come with my name written on their forehead. Oh, you're going to know mine. You're going to know mine because mine going to come in my name. We don't come in no name God. We don't come in name Lord. We don't call it Son. We call him by his name.
When you meet the demon,
we call him
him of my strength.
That's how you know us. That's how you'll know us. In this hour, we're going to line up with Scripture. Like a hen in a glove. That's how you'll know us. We're going to come in His name. Every last one of us that was sent by Yah. Doesn't mean, y'all, doesn't mean everybody with a name was sent by Yah. Doesn't mean that. It just means the ones that were will have His name.
This I got.
It don't mean imposters don't have His name. They do. They do. And they wear it every day.
Your team
so be
has
careful.
destroyed a turret.
Please be careful. Just because you wear this name does not mean you're right. It's in your heart. It's in you. And that's why John 3:3, he says, you must be born from above. That means every last one of us must have His Spirit living on the inside of us. That's what sets us apart in this day.
An enemy has been slain.
Your obedience. Your love for Yah will set you apart from everybody else. But when my Father come back, He promised the world will come back in His name. And this is His name. It's written on my forehead. Revelation 14 told y'all about it. He told y'all that we will all come with His name written on our forehead.
I make problems.
Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. And Yah tells us in Scripture, Isaiah 66:14. He tells us, y'all, in the hand of Yah, y'all. Look. And the hand of Yah shall be known. To who? To who? To his servants. Stop.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I've been 17 years. I've told y'all 7 stars, 7 planets. The Elohims. Nobody taught y'all this. And y'all know this. Common Eye sign. Revelation 12 sign. Come on, y'all. 17 years and I'm preaching the same thing. I ain't changed. I'm the same Kohen. I don't change. I'm just I don't change. I'm 17 years strong. I've had numerous of people turn on me. Talk bad about me.
Enemy killing spree.
Tear my name down.
Everyone dies. I just
But I'm still here.
Your turret has been
The hand of
destroyed.
Yah is guiding me. And I know it. The hand of Yah has revealed to me where dead man.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
And the scripture backs me up. Don't hate on me. I'm asking you to join me. The hand of Yah is
Can't
told
stop
us.
what's coming.
26 points, 12 rebounds, 3 blocks. Well, there's the those numbers.
And now I'm waiting. I'm here already. Your job is to get here. He's gonna come get us here. Believe me or not,
I'm not here to make
Yah's coming here to get me. If you're with me, he's gonna get you too. One spirit. I've told y'all this. Some of y'all believe me, some of y'all don't. But if you're left behind,
No one tells me what to do.
remember these words. When you're left behind, remember your Kohen. I tried to wait.
Your team has
I tried to get you
destroyed
to
a
come,
turret.
but you said no.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
In the hand of Yah, y'all. We are going to know the hand of Yah. We are going to see the hand of Yah, y'all. No generation has experienced this. None. It says right here, and the hand of Yah shall be known. It's going to be known to us, y'all. To his what? To his servants. I'm one of his servants, y'all. And to who else? And to who else? And displeasure. Displeasure to what? To his enemies. Stop.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Stop. Now, I told y'all in scripture, my servants will know. He said, also, my enemy will know this truth. So who is his enemy? Who's his enemy, y'all?
Restraint's not really my thing.
My enemy. Why you?
An enemy is dominated.
His displeasure to his enemies. They're gonna know. It says right, that's why Donald Trump is doing what he's doing. That's why right now, Elon Musk, they're all up there fighting with us. They're fighting the elements on this. And y'all know, I told you this, I did tell you. You know, got the oldies up there sitting up, sound like this.
An ally has been slain.
You send out weapons every month.
Your turret has been destroyed.
In your face.
Your turret has been destroyed.
All of us in our face. Elon Musk been doing this for you. Elon Musk is in scripture. Elon Musk is in scripture, y'all. In our face. It's happening in our face. Elon Musk represents Revelation 13:13. Do you see it? Do you see the parable, y'all? It says in the scripture, Revelation 13:13, this man,
Enemy killing.
this man is going to bring down fire from the sky.
Has been destroyed.
And that's exactly what Elon Musk does. He brings down fire
If you look
and this is it right here. I'm showing y'all what it looks like. This is what it looks like, y'all. It's a parable, y'all. It's a metaphor. This is exactly what the scripture says. In Revelation 13:13, this person who's going to be on earth is going to bring down fire before our eyes. And that's exactly what Elon Musk is doing. He's bringing down fire when he brings that space rocket back and sets it on that platform. He's bringing down fire from the sky. Just as the scripture describes. Just as the scriptures describe to us.
An enemy is legendary. Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
It's in our face. I can break it down to y'all all day. Showing you.
The Whopper at the top.
Some of y'all still working.
There's a new thing.
The scriptures are clear.
Yesterday,
Donald Trump knows who we are. Donald Trump and the whole world knows they're back for us. What's happening right now on this world, y'all, I promise y'all, is because of us. The scripture is coming to life. He said he'll come back for us, and they're back. I promise y'all they're back for us now. They're called Elohims. And they're good ones, and they're bad ones. And they all are back. It is in the scripture they come back. It tells you how they come back. But now they're telling y'all, oh, y'all, we're going to tell you about the aliens. They're playing with us. They're playing with you. It is right in our face. The scripture is clear. We are going to know, y'all. We will know. The world will not know this. You and I, if you're born from above, if you have his spirit living on the inside of you, you are going to know. He's going to wake us up. He's going to position us and put us in a place of safety. I promise you, but you cannot reject the safety. You cannot run back home. You got to be straight for the Father. You got to stand for the Father. We're in a very, very dangerous time. Our enemies know this. That's why Donald Trump put a dome over America. The dome is for us, y'all. They're fighting us, y'all. They're fighting. They don't want to let us go. And this dome represents Pharaoh refusing to let his people go. That's what this is, y'all. We're in a Pharaoh moment. Our enemies know what's happening. They know what they're doing, y'all. They're fighting the Elohims. I promise you. We're in a beast system, y'all. We're in a beast system right now. We're in a beast system right now. And we got a dome over us. It was put here by our enemies. And this man represents our enemies. This man is the one that started a space force. This man is leading the world against Israel. True Israel. They know the white horse is here. They know the white horse is here, y'all. The white horse is here. It represents the kingdom. The kingdom, y'all. The kingdom is here at last. And that's why they're telling y'all about three-eye Atlas. Y'all get it? Three-eye. Come on, y'all. It's in our face. It's the sign of Jonah. It's three-eye Atlas. It's right in our face. The sign of Jonah. And that's why Yah tells us to flee to the mountains. He wants us to go. If you know Yah, he's going to give you one sign only. He tells us in scripture, I'll give you one sign. If you don't catch that sign, shame on you, bro. Shame on you, sis. A whirlwind. I'm going to send a whirlwind. A wheel within a wheel. Come on, y'all. You're looking at a wheel within a wheel. Three-eye Atlas is back. It is right in our face. Atlas. Three-eye Atlas represents the kingdom. I'm showing y'all this. I told y'all the Most High Yah say, I'm gonna tell my people. My people will know this. I'm showing y'all what he's showing us. The white horse is not the Antichrist as they teach in Christianity. Christianity teaches you the white horse that comes in first out of the four horsemen. The white horse is first, y'all. But the White Horse comes and get us out. It comes and take us off the earth, y'all. Please hear me. It's called Atlas, and Atlas is here right now. Y'all said I'm gonna give y'all a sign, one sign, and that's the sign of Yonah. Yonah, y'all, come on, y'all. The sign of Yonah. It's our final warning. We got to flee the mountains. We have to flee to the mountains, every last one of us. We have to come here. That's why y'all gave me this land. That's why I have the land. I'm convinced. I'm convinced. I believe that's why I'm here on this land. That's why I'm opening this land up. From this day forward, to all the Hebrews in America, this is your refuge. This land right here in America, the heart of America, Hartville, Missouri. Y'all put us here. He put me here. He told me to draw the world. All y'all in America, come here. I'm gonna get the land together. I'm working hard every day. We're getting our food in, our chicken in. We're getting our goats in, our food, our meat source, our food source. We can have food, water. We have our own well. We have our own electricity on land already. All we're missing is you. If you're true Israel, you'll be here.
Minions have spawned.
Yah says we'll know. The chariots are here, y'all. I've been warning y'all for years that they're here. I promise y'all they're here.
The old ways just don't
And they are the sign of Yonah.
You think you're gonna walk
the wheel within a wheel.
Come on, I dare.
The whirlwind, the Most High God told us about. The whirlwind, they come like a whirlwind, y'all. They're called chariots, y'all. These are Yah's chariots. They don't want us to know that our ride is here. Your ride is here, my brother. Your ride is here, my sister. But they're going to tell you that it's an alien. They'll tell you that it's alien. You know why? Because they are aliens. They're telling y'all they're aliens.
Enemies, so many knives.
They are. And they're back for us. And that's the part they're not telling you. The reason why they're not telling y'all that is they're telling y'all they're aliens. That's a code word.
You will not stop me.
The Elohim's there. It's code. The Elohim's there. But they tell the world the aliens are here. And the scripture is clear. Y'all said I'm gonna come back with chariots, like a whirlwind. So can no man tell me that's something different when the scripture is coming alive right now in our face, and they don't want y'all to know that. It's here, y'all. But you gotta understand scripture, and that's why he told us to get the Basura. Because in the Basura, it tells you who you are. So when they tell y'all are aliens, you say, yay, that's me. You'll know. But in your Bible, they took it out. They didn't want you to know. They wanted you out of order. They wanted you calling on God. They wanted you calling on Lord. They wanted you calling the name of Jesus.
Playtime's over.
And there's no letter J. They want you calling on angel. The world
I got you!
3 IAs is back for us.
Your team has
That's the White Horse. Out of the 4 horses, the White Horse. But the world told you, the Christians told you, that's the Antichrist.
Everyone dies.
And that's not it. The White Horse represents Yeshua coming back for us to get us out of here before all the operations on earth. Because you and I, because we're children of the light.
An enemy has been slain.
You and I,
Waste the anger.
we're not sentenced to wrath. And what's coming on America, what's coming on the world, is Yah's wrath. And he comes and gets us out. I promise y'all, I promise every last one of you, they're here to get us out. The kingdom has come At last. That's why it's called At Last, y'all. Come on, please hear me. The kingdom has come.
Enemy killing spree.
The kingdom has come. So they call it three-eyed Atlas. It's a parable. It's a metaphor. Three-eyed. Not one eye. Three-eyed. Why? The three. It represents the Father, the Son, the Ruach HaKodesh. That's why it's three-eyed. The one that sees it all. The one that knows it all. They call it three-eyed. Atlas. The king is here at last. That's what it means.
How about I just end this?
It's a metaphor. And it's right in our face. But the world doesn't see it. Because the world is out of order. Yeah. And you don't see it. Y'all don't see it.
An enemy has been slain. Quick and
it's right in our face.
rampage.
It's right in our face. Isaiah 66. 14. And you shall see, y'all, look. Y'all says we're going to see. You shall see, and your heart shall rejoice, and your bones flourish, y'all, as tender grass. And the hand of Yah shall be known to his servants. To his what? To his servants, y'all. If you are a servant of Yah, you are going to know. If you are sent by the Father, you are going to know this. Listen, y'all, I'm not sitting here trying to make y'all believe something that's not true. I'm showing y'all scripture. Yah says that we are going to know. So if you know right now what's going on, Yah has told you that you're going to know. So it tells you who you are. It tells you whose you are. If you know the Elohims are here, that means you're chosen by Yah because you're supposed to know. We're going to know, y'all. We're the servants. It's the true servants. We are going to know what's happening before it happens. It's going to be known to his servants, y'all. It's going to be known to his servants. And his displeasure. You see this? His what? His displeasure. Look, y'all, look. His displeasure to his enemies. Stop. So his goodness is going to be known to his servants, and his displeasure will be known to his servants. So that means the government, all the government, Donald Trump, and all the governments of the world,
I was just warming up.
They are our enemy, y'all. They know who we are. They won't tell us who we are. They won't know. The only way we know right now, y'all, is the Ruach HaKodesh. That's the only way we know who we are. The Ruach HaKodesh, the set-apart spirit that lives in us. That's why John said we must be born from blood. We're not from here, y'all. That's the part they're not telling you. But it's in the scripture. But they gave you a Bible. The Chaldeans, the Catholic Church gave you a Biblos, a Bible. I'm warning y'all right now. I'm warning you. The Catholic Church is not your friend. The Catholic Church, they are our enemy. They are working with our enemy to destroy us. And I'm warning y'all. Please hear me. That's why they gave you a Bible, a Biblos. The Greek word for Bible is called Biblos. They know that we're supposed to have the Basora. Basora is called good news. Basora means good news. And that's why you have it in the scripture. The word Basora. The Dead Sea Scrolls, it says Basora. Don't say Bible. Don't say Sefer. Don't say Hallelujah Bible. Hallelujah Scriptures. None of that. It says Basora. And that's why this book is $7,000 brand new. Right now on Amazon. You can get a used copy for $400 or $500 on a good day. I'm not kidding you. You cannot get this book. I'm showing y'all why. It's is right in our face. The world is out of order with Yah. And they gave you a Bible, and they took out the very thing. The Bible took out the very thing you want to know. The very thing this book tells you. That you are an alien.
Has been destroyed.
That we are aliens. That we're strangers on this earth. It's in this book. And now you wonder why there's chariots flying around. You wonder why.
The Fist of Shadow was my mom.
We are not from here. And this is a year jubilee. In the year jubilee, we go home. And they know it. They know it, Charlie. I'm begging you. That's why in this book, they take away from you. It tells you who you are. And they don't want you to know who you are. And that's why you can't get your hand on this book. Not a new copy. You find a used copy for several $100, $400, $500. You get a used copy. Fact. You won't get a new copy. $7,000. Serious. I'm not kidding. Go look it up.
I'll make this look like
they lied to us.
Enemy is legendary. Enemy double
They lied to us.
An enemy has been slain.
And right in the scripture, it breaks it down. Right in the scripture, it breaks it down. And you shall see. We all are going to see this, y'all. We're going to see the lie. We're going to see it, y'all. And you shall see, and your heart shall rejoice, y'all. We are going to be ecstatic. We're going to come to the mountains up here, y'all. We're going to rejoice. We're going to rejoice up here in the mountains of Hartville, Missouri. We're right here, waiting on you, Israel. And your bones, y'all, shall flourish as tender grass. And the hand of Yah shall be known to his servants, and his displeasure to his enemies. Well, look, y'all, look. Yah comes, y'all. Look, right here. He's telling you Yah comes back. Yah comes, y'all. How? Yah comes with fire and with his chariots. Bam! Bam! That one. He comes with his what?
Okay, that one was
messy. With his what? His chariots. A whirlwind. A wheel.
An ally has been slain.
Within a wheel.
If you look dangerous,
come on.
Shut down. Dangerous.
They're lying to us right now. I've been telling y'all they're coming back. I've been showing y'all this. They're coming back. All of them. The Elohims are coming back. The good ones and the bad ones, they come back. And the good ones come and get us out first before the bad ones destroy
I can do this all day.
I promise y'all. And they're here. They're here. And as opposed to them telling us the truth, they plan to fight the Elohims. I promise you. They plan on fighting the Elohims. And that's why Donald Trump started a space force. Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. It's all adding up. It's all adding up like a hand in a glove, y'all. Please look. Please get your feelings out. Get your feelings out of this, please. And look at the facts. Look at the facts. I'm giving y'all facts. Donald Trump started a space force, and this country has never, ever owned a space force ever in the history of this country. Why do we own one now? Why do we own one now? Come on, y'all. We've never owned a space force. Why do we own one now?
There are over 300 pressure points on the human body.
But y'all,
he has been slain.
And y'all don't see the scripture. Describing to y'all the aliens. They come back. They come back in spacecraft. Like a whirlwind. A wheel within a wheel. And now y'all all acting like y'all don't know what this is. Now it's here, y'all acting like, oh, what is that government? What is that? What is that government? What is that government? What is this? What is we seeing? Is that a UFO? Star came true. Is that a UFO? The Elohims are here. The Elohims are here. And That's why in the the story of Yeshua, it tells us who we are. And it tells us there were strangers, there were aliens on this earth. I promise y'all. And that's why they gave us the Bible. And took this scripture away from us. It tells us who we are.
I work alone.
It tells us that we're not
An enemy is
from here
legendary.
originally. We were brought here from somewhere. And in the end, they come back before us, as all says in scripture. And that's what's happening right now. The Elohims are back. And they're back for us. And they're back to destroy the earth. I promise you. But they get us out first. They get us out first. And that's why they come in with a white horse first. That white horse is called Atlas. 3-eyed Atlas. But the world didn't tell y'all that. I did. I know. The Father's shown this to me. He showed me the scripture of what I know. And Yah says in scripture, his servants on earth in that day is going to know. They'll be known to us.
My enemies won't.
They're going to know I'm going to destroy the earth. And that's why Trump started space force. It all lines up. You may not want to believe it. It's all lined up. Like a hand in the and I know it. It's all lined up. For look. Yah comes, y'all, look. For Yah comes with fire and with his what? He comes with his chariots. I'm showing y'all this. And you wonder why. You wonder why the disclosure is coming. Disclosure is coming. What you gonna disclose? We know they're coming back. We know they are here. We are the ones that know. We are the servants. And the servants, the true servants of Yah, we know. It says in scripture, we're gonna know. And I'm showing y'all, they're here, y'all, they're here. How do you know, Kohen? Because Yah showed me this. He told me we'll know. And that's why y'all put me in the mountains. That's why I'm in the mountains, y'all. No accident. No coincidence. The Elohims are here. And they're back for us. And the world will not tell you this. They plan to fight. They plan to fight, y'all. That's why Donald Trump put a dome over America. He knows where we are. They know America is doomed. They know displeasure. This is Yah's displeasure. This is the house of the thief. Yah says, when I come back, I'm going to come back to the house of the thief. What thief? The thief that stole my children, the 12 tribes of Israel, and put them on ships. Those children, the ones who don't know who they are, the ones that are spread all over the world right now. This based in America. I'm going to come to the house of the thief. I'm going to come to the house of the thief. I showed y'all that picture of bam, they took me down. I won't show today. I'm not going to show today. But the moment I put that up there, bam, I came down. They're watching, y'all. And that is the same person that got my YouTube page taken away. 5,000 videos on YouTube, gone. All because I posted that man. I did it yesterday. They took me down immediately. I'm not going to do it today. They don't like that man because they know that man was telling the truth. That's right. It's called his confession. His confession. I can't show it. They get me on that one. They get me, y'all. That is sensitive. But we know why. Because in the confession, he tells you they're going to fight the Elohim, y'all. It's in the confession. Come on, y'all. All of this is lining up like a hand in a glove. We are not from here, y'all. Don't let them tell you our ride is not here. Don't let them scare you away from your ride. I promise y'all they're here for us, but we got to clean ourselves up. And we got to set ourselves apart from this world. We got to set ourselves apart from everybody else. That's why he gave us this camp. That's why he gave me my land. I'm on a mountain, y'all. High up. In Missouri. In Harvey, Missouri. And that's where Yah is going to come and get us. The heart. That's where he hid the Torah. He hid the Torah in the heart. And that's where he put us. That's where he wants us. He wants us in the heart. And that's why he blessed this ministry with the land in Harvey, Missouri. All paid for. We own the land. No payments, no money bills. We have our own water, a well. We didn't dig that well. We have a house on land. We didn't build that house. Everything y'all said he's going to do for us, he's doing it right now. Right now. But the world is out of order. And they don't see this. If you're in the world, you don't see this. You got to come out of the world and be set apart. That's why he tells us you must be Kodesh.
The rules
those that I'm going to get
leave them for someone
off the earth are the ones that are set apart from the world.
Welcome
from the world.
To Summoner's Rift.
We are called to be set apart people from the world. So when he come and get us, he expects for us to be Kodesh.
Or masters.
Kodesh. Kodesh. We gotta be Kodesh. Are you Kodesh? Are you set apart in Yah? Yah expects for each and every last one of us. You must have the Most High Yah living on the inside of your hearts. You must have Yah in you. I don't care who you are. I don't care how tall you are. I don't care what skin color you are. You must have Yah living on the inside of you. Every last one of you. If you know my Father, if you love my Father, the Most High Yah must be inside you. He must be inside of your heart. And that's where he put us in Hartville, Missouri, in the heart of America. And that's where he told me, I'm gonna come get you from the heart, Kohen. I was going to gather there, gather all of those that know me, gather all of those that love me, and go to the heart. And I will come to the heart and speak to you. I'll come to the heart and receive you from there. Go to the heart, Kohen, and be Kodesh, Kodesh, Kodesh. Every last one of us, if you know my Father, if you love my Father, you are called to be Kodesh, Kodesh, Kodesh. Kodesh is the Hebrew word for set apart. You must be set apart. Every last one of us must be set apart in this day, in this hour. I'm begging you to hear me. You must be Kodesh. When the Elohims come back, they're looking for those of us that are Kodesh. 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 And if you are not Kodesh, I promise you, you're not going to come with me. I promise you, you're not going with the Father to see the wedding feast. You're not going to come. I promise you, you're not going to come. You're going to be left behind. If you don't hear me now, if you don't set yourself apart, I'm warning you, Israel. I'm begging you, Israel, to set yourself apart and be Kodesh for the Father. Be Kodesh for Yah. We're called to be Kodesh. Every last one of us.
Kama or Kunai.
We must be Kodesh. Are you Kodesh? Because that's who they're looking for. The ones that are truly Kodesh. Who know who they are. Who set this.
I like it.
When he comes back with fire, he says, for look, y'all, for look. Yah comes with fire and with his chariots and with his chariot, y'all, like a whirlwind, y'all. To render what? To render his displeasure with the burning, y'all. And his rebuke with flames of fire. Flames of fire. Let's go to Hebrews 13, 11, 13, real quick. Hebrews 11, 13. Page 1278. Page 1278. Please.
Really my thing.
Please. They gave you a Bible.
Can't stop. It's coming.
They gave you a Bible. I said, I'm gonna leave y'all. Come back tomorrow to break this in. We have deep teaching tomorrow. I gotta go today. I got my work right here. I don't stop. I don't quit. God chose me for it. I'm a true soldier. I don't give up. I don't stop. And I won't quit. Y'all can depend on me. So you come and get me. So I'm gonna go out on you.
That one was messy.
We're gonna keep doing work out here. We're gonna wait on you all to get here. But I want y'all to know, they're telling y'all right now, the aliens are here.
An ally has been slain.
I'm here to tell y'all right now, they're here for us. They're coming to get us out of here and then destroy
The old
this
ways
earth.
just don't work.
I promise y'all. I promise you. You must hear me. You must hear my spirit and follow the voice of God. We're not fools. And that's why the aliens are here. That's what I said.
My family's gone.
And they're back for us. As they promised, they'll come back for us. At the end. And we're at the end, y'all. So they gave you a Bible. And put in the word pilgrim. And they took out the word faith. I'm not kidding you. Your Bible is a lie. Your Bible is a lie.
I'll make this look like
This is original scripture. This is why this book is over $1,000 brand new. This is why this book right now used is $700 right now on Amazon. $700. This is why. The word told us they're going to come back to us. It told us why. Because they're strangers and we're aliens on this earth.
Has been slain.
Not my Come on. Your passion will show you that. Your passion will never tell you. Never tell you. I just think it's in your scripture. But in your Bible, check it out. And put in pilgrim. So you don't know who you are.
I was just warming up.
They want you to think you're a pilgrim. When in fact,
An ally has been slain.
and you're not from here.
An ally
And that's why they called us 2/5.
Skill and
3/5
steel
of a
will
man.
get the job done.
We're not from here. And they never told us this. Never. And that's why y'all see
Your turret has been destroyed.
for this day. His servants. Tell you the truth. For who we are. And whose this work. We're not who we are. And they're back for us.
A lot.
In belief. Number 13. Ibrim. The Hebrew word for Hebrews. The Hebrew word for Hebrew is Ibrim. Or you can use a modern day word and say Ivrit. That means Hebrew. That's right. Or you can say the original ancient word. Ibrim. That means what? Hebrew. It means Hebrew. In ancient Hebrew. Ibrim means Hebrew.
No.
Ivrit is modern Hebrew. Ivrit is modern Hebrew. So let's go to Hebrews. Ibrim, 11:13. And right here he tells us in Scripture. In belief, y'all, all these died. All of who? Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, our ancestors, they all died. Not having seen or received the promises. They never received the promises, y'all. But they seen them, y'all, but seen them from a distance. Welcomed and embraced them. And then what? And confessed. Y'all look. This is why I want y'all to see this. Because this is perfection. This is perfection. Our people, before they left the earth, way back in their time, they said this. And they confessed this. And that's why the Catholic Church took this out and put in the word pilgrim. So you all would not know this. So that it wouldn't line up. So when this day came, you would not know who you are and whose you are. So they gave you a Bible and took out the word pilgrim. Took out the word alien and put in the word pilgrim.
I got it.
So now in your Bible it says pilgrim, when the original word was alien. When your ancestors confessed, they were strangers. They were aliens. Wow. And nobody's told us this. No one's told us this. No one's shown you this. But Kohim.
An ally has been slain.
It is right in our face. They confessed.
Learned.
Our ancestors, before they left the earth, they confessed that they were aliens. Bam! Right there. Bam! Nobody won't believe it. Come back to out of they're gonna miss it. They're gonna miss y'all. So many people gonna miss y'all. Why?
Don't waste the anger.
The war is out of control. They don't know that this is us. They don't know of who. They think over in Israel the chosen people. Revelation 2 now. Revelation 3 now tells you they're not the chosen people. It tells you it's us. In the book, they left our ancestors. They confessed. Before they left the earth.
That's right. Payback hits
who they are, who they really are. And right in this book, they tell us they were aliens. So now Donald Trump is telling us we have aliens.
Has been destroyed.
Come on, y'all.
I make
Come on, y'all.
Disappear.
The scriptures are coming to life. And that part y'all wanna admit that part. Y'all wanna admit that. But the scriptures are coming to life in our face. But many of us reject it.
I work alone. It's better for everyone.
Y'all already told us about the aliens. And we are the aliens. And those that are coming back are coming back with us. I promise you. That's why y'all told us. Flee the mountains. I'm gonna come get y'all there. I want Israel to flee to the mountains. Flee to the mountains, Israel.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
If you know y'all, gather together. Gather together as one man. And you all must flee to the mountains. If you know my Father, if you love my Father, if you understand the power of his word, if you understand the power of his divine order, you will do it Yah's way. We're getting ready for the feast days, y'all. Everybody's welcome to come to our feast days. I don't care who you are, what camp you're in. You're welcome to come to our to Hartville, Missouri. All the feast days will be held here. All the feast days will be held right here in Hartville, Missouri. So you all are welcome to come. Our next feast day is going to be Pentecost. You all can come here for that. But get ready to be. Is telling us we have aliens. Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. The scriptures are coming to life. And that part y'all want to admit that part. Y'all want to admit that. But the scriptures are coming to life in our face. But many of us reject it. Y'all already told us about the aliens. And we are the aliens. And those that are coming back for us. I promise you. That's why y'all told us, flee the mountains. I'm gonna come get y'all there. I want Israel to flee to the mountains. Flee to the mountains, Israel. If you know Yah, gather together. Gather together as one minute. And you all must flee to the mountains. If you know my Father, if you love my Father, if you understand the power of his word, if you understand the power of his divine order, you will do it Yah's way. We're getting ready for the feast days, y'all. Everybody's welcome to come to our feast days. I don't care who you are, what camp you're in. You're welcome to come to Hartville, Missouri. All the feast days will be held here. All the feast days will be held right here in Hartville, Missouri. So you all are welcome to come. Our next feast day is going to be Pentecost. You all can come here for that. But get ready to be.
He's got a 3 out of 5 from in China. Well, don't just respecting ticket when I say this, but if not one. Wait until you see this guy who's all that. It's around the young kids and stuff. Being a team, serious, how come? Dang. Some man here. Man here. What's on it? Don't do this. Speak. Oh, you do that. That's not in it. Stay in it. Another day. Last try it, they burn you. Labor. Because you don't pay taxes for working back. When we thought our home and then out or our border, no amount of lies can hide the truth. We'll do on over county executive. He'll never stop fighting for you.
Here comes from the vision sport and strong partners in vision. That's why we care from the skill and our part. They provide exceptional health care coverage while doing work in the community, giving back and fitting people. With a partner like here, our staff can bring the district's biggest moment to life.
Landon Donovan and Sam Howard in unfiltered soccer. It's 55 ball play. Time.
But that's why they were like not German. Just people who just like you. Yeah.
During your summer time, taking it into years ago. Testing for HIV suggestion. It's supposed to HIV or like symptoms. Tell your healthcare provider right away. HIV testing is needed. Still is not within restriction to practice the steps. This to go scheduled. You see those is the experience of getting HIV. Tell your provider with medical conditions that you are ready. All the medicines and supplements you take, SES2 go plus medicine. The most common side effects are injection site reactions that are in not rape serious injection site reactions can. So tell your provider about these. Maybe 3.9% of people stay.
They get it wrong. All the rebounds that get more successful here.
just that I can't find it, because there's you see this breakwater right here. There's a little breakwater here as well. This is a small peninsula, and then there's also this finger that juts over the peninsula, and I really can't find anything that lines up on that quickly on Kashem Island. I'm not saying that it's not on Kashem Island, it's just that I couldn't find exactly where it was, but I'd also believe that this clip here is most likely, if not certainly, around Guruk, because it appears that the spelling is different on Google Maps. This is the Guruk I found within the Strait of Hormuz, north of Surik, and we do have eyewitness reports from earlier confirming that there were explosions somewhere within the Surik area, which does lead us to believe that Guruk could be a likely location for these strikes, and this appears to be more so on a land facility from what we can tell by the imagery, which would give us an idea that this must be the Guruk strike, which we can't geolocate exactly at the moment, and the other one must have been the Hormuz, the Kashem strike within the Kashem Island area.
I wonder if they just wheeled those in, because it seems like before the ceasefire went into effect, it seems like the U.S. had said that they had hit all these sites, because these are right on the Iranian coast. I mean, these are literally right on the coast of the Persian Gulf. So unless Iran, just wheeled them into position or drove them there or something recently, it's like, did the U.S. just make up the fact that they hit the stuff? It's like, how did they still have radar on the coast?
I guess man, source, I made it up. It sounds to me like they BS the hell out of what they did to the Strait of Hormuz, which is, once again, folks, corroborating what I've been saying for a while. They didn't deal with this worth a damn, and if they try, it probably end up being a blockade that's easily broken, because if you notice something here, folks, take a look. Here's Guruk. I just geolocated one of them, by the way, Matthew, while you were talking. I was like, oh, there it is. I literally was looking right at it while you were talking. I was like, damn, we're right on it. So let me show you this. This is actually important for at least our second clip, and I'm going to still try and geolocate this first one, because that has to be the one now that is on Kashem. Notice here some important geolocation facts. There are two large shelters at the bottom of the clip, both identical in design. You can see two large shelters here, also identical in design, at the bottom of this clip. In the midst of the both of them, you can see a paved road that then breaks into a roundabout and then makes it to a security checkpoint at the end of the facility, with this radar tower being over to the left side of the compound. If we look at that from satellite, you can see that same paved road with the roundabout right here, the security checkpoint just beyond it, the split in the road, which you can also see on film, and the same radar antenna or tower seen right over here to the left side of the facility, or the north side from where we're looking at it right now. So this is the facility at Guruk that was directly hit, and it does appear to be an IRGC fast attack boat pen as well, which the IRGC is able to operate some of its fast attack boat fleet out of. So this one did take a direct hit, and we can see a large number of hits on this facility, once again, to show y'all, now that we know exactly where this is within the Strait of Hormuz, and also what part of the facility it hit. I find it
Also, I guess the positive news is, as well, is it looks like the U.S. has the ability to strike the coast. We haven't heard of any U.S. Equipment losses so far, so it looks like the U.S. does possess the ability to still go in there and hit these radar sites without generally taking casualties to a large degree. So that's promising to see that. That's why I keep saying this. Why is the U.S. holding back? Because if we can do this right here on camera that we're looking at, then why don't we just do this along the entire Iranian coast, so that way we can go into the Strait of Hormuz and start demining it or take it back or something like that, if we can start hitting radar sites on the coast like that.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking. And also on top of that, another thing is they hit the radar here at this facility. Why didn't they just blow up all of the fast attack boats that are sitting right here at their piers, just about a quarter-mile away in broad daylight? Because they always make it out, folks, like they make up the story that all these little fast attack boats, the 700 of them that exist, are all hidden in some sort of a cave facility like the Bat Cave or something on the coast. Most of them are kept in the wide open, just like this, in this little wharf. We could drop JDAMs on these things every single day of the week and end up whittling away all of their fast attack boats until they have practically none left. They eventually have to go back to port to get fuel and to rearm, so we just sit there and wait for them to go back and bomb them when they do. And that would be an easy thing to do. Easy to say and easy to do, because if we knock out their air defenses, there's not really a lot they can do to stop a U.S. aircraft from just hanging out over the facility at 30,000 feet and dropping a JDAM on them whenever a boat returns, or enough of them are there to justify a strike. So we actually have more breaking news coming out at this moment. So what do we got?
Okay, so this breaking news is actually not out of the Middle East. This is actually out of Russia right now. We have just gotten news that apparently St. Petersburg is under attack. It sounds like air defenses are currently going berserk around St. Petersburg, Russia. And of course, you know, that's above Moscow, of course. But we're hearing as well that there were other drones launched that could be going to the perimeter areas of the capital city of Moscow as well. So it appears like
AFK when I'm fucking clicking buttons.
the oil export facilities inside of St. Petersburg. So let's take a look at the video.
And let's just take a look.
Depends how I'm feeling. Your window to run away?
There was one of them. And it looks like he's looking for a second one, but we didn't see the second one that he was looking at in the clip. But it does.
Yeah, it's taking a minute for those drones to get up there. They launched them, I think, hours ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a large attack, too. A very comprehensive attack. I mean, I saw drones going into Novorossiysk as well. Like, there was drones going all over the place inside of Russia. In fact, I think Ukraine gave Russia a double whammy today. They did the one early this morning, a very large-scale drone attack, and then they just launched the one a couple of hours ago in the evening hours that we're currently seeing reaching St. Petersburg right now. So this is a pretty large attack.
Well, you know, that makes sense when you think about it. Like, I never think about that a lot as well, but I just measured the distance, and it's 550 miles to St. Petersburg. And if these drones are flying at like 60 miles an hour, which they look to be, that would take a pretty significant amount of time. I mean, that would be like an 8-hour flight to St. Petersburg with one of those drones. So I guess that's why we're seeing that while they were launched literally like 7 hours ago, we're finally seeing them showing up in the area. And also, folks, that's good news for us, because we'll probably start to get strike footage live on air right now because of the timing of this drone attack. And it's a fairly rare one. This is actually pretty cool. We never see them conduct these attacks where the impacts are generally being conducted in the early morning hours over there in Eastern Europe. Usually they conduct them in the middle of the dead of night, which comes a little bit before our show. Today, because of their timing, we're actually getting to watch the drones making it to their targets in the middle of the show. So we're actually seeing right now that they are getting very close to St. Petersburg, and we don't know what targets they have in line right now. There's a lot of them in the Leningrad military oblast that can be hit and damaged, and I would hope, folks, I got my fingers crossed. I hope they go for Kronstadt again. Not because it has really any impact on the war in Ukraine, just because it's whittling away Russia's ability to be confident enough in starting a war with NATO and blockading the Baltics, because they won't have the Baltic fleet around. Ukraine thinks that there's going to be attacks and that amount of damage to Russian warships at Kronstadt. So hopefully we'll see that they hit another one up there in Kronstadt somehow, some way. But still very interesting to see. But getting us back really quickly into this clip right here, since we're still on it, and at this point, folks, since we geolocated one facility, I'm really obsessed with trying to find a second facility here, because it can't be hidden, and it's got to be on the southern coast of Kashem Island. Let's give it one more look, one more glance on their coast, and let's see if we can find the facility, because it's got to be around here somewhere. So we're going to start.
Also, the first one, by the way, you said it was Mozzie Beach, or is that not the one you located?
I think the one I located was over here near Surik, which was on the mainland. I never located the one on Kashem.
So everybody in the live chat is saying check out Mozzie Beach, M-O-Z-I Beach. They're saying that's where one of those strikes took place.
Let's see here. Oh, yeah, it's right there. We passed over this earlier. Like, I sat there and I went down here and I was like, I don't think that's it. Yeah, it's right out here. And actually, there's the radar. There's the radar building that they blew up. It's right there on satellite.
So it's stationary. I thought they had wheeled one in. So it was actually there the entire time, and apparently the U.S. never hit it.
Yeah, why in the world, Matthew, would you ever think that the U.S. didn't hit this? Remember, the president said that we blew up all of their radars, we blew up their whole Navy, we blew up their whole Air Force. Everything was gone. They had nothing left, and we had won. It just turns out, folks, that the president took some creative liberties to not tell everybody that every single surface search radar in the Strait of Hormuz was still intact and operational. Even the stationary buildings, for some reason, were not hit. And folks, I think as time continues to pass, I think a lot of y'all have got to be seeing at this point that I was dead on the nail with my original analysis back in the day, that they thought the war was going to be over so quick there was no point even addressing the Strait of Hormuz, because how in the world can they have the strategic oversight to not even bomb the stationary structures that would be defending the Hormuz for the Iranians and helping them out with their blockade? How in the world could they not even have the foresight to do that at a minimum, and instead they just bomb Tehran every day? That's just bizarre. But we actually have more breaking news coming out of this moment right now. So, Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so tonight is a little bit, I guess you could say exciting in a certain way, but it's also a little bit ominous too. We're tracking two major events. We're tracking, of course, the major drone attack that we're seeing taking place in St. Petersburg, and also we're tracking the situation going on with Iran too. So it's a lot going on tonight. But jumping back to our story about Russia and that ongoing Ukrainian drone attack, we are getting word that apparently Ukrainian drones are now over the Gulf of Finland and are being engaged by Russian air defenses, and it's likely, according to different analysts here, that they're currently going for the oil terminals yet again. So that's apparently their location, the Gulf of Finland. That's where that video was that we just took a look at a second ago. It's generally around that general vicinity at the moment. So we'll be watching closely. I would imagine we'll probably get footage here momentarily showing the export terminals getting hit, which would be round 2 of what we've seen in the last few days. I did see as well, we just got a video, we just got a video about, right before we went live actually, of Ust-Labinsk getting attacked, another Russian oil depot. I'm going to put that one in the likes tab right now. We can take a look at that. Apparently this is also another part of the Ukrainian drone attack in this area of Ust-Labinsk.
This is down in the Krasnodar region, like just northeast of Krasnodar, I believe. So this is actually in the whole other direction from St. Petersburg. This is down to the south. I actually think I have this one as clips that we put on before the news. Let me go check. Let's see. Yeah, Ust-Labinsk, we actually have that one here. So let me get you all to that because it appears that we do have that footage here to show you all the oil depot getting hit in the area. And let me see if I can show you all before we get to the clips where that oil depot is in relation to Ust-Labinsk. Let's see here. Any oil facilities nearby? There's like some labor camp up here, which is interesting. But let's see. Oil depot. There's a substation. Oil depot. There's got to be one. I think those are chicken farms, actually. Somewhere around. It's got to be somewhere near the railroad. It has to be because they always put them there. I can't see it here at the moment. It's probably somewhere within the greater area of Ust-Labinsk, so we'll have to try and look at that a little bit farther to see exactly where it is. But here's the fire at the depot.
It's a damn big fire right there.
You know, I have a feeling, Matthew, that everybody's heating bill in Ust-Labinsk just went down a couple of rubles over this night because it was so warm out there.
They won't need heating oil anymore, I tell you.
Man, at least for the next day. Like, while the entirety of what they had burns to the ground.
Oh, wow.
Oh, and also we got this bloke.
It's a very big fire. Also, by the way, I just got a geolocation of this as well, with the coordinates.
Oh, really? Give it to us. Give it to us. Where is it?
It's at the very top of the Twitter page. I just reposted it.
The very top, the tippy top of the Twitter page. Let me go get that for us here real quick. Off to the side. Let's see here. Let me take a look. Oh, okay. So I know where it is. It's down here, somewhere in this area of the city. And it is right here. There it is. It is by the railroad.
Aha, it's right there.
So it's right here. This is the oil facility that was hit and is on fire at this point. So very nice to see. Also, a big shout out to Enforcer Matt for getting this down here on air so that we can see exactly where this was. It was near to the rail yard. I should have had faith in myself, folks, because it was right there. We literally passed right over it. The tough thing about finding some older oil depots in Russia is that they're built in such a shoddy way because they were built during the time of the Soviet Union. You can't even really see the tanks because notice this, folks, they're covered in like moss and stuff on the roofs. So it almost blends in with the ground below and it becomes really hard to spot them. But yeah, it was actually in the middle of the city, right next to the actual station of Ust-Labinsk. So we can't confirm that this fuel depot is on fire. We don't know what kind of effect this will have on the nearby railroad. It probably will have none. And generally, this is going to have a pretty significant effect on Russia, at least in their strategic situation, because it's once again cutting down on crude oil that is ready to be shipped and refined right now, and will once again be making their entire oil infrastructure system, at least domestically, work off of the precision scheduled model, meaning that they will have to take the oil directly from the pumps by train straight to the refinery because there's no storage to create something of a buffer zone in between the oil coming out of the ground and going into the refinery to be turned into gas, diesel, and other products. So right now, does look like quite a significant attack. But to get us back to some other pieces of news that we were talking about a little bit earlier on, we have to get back to all the stations that we read in Moscow. We actually have more to cover before we get into this very interesting poll. As many of y'all will know, just to recap them for everyone who's answering the poll right now, Putin stated that there's no reason to talk to Zelensky about peace because the Russians are winning. Putin also claimed that the Russian Federation holds 2 million square kilometers of Ukrainian territory, which is 4 times the size of the state of Ukraine. Ukraine is only about 630,000 square kilometers in size. And we've also now been able to hear, additionally, that according to the Russians, they say that Ukraine cannot be allowed to possess a nuclear weapon. I don't even think that was on the table, but apparently the Russians think that's on the table, and they said that they can't have one. I don't think Ukraine was ever looking to get one. We also were able to hear that on top of that all, just to hit y'all with the biggest bombshell of the day, Russia is now considering implementing child labor back into the Russian Federation due to the job crisis and the labor shortage in the country.
Wow, that might be the worst thing I've heard today, actually. I hadn't heard that until just now. That's quite a doozy right there. Now, you can't say your economy is doing well if you're opening up child labor camps. That's about as bad as it gets right there. They said working age to 12, they're going to lower it to. That's crazy work right there.
Man, Putin said, all these children, let's talk about mining blocks, building houses. The children, they yearn for the mines, put them in the coal mines. It's like,
they yearn for the mines.
I can't believe that, but they're seriously considering that because of how bad things are going. Also, it's kind of a bit of a multifaceted thing. The economy's doing really badly, and they're trying to get cheap labor into it, and Russia's been trying to deal with that for a while. They've been bringing in foreign laborers and migrants from places like India and Africa to be able to try and fill in the labor shortage. And also on top of that, they're trying to find a way to fill in the gaps that have been caused because of the humongous amounts of casualties that they've taken in Ukraine. Many of y'all will probably know that most of the Russian Federation, well, actually all of it, is suffering from an absolutely abysmal fertility rate. I think it's about 1.2 to 1.3 right now, which means that Russia's population is actually skyrocketing down into the grave. There's more people dying than being born every day in Russia, and because of that, the able-bodied men that have been sent to the front and have been wounded or killed in Ukraine are leaving a giant gap in the labor pool that they haven't really been able to fix, even with a giant flood of migrant laborers they're bringing into Russia. So now it looks like they're trying to consider bringing in the kids and literally bringing about child labor once more and labor camps to put children in to try and create some minimum of economic activity and also try and fill in the giant gap that they have in the labor pool from all the wounded and killed Russian soldiers that went to Ukraine. So
they're not going to let anybody escape the suffering inside of Russia. Then they're going to let the children suffer, the adults are suffering, even the elderly are suffering. They're sending them out there on crutches and in wheelchairs to the front lines. So honestly, I mean, this is about as bad as it gets for a country that claims to be a so-called superpower.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I mean, like, it's absolutely insane to hear, folks. And before long, folks, you're going to hear the Russian bots say, child labor is good, Vlad. You know, so it's like, man, they're about to lose their minds. But there's no way in hell that anybody can say that the Russian economy is doing good with all of these things being said and now being heard to be considered by the Russian government because of their quagmire. So a lot of people right now are talking about the situation and the fact that Putin has also stated as well that they've taken 2 million square kilometers of Ukrainian ground when they don't even have anywhere close to that amount of territory in the whole of Ukraine. And so, Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so why do you think Putin's saying stuff that's clearly wrong? I mean, you can't even like try to justify Putin claiming that he took over 4 times Ukraine's total landmass. It's mathematically impossible. Like, you simply can't do that. So he hasn't even taken over barely a fraction of Ukraine's territory, much less the entire thing, and especially not 4 times over. But what do you think about that? 38% says Putin is just trying to fool the Russian public, while 33% said Putin actually believes the propaganda, and 20% said Putin's being given false info. And I'm definitely with the 20%. Putin is basically in an information bubble. The generals and everybody that's in his cabinet is generally making him generally believe that it's going well for the most part. They're also scared to death to tell Putin that something's going badly, because if it does go badly, then Putin's going to go for them directly, the general that told him that, and they're going to pay the price for it. So he's being kept in this like pool of misinformation that's being fed to him by his own people to a large degree. And also to even state that they've taken 2 million kilometers squared of Ukrainian territory, that literally isn't even possible. But Enforcer, what say you?
So to give you all a little bit of a comparison here, 2 million square kilometers is the size of the state of Alaska. Actually, it's bigger than the state of Alaska. Alaska is only 1.7 million square kilometers. Now, let me go show you this. I got to go get the true size map to show you what Russia really is saying via Putin of what they've gained out there in Ukraine. So let me go get the state of Alaska and bring it on over to Europe to show you all what the Russians are saying they've taken. So here is Alaska superimposed over Europe. Keep in mind, by the way, folks, this is still 300,000 square kilometers short of the land territory that Putin says the Russian army has been able to take from Ukraine in the war. So this includes most of the entirety of Ukraine, the whole of Belarus, all of Latvia, all of Lithuania, all of Poland, also including significant portions of the Czech Republic, Austria, Slovakia, Hungary, Serbia, and Romania, also including Moldova. That's the amount of land that Putin says that the Russian army has taken inside of Ukraine in the war. It's nowhere close to even being mathematically correct. Whoever told him that number is feeding him a giant delusion. I mean, if you put Alaska over Russia, Alaska is basically the size of the whole of Western Russia. It's clearly physically impossible for them to take that kind of amount of land. Ukraine's not even that big. So it appears that Putin is living in some sort of a complete delusion. Either he's creating a delusion to live in, so he doesn't think that he's failing this badly because he can't handle it mentally or something, or his commanders in the Ministry of Defense are just coddling him and feeding him just absolute lies and misinformation to the most extreme degree, basically feeding him propaganda along with the whole of the Russian public to make them think that the war is going somewhat okay, when in reality it's not. If anything, Russia's only taken about 130,000 square kilometers of ground in the state of Ukraine, which is not a great deal. That's less than 20% of the land in Ukraine, and that's over 4 years. To take the remaining 80%, we never know if they'd ever even be able to do that. They move it slower than a snail. A snail would be able to make it to the Ukrainian border years before the Russians have even made it to the city of Pokrovsk, which they're fighting over right now, which is still in the Donbass. So I would say that at this point, I'm well within the vast majority that believes that Putin is living in some sort of a delusion, or he's being fed propaganda by his own Ministry of Defense, because there's no way in hell any reasonable, rational, or sane person, when given actual information about how the war is going, could say something like he said today. It's legitimately insane.
Yeah, definitely crazy.
Unbelievably crazy. On top of that, the economic statements were even crazier. I've never heard anyone say, folks, that the economy collapsing is a good thing. Like I don't remember Herbert Hoover back in the 1930s during the Great Depression going, it's a great thing that the U.S. economy went into a depression. It's generally kind of a cooling down. It's helping us all to really be appreciative of the good times. It's like it was unbelievably bad. Anyone who says that depression is a good thing is living in a delusion, and they're trying to feed everyone lies. But moving us on out of Moscow, the statements by Putin, we've also been able to see that here's the area of the town of Uzlovaya, which is the correct pronunciation. There were strikes within the area over the course of the day. Let's take a look. Seems quiet out there. Oh,
What's this thing in front of the camera right here?
Oh, that is the touch of Venus. It is a lightning bolt that's hitting a dastardly Russian who is not an alcoholic down there in that apartment.
Oh, wow.
This is a very common phenomenon in Russia.
What is it, though?
I don't know. I think it's like something sticking off the roof.
Oh, it looks like something out there was absolutely demolished. There's like a mushroom cloud coming up from it right there.
Oh, yeah, here's the aftermath. Like, if you're wondering how badly was it demolished, this is what was hit.
О, ты смотри, оперативно. Пожарники. Молодцы, да, молодцы.
So that's the end of the clip right there. But very nice to see the hit in Uzlovaya. Moving us on out of the area around Moscow and its peripheries, we've also been able to see additionally that there were drone alerts coming out in the Sochi area just a little while ago. And it appears that their drone alert down in this area is very different than the one they give out in Moscow, which looks very similar to a certain flag used by Germany during the 1930s and 40s. But we also have been able to see some other very interesting bombshell developments in the area of Crimea and also the southern area of Ukraine over the course of the past few hours. In the area of of Sebastopol, the situation has gotten absolutely dire. And as a matter of fact, we've now been able to hear today that in the early morning hours, according to one Russian military blogger, Two Majors, which was reposted by Preston Stewart, Two Majors stated that in Sebastopol there will be no fuel today. Fuel trucks are only supplying emergency and rescue services. Only 20 liters per person on ration cards. Don't film the fuel trucks. Don't post about them in chats. Otherwise, they'll be burned. So the paranoia is now starting to grip the entirety of the region as well, quite heavily, because they're now scared if they film a fuel truck, it's going to get blown up. Even when we haven't seen yet that Ukrainian drone attacks can reach truly into Crimea, the farthest they've reached is the Zhankoi, which is the very perimeter of the Crimean Peninsula. We've also been able to see that as a result of this complete fuel collapse, the remaining supply lines for other resources and other goods in the Crimean Peninsula are also collapsing as well. And an absolute crucial here in Sebastopol, as we now see that purchase limits are being put on all goods that are left in Sebastopol that can be purchased. The reason being for this is that there is no way for them to get through there reliably anymore from the mainland of the Russian Federation. There is no way to transport it to the store. That being the issue. Because of the lack of fuel, if a supply truck or a cargo truck tries to drive into the area filled with groceries for these supermarkets, once they arrive in Crimea, they're running low on fuel and there's nowhere to get any diesel at, so that truck is stuck there. So either the truckers are taking the decision to not drive to Sebastopol and the companies are making the decisions to not send their drivers to Sebastopol, or the trucks are showing up but they're not able to get back out, meaning that there's now a supply bottleneck here because of that fact. We've also been able to hear that the transportation infrastructure is also collapsing as well already, as one Russian blogger stated that Crimea isn't a mess, it's a complete mess. I think that's still the same thing. Like, that's, Crimea isn't a shit show, it's an absolute shit show. Man, it's like, that's the same thing. But apparently, 400 public transport units, whatever that means, buses and trains I'm supposing, did not operate on their routes today due to a lack of fuel. Meaning that now the public transportation infrastructure is also seeing a critical collapse and implosion today as well. And we were able to see once again the proof that the fuel has largely run out. This is, I think, from what we heard, one of the last operational gas stations in the area of Sebastopol, which I put the clip in Simferopol to talk about the fuel shortage. And we can see that the line for one of the last operational gas stations in Sebastopol goes on for 5 miles. And you didn't hear that wrong. It's a 5-mile long line for gas for the little one gas station that's left open.
I don't even understand why half the Russians are waiting in that line. It's like, even if you have your ration card, by the time you get up there, I mean, this gas station only has limited capacity, so by the time you wait in that huge, multi-kilometer line, you're going to get up there and clearly not be able to get fuel because you're going to be out, but they're still sitting there anyway, for whatever reason, I don't know.
It's absolutely bizarre. I don't even understand either. And on top of that, the other thing is that they're keeping their cars on while they're waiting in the line. So they're burning gas that's already in limited supply, trying to get more gas, so that way they can get back in the line and burn most of the gas they got in the tank, waiting to get more gas. It doesn't even make any sense, like the economics of it and the resource side of it. It makes no sense at all, but generally from what we know, this gas station will probably also be closing as well here incredibly soon, because the Russians did announce that there will now no longer be any sales or any gasoline for anybody except for the officials and emergency services.
Yeah, I guess the new Russian slogan I hear they're pushing these days is forget the gas and get an ass. That's what they're saying these days. Get yourself a donkey. Yeah, they're riding horses already, so I'm sure donkeys will be next. That was one of the things they went to when the front line logistics weren't working. They simply brought out donkeys, and then they also brought out horses too. So that's probably what they're going to. I saw an oil company employee riding through Crimea earlier. Not this guy, but a different fella who was actually an employee of the gasoline company riding a horse through town just like that. Like, it's wild.
Bruh, I actually heard that we have a fresh picture actually from the countryside of how the Russians living in Crimea are handling things right now. Matthew, do you think that we should show the picture on air?
Show what now?
Show the picture on air of how the Russians are living these days in Crimea due to this fuel shortage.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm not sure which one it is, but yeah, I guess.
Oh, well, it's one of the old days of the boyars, bleh. I heard that this is how they're living these days.
Man, honestly, it could be. I think they're about to be very close to that right there. Could be worse, because I don't even think they know how to live like this anymore.
Man, I don't think they could. Like, where do they get the food? And also on top of that, Sevastopol doesn't have a reliable access to any usable water for crops, and they've been in a drought for over a decade as a result of that. So it's not even like they can do any subsistence farming because the ground down there is so arid for the larger part that normal crop rotations or really just any planting seasons aren't really successful because of the arid environment on the peninsula. So I think Crimea is kind of lost at this point. I think they're basically screwed down there. Everybody is. And, you know, I mean, if the Russians had just ended the war and left, it wouldn't be like that, you know? It would be a pretty decent situation. But it seems to me like they don't know when to quit. I guess them and Netanyahu have something in common there. But anyways, a lot of people are talking about the situation inside of Crimea and are wondering what's going to be going on with this. You know, the food shortages are now coming into being. The public transport is collapsing in real time, and also there is no gas to be had for anyone to do anything down there or to move around at all. So Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so at this point, we can only describe the situation in Crimea as total infrastructure collapse to a large degree. They can't supply the citizens with gasoline. They're starting to have a hard time supplying them with food because if you can't get gasoline there, you probably can't truck food into Crimea either. That's a big problem as well. And we're also hearing that public transport has collapsed, and that's why you're seeing people riding through Crimea on horses and probably soon to be donkeys as well, I would imagine, because they don't have any vehicles or public transport to even get around. So what are your thoughts about that? 68% said there will be a humanitarian crisis and it is imminent at this point, while 16% said Russia will end up saving their logistics, and 8% said the USA will end up intervening on this one. And I don't think the US is going to involve themselves in a humanitarian issue. That's generally not what they've done so far. I think that a humanitarian crisis is already hitting as we speak, which is going to be bad. It's of course good that Crimea is getting cut off because that means the logistics routes are completely collapsed for a pretty much large degree, but there will be a major humanitarian issue down there because there's a lot of people in Crimea, and if they can't get food and also they're trapped and can't even leave because they don't have gasoline, then this situation is about to get really ugly really quick for many reasons. Also, we'll get to it here in a minute, but Ukraine's also starting to hit some of the cargo ships that are going into the Sea of Azov, which is right off the Ukrainian occupied coastline as well, and they're even hitting the ships which are carrying the Russian cargo. So that's even worse. It's literally, the Ukrainians are doing a job and a half on Crimea and the Russian occupied areas. That could be affecting the front lines very much so as well, very quickly. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say a humanitarian crisis is certainly imminent in the situation, but there's really no way to avoid it. To be able to destroy Russian logistics in Crimea and make the Russian position untenable in this area, there is really no way to be able to striate or segregate, to put it in another way, Russian supply lines and their abilities versus the civilian supply lines because they operate off of the very same framework and systems. So generally, these strikes had to be necessary for the strategic outcome of the war, which is now going to be heavily in Ukraine's favor in this area due to the lack of Russian supplies, but it is most likely going to be leading to a humanitarian crisis in the region as well.
Old ways just don't work.
If you're looking at it outside of it being an unfortunate situation, there is a bit of an opportunity here to speak of, and not to make it sound like, you know, we're just cutting everyone down into the numbers, but if we're speaking about this thing honestly, this is actually kind of a good outcome for Ukraine because the Russians have to try and figure out to some extent, because unlike the rest of Ukraine, Crimea is called by Russia an oblast of the Russian Federation and therefore is considered a sovereign state territory by Russia. So they either have to find some way to get these people food and some minimum basic upkeep so that way they can keep living, or there's going to be a huge humanitarian crisis down here that might start to spur in some sort of revolutionary zeal, kind of like we saw back in 2014, that might backfire on the Russians and go back the way towards Ukraine. We might see partisan activities increase, civil unrest. The Russian army might just completely collapse and become inoperable within this area due to the lack of fuel and therefore their lack of any maneuverability or an ability to respond to any developing situations, which could end up being a death knell for the Russians in their occupation of Crimea. So not to look at it in a way to where suffering is going to be a benefit, but there is a way strategically that this could end up becoming quite positive and beneficial for the Ukrainian strategic position, either due to the resource drain that this is going to cause on the Russians to try and fix the situation or at least stabilize the situation, or it might lead to the total total collapse of the Russian Federation's position in Crimea. But moving us on out of that news in that area, we do have to move on just a little bit east into the Sea of Azov, and also to the M14 highway, where the damage has been racking up tremendously over the course of the day. But before we get to that, though, I do have to say a humongous thanks to the 15.3 thousand people who are here right now and are still enjoying this channel at the moment. I've got to say, folks, that it is one hell of a thing to see that we've been able to reach a peak viewership tonight of 16,100 people, and that we've already had 78,000 people watch the stream in an hour and 30 minutes. It's an honor and a pleasure to always be able to run the stream for each and every single one of y'all, and to be able to make sure that we are both able to cover that breaking news for every single one of y'all out here on this channel every single day. I also have to say, it was really weird to start 30 minutes early because we were almost about to start at our normal time, and then we had the whole little small rocket and drone attack thing happen that got us on early, and then we were able to segue right into our normal news coverage, which is pretty convenient, actually. But before we get on into the rest of all of our news out of Ukraine and also out of the Middle East as well, that we haven't been able to cover today, and we're also going to be recovering for our normal coverage as well, considering that we're now on our normal news routine and schedule. We're just going to recover all of that again and recap it for the past 24 hours. Before we get to all of that, we are going to get 3 questions from the chat. So, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so let's start off with our first 3 super chats and then get right back to our news. But our first one here is going to go to none other than George Allison. And thank you very much, George, for that very generous $106 support. The largest super chat of the night, by the way. And we do appreciate it very much because it's that viewer support that keeps our channel running, because we don't run ads. We said no advertisements, no shilling. We don't do any of that stuff here. We won't find us go shilling gold and bullion or anything like that on this channel. So we do appreciate it, George. Man, I'll tell you what, that's always an interesting thing in the midst of war news to start shilling gold. But George said, always a good show.
And I thank you so much for the support, George Allison. We like to try and put on the best show we can. And I've got to say a humongous thanks to you for the incredible support and really enjoying our channel and helping us to keep the thing running. Folks like y'all who go out of your way to support this channel help us to be able to keep this thing ad-free and sponsor-free, and help us to be able to do exactly what we do every day for years now on this show, which is to cover the news to y'all with no ifs, ands, or buts, and to get straight to the coverage for what it is. Getting to cut through all of the partisanship that could exist out there that might be required by certain sponsors, or might be required to be able to make sure that you don't get, certain AdSense limitations and all that stuff. Y'all will help us to make that possible, to where we have basically no anchor on us of what we can and can't say, and we get to get on air and cover the news exactly the way y'all like to hear it. And I've got to thank you incredibly for that unbelievably massive support, because it helps us to be able to always run a good show, and we can't thank you enough for that. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And also stick around, folks, for after this question segment. We have some breaking news coming up. Apparently, it looks like there's some hits happening inside of Russia. We'll get to that, though, right after we get done with these super chats in just a second. But in the meantime, though, a huge shout out to Kerberos 3 for the massive $300 support, by the way. A massive one. That's really generous, very generous. And we do appreciate that very much, Kerberos. And they said, it's been a bit, and I could hit up live and done it to you guys. Got a nasty sinus infection, but wanted to thank you guys for the news and to change name to be closer to Greek spelling to get closer to pronunciation. I'll say it made it actually, I'll be honest with you, it made it harder to say. I feel like I'm butchering it every time I said your name this time. I was doing the wrong one every single time, but we appreciate it, though, nonetheless. Extremely generous. And Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta thank you for that unbelievably massive support, Kerberos 3. If I'm Kerberos 3, I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. But I gotta thank you so much for the support and the unbelievably massive support and helping this thing keep on running. And I gotta say, sinus infections are rough. I'm really bad at math, folks. When I was growing up in school, every time I go to math class, I always used to get bad minus infections. So I'd have to say, I'm kind of familiar with that whole thing. And I hope that your sinus infection does go away here really soon. And thank you so much for enjoying the news. I hope that we're making the sinus infection a little bit easier to deal with and helping you to pass the time while you're dealing with that old sinus infection there. And I also have to say a humongous thanks to you for helping the channel mean, we will try and get the name right. We were saying Cerberus 3 every single night, the both of us were, and apparently we were both saying it wrong. So we will have to try our best to get the name a little bit more correct here in the future. But I got to thank you unbelievably once again for that humongous support, a humongous amount of support. I mean, that's unbelievable, actually. And we thank you for enjoying the channel so much and helping us to keep this thing rolling, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it rolling, and the news wouldn't be able to keep rolling out like it does every single day. So humongous thanks once again. And we are on to the last question of the segment, and then we're going to be moving on into the rest of the news, apparently from Russia, because we're hearing of drone strikes right now. So what do we got?
All right, so this one goes to Give Up Now. We put in a $100 for it, also a screenshot Give Up Now. We're also then extremely generous support right there. Truly generous support across the board tonight. And they said Sun Tzu is consulting the Book of Changes and wants another role.
You know what? Let's really quickly go to the Sun Tzu Art of War PDF and let us go and observe it really quickly and let us whip out one random phrase. Oh, that's not the right one. I need the one from the University of Alberta. Yes. We are in Chapter 7, Maneuvering, Rule 13. We are not fit to lead an army on the march unless we are familiar with the face of the country, its mountains and forests, its pitfalls and precipices, its marshes and swamps. And Sun Tzu was such a revolutionary, keeping terrain as a factor of war. That must have been groundbreaking. You know, I always remember back in the day, folks, back even in antiquity, you know, a lot of generals would go, hey, you know what we ought to do? We ought to get our whole army stuck and, you know, cut down in the middle of a marsh because they end up getting stuck in the mud. So let's march the whole army through a marsh. This guy was truly a visionary. I mean, people just didn't know this stuff before he wrote it down. But anyways, I hope that does address it the best I can. And a huge thanks to you for support and helping the channel keep it running. Give Up Now. And with that, it is time for us to get on into the breaking news. And I got to say, folks, I said it just a little while ago, and I'm giddy with glee right now. They ended up hitting exactly what I thought they would. Matthew, take it away.
Okay, so we are seeing right now that the drones that we saw going into Russia near St. Petersburg have apparently struck the Kronstadt naval base. Yeah. This is the second strike on this area, so they still haven't added air defense, or at least not enough to stop the attack. So let's take a look and see how bad it is. We have a 7-second clip right here.
Something is burning.
Burning bad. Also, just for a little side note here, I'm sure many people don't know this, but that's not normal.
Generally, the Kronstadt naval base isn't supposed to be on fire, but sometimes it is. Like, you know, like sometimes it's on fire. Man, that's crazy. You know, earlier on, Matthew, literally, I said, man, I hope they hit the Kronstadt naval wharf again. That'd be sick, you know. I was like, that'd be great, and they did it. They did it. It's like they answered my prayers. They blew up something else at the Kronstadt naval facility.
Yeah. You know what's interesting is it looks like Ukraine's doing pretty much double taps on everything. Like when they attack one target, it's almost certain that they're coming back a second time. It seems to be their normal strategy now, which Russia still hasn't picked up on that. It looks like they're still expecting lightning to strike once in one certain spot, and then they're never going to return again. But the Ukraine's going back a second, third time in some of these recent attacks, like with this one right here.
Man, that ship getting burnt was so good, the Ukrainians came back for seconds. Like, unbelievable. I gotta say, folks, I'm absolutely enthralled by this. I can't wait to find out what they hit. I'm sure it's probably another vessel or some sort of critical facility that's a part of Kronstadt. I hope it's another ship. They have so many of them here. I mean, you can see them literally lined up here like Battleship Row, just waiting to be hit. Or you can look around the dry docks, and there's a decent amount of them just hanging out around the dry docks. Maybe they hit a Kilo class those in the dry dock. Could we imagine, folks? I mean, what, like, the potential of this? They could have hit any ship here. They could have hit anything. We don't know yet. We just see the smoke and the fire. And it would be wonderful to know they blew up another ship in the Baltic Fleet. That'd be sick. You know, back in the day, folks, like, this isn't the first time, by the way, that Kronstadt's been overwhelmed and obliterated. Did you know, Matty, that in the Russian Civil War, the British actually sent a motor torpedo boat team into Kronstadt, and they literally just sailed into it in the middle of the night and just started firing torpedoes and everything in there and sunk a couple of battleships and whatnot. Man, it was absolutely insane. The story and the history behind that one was nuts. Really cool, actually. If y'all have never heard of that story, we might do a rabbit hole on that one later during the question segment, but a very interesting piece of the history of Kronstadt Harbor. But anyways, with that in mind, hopefully we'll get some more up-close footage of what's on fire at Kronstadt, but incredibly good news to hear of nonetheless. So moving us on out of this question segment and this breaking news, it is time for us to get on down and into the sea as all, as we promised, and to cover what's going on down here. From what we can tell, the Ukrainians have decided to hit a large amount of the Russian cargo ships, which are supplying munitions to the Russian army, and simultaneously have also hit some of the grain ships that were attempting to load up with Ukrainian grains illegally from occupied Ukrainian territory. The Ukrainians said that this will not go, and thus they hit the hard base and they started to slam boats left and right, or ships more so. Here's the clips. Here's the first one. Coming on in nice and easy. Right for the bridge.
Don't waste.
That's what they get for stealing the Ukrainian grain like that. Their ship gets hit.
You know, I heard that they were wanting to get some Ukrainian grain, so now we're going to give them Ukrainian pain.
Like just random straight.
Grain from Ukraine. They said pain from Ukraine. Give it to them. They said that they wanted the rain check. We gave them the grain check. Oh, Briaga.
Man, but here goes another hit. You can actually see another one of the vessels actually on fire. They just highlighted that over on the other side of the Sea of Azov. And then this one came in and cleared out another one of these grain ships. And now we can see one getting...
Bring the heat. We're going to put that Uno fire on the ship. We're going to give them those grains.
Blow this shit up. You see the last ship getting hit here. And you know, folks, a lot of people are like, well, these look like little hits. They're hitting like the superstructure. Clearly, these hits couldn't be that bad. I mean, it's like probably minor damage at the best. Oh, you would think so until you see the up-close footage that was made by an Azerbaijani crew member on one of these grain ships, and it was a whop. The bridge is gone.
Oh my god. Wait a minute. This was a drone that hadn't caused that?
Duh.
What the hell? What kind of drone was this? A freaking mini nuke?
Well, it's interesting. It hit, and we saw the damage in the clip, actually, of the hits. They weren't that big. But apparently, the fire burned through the superstructure of the ship, and the heat ended up warping whatever metal the superstructure is made out of. Because if you look when he gets closer here, I'll show you. So here, he'll look up again here in a second. Hang on, let's see. I think he looks up here. Get us a better view. So that right there, this bow down area, that's actually the floor plating of the bridge. And so apparently the fire burned so hot, it actually warped the floor of the bridge and basically just pulled it away from the roof more and more and ended up destroying the floor below it and the entirety of the bridge. So it was just the one little drone hit that did this.
That's insane, really. If that one little drone hit can cause that, that's wild.
This ship's completely inoperable. They can still man the rudder and whatnot from, I think, a backup position below deck. There's I believe, a rudder motor that they can just operate independently down there. But outside of that, most normal operations of the ship, like the chart room and the rest of the equipment on the bridge, it's completely gone. The bridge is literally inaccessible at this point and completely unusable. So the Ukrainians rendered all 5 of these ships, from what we know, in the same condition as this, completely inoperable and requiring probably millions or tens of millions of dollars in repairs to bring them back to any level of operation, which I'd have to say is a pretty significant encouragement for them to not go to a Russian port, because they're not going to be able to make any money. They're going to be losing a lot of money from the aftermath of the Ukrainian attacks. We also were able to additionally see that on the land bridge to Crimea, the Ukrainians were making sure that no supply relief would be making it into Crimea over the highway. In Mariupol, we were able to confirm that there were large hits, apparently, to some supply depots within the area. Mariupol is a crossroads, not only for the land bridge, but also for the Russian army further up in Donetsk. And we also got to see that there were some strikes along the coast as well. This clip bleeds, but this is largely the repeat of the last clip that we saw. It's a duplicate. So we're going to move on into the M14 highway and show you all the business here. Let me show you all the business. Oh, let me get What was gonna say? Shibadus. Man, like this guy. I don't know what it is with Russian music, man, but they always have like their singer doing like AMSR at the beginning of the song. They're like, we're going to eat.
Your turret has been destroyed.
It's like, bro, why do you do that? It's like, just sing the song. But there goes the drone. Whoa. Oh,
man, that thing was coming in aggressive right there. That was a pretty aggressive flight test, that thing.
Man, honestly,
Like the first fucking next time.
Tanega, banzai! It's like, damn, man, that thing's literally a kamikaze. And it blew out the bottom of the whole dump truck, like blew the doors off and everything, and started an immediate major fire.
That's why you gotta be careful about those, like, RC plane hobbies. It literally looks like an RC jet, like the hobbies would play around with in the fields and stuff like that. But this one's a lot more deadly.
Man, I gotta say, it's crazy. And we can also see some more of the supply trucks burning on the M14. You know, that sounds like a good title to a song, Burning on the M14.
Honestly, it kind of does.
Good God, man. Like, oh my God. It's pretty bad. Oh, look, they're even hitting the exposed tanks at the station.
Oh, that's
I tell you what, they putting the propane on them. Man, like that. Oh, look, the police responded. Oh, look. Oh, look at that. It's the Russian police. It's not like the Ukrainian police that are working in the occupied territories. They replaced the local Ukrainian police with the Russian police. That's interesting to know. I mean, I guess they would do that.
We got a little fire situation starting over there, it looks like. Oh, look, they brought out the foam. They really did a number on this.
Oh, look at this. Twin Sky 7 SC. That means something along the lines of Crimean Fuel Company, TES. So this thing literally is going to Crimea, and it got blown up before it even made it there. Man, that's honestly, man, the marketing's on point. It let us know exactly where that fuel was supposed to go. Looks like no one in Crimea is going to be getting this, and they're fiending for it right now.
They would do anything for gas. You know how people do, like, what would you do for a Klondike bar? You wouldn't want to know what for gas. It's just absurd.
Man, I heard folks out there in Crimea, folks were getting turned out to try and get their wheels turning. I mean, it was rough down there. I mean, you know, I heard folks that you could go down there and anyone would do anything. I mean, literally anything for a gallon of gas or even a liter, to speak of that. But we also got another clip here showing us the hell on the highway in this clip as well.
It's not about the kid. It's about
Oh my God, man, it's special equipment!
I can't believe it. It's actually the special equipment burning right there. I can't believe that. It's not vodka. It looks like an asphalt roller. And also maybe a tractor behind it. Dang it. What the heck? Like, it looks like napalm all over it.
I think it was this fuel truck. I think it was the fuel from the tanks in the truck, like, rolling over there. Dude, they got a 3-for-1 out here in this bundle. They got 3 of these rollers.
That's wild right there. Yeah, it must have just like rolled the fuel out of the tank. Must have like sloshed all over the cab. That's why it's apparently called fire. I don't know if the driver got the hell out of there. That looks like it happened pretty quick.
I think it probably did. Who knows? But I mean, that is some damage. Oh my God, they got another 2 trucks on the side of the road. Dude, this is like the most insane collateral I've ever seen on this highway yet. They hit 1 truck and then got 3 rollers with it, and also another 2 semis that were parked on the side of the road from the fuel that leaked out from the tank. Man, that's unbelievable.
What do we end up naming those? We had a poll on it a while back. We call it the highway to hell or the highway of death? What do we end up calling it?
Highway to hell, I think.
Highway to, yeah, really, honestly, it is the highway to hell at this point. This is deadly to go down this road.
Oh my God, that's insane. I've never seen that kind of collateral in my life. 1 Ukrainian drone knocked out 6 individual vehicles with 1 hit. Honestly, that sounds like one of those clickbait ads that you click on, like Russians hate him. See how this Ukrainian drone operator blew up 6 trucks with 1 simple hit. Like honestly, unbelievable. But moving us on out of this whole deal on the M14 highway, we try to be giving everyone once again the idea that things are going forward for Russia in every way behind the lines. We also got to see that out here in the area of the Sumy Oblast today, the 71st Yankee Brigade was destroying hitting that one, this one, and also that one, and this one as well, and maybe a little bit of this one, and that one, and maybe a couple more of them.
These are the cheapest, crappiest looking drones ever, like made out of like cardboard that you get from your Amazon package or something.
Man, in Russia, man, this is called the finest materials these days.
What's the charge? Taking a cheap drone? A non-succulent, cheap Temu drone?
How dare you, sir? Get your hands off my Bible! This is the man who touched me on the Bible, people. Oh, man. I gotta say, the Ukrainians are teaching them a lesson these days up there in that airspace. In the location unknowns, we also were able to see a little something I think Matthew's gonna like. Observe. And I'll have to mute it.
Oh, but no, not the music.
Isn't it? But you're gonna love it, man. It's great. It's exactly what you've been looking for. It's in the middle of the war. I think it's the first time I've ever seen this. A legitimate car rabbit hole made by the Ukrainian soldiers. Bruh.
Oh,
they did a car at it.
Look at this. Man, that's crazy work. That really is. It's like the car dude at it right here. Man, they got that thing pulled up. Honestly, don't look too bad. Everything nice and clean. Also, I like the store they're going to, by the way. If you're going to that first store, man, they go to the butter store. Look at that.
Man, what's your paycheck? Man, it's straight butter. Man, I like it. I like the over-the-top deal that they did right here, man, where they just started flinging water in each other's face. Bro, that's actually pretty funny. But man, the Iveco is really cool.
I will say this, like, you know, obviously it's no Rari, but this is about as cool as it gets from military stuff. Also, by the way, it's a nice gas station. It's really clean, even like according to U.S. standards.
Man, I got a gecko in the Veco. Like, man, that's gonna be the song they got, man. Like a Glock in the Rari, where they're gonna have a gecko in the Veco. Man, honestly though, I love the Ivecos. I think they look good.
Yeah, I like them too. They're pretty neat.
But moving us on from this little rabbit hole, we also got to see the Russian casualty report over the past 24 hours.
Oh, that is nice. I got 2 of them today. That's not too bad. I don't think they included those rollers in this cavity count right here. That might be.
Yeah, I think it will be tomorrow's, but they have to add them in. I mean, those were confirmed losses for the Russians. But over the past 24 hours, we did get to confirm that 1,550 Russian soldiers were wounded and killed, which is the second highest in 2026, according to MIXTYPE, the keeper of the records. That this raises the 7-day average to 1,403 Russians wounded in, well, largely casualties, every 24 hours. 329 supply trucks is the 12th highest loss. 14 ground robotic complexes once again is tied for the second highest. And special equipment on 27 of the last 30 days and averages 3 a day. And over the past 24 hours, to break down all of our figures, 1,550 Russian soldiers were wounded and killed. The losses are getting unreal once again these days. 8 APCs, 329 supply trucks, 2 main battle tanks, 68 artillery systems, 2,046 drones, 2 MLRSs, 1 anti-aircraft warfare system, and 2 Bobcat skid steers. All in all, pretty damn impressive. And I've got to say, truly, sublime, really. Moving us on out of that, we've also been able to see that within the Kupiansk area, there were some hits done by some heavy bombers of the 3rd Assault Brigade of the Azov. The Azov is getting a lot of attention today. The Sea of Azov, the Azov units, and look, they got one. Here comes another.
I remember back in the day when Azov was getting a bunch of crap. Now they're on top and winning.
Man, I remember back in the day when some people were like, the Azov is bad people. And it's like, well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, they seem pretty good at fighting, you know. I think they're pretty good at that's for sure. But moving us on out of that, a little bit of news, we also get to see down in the Alchevsk area that a command post got destroyed. I wonder what's left of it. This little Bahanka is screaming for help. Like, like it's like dying down there. Oh, look, it's the command post. Oh. Well then. Huh.
I think the workplace has had a little bit of a issue.
You know, I feel like, you know, someone should have given them a command to take cover, maybe.
Possibly so. This dude right here is pulling up in the Bohanka like he's just kind of like just another day at the office, like, got flattened, whatever.
He was probably on like a grocery run for this command post. He was coming back with like the supplies and stuff from like Donetsk, and he drove up and saw this and just knew that everyone was wiped out. He said, damn, I'm deserting. He just kept driving. That's gotta be it. But this thing got hooked. And they're on the way. Yeah, I guess
he's doing. He's just driving off after the whole thing got destroyed. There's like, we're just gonna take off now. We're just gonna head on out.
Man, he said, "Yo, F him." It just kept driving. He's like, "I'm not getting off. I'm not blowing." Also, there was like explosions coming from the middle of that place, so maybe that's a good idea. I don't think that's OSHA regulation standards. So maybe that's why they didn't go in there. They need the proper PPE and also, like the tape and everything to cordon off the area. But moving us on out of that explosion on that command post, we also get to see that on the Konstantinivka front, today things were busy. The 36th Marine Brigade was able to take out a decent amount of Russian soldiers on this front with their FPV drones.
I work alone.
We can see that this position is clearly a Russian one because they put up the flag of Russia. So these guys were patriots through and through. I hope they were patriotic till the last, lest their end be unsavory to them. We also were able to see here an artillery piece getting hit, and also this Bohanka getting blown up as well. See these little crappy Bohankas, the Rudniks getting blown up. We can also see these drones being targeted as well. Oh, look, this Russian hide behind the tree. It did not do him well. You see this Russian with the light open. That didn't really do him good either. You see this guy on a dirt bike, and that didn't really help him much either. It's kind of an interesting trend, folks. It doesn't really seem like much of anything's helping the Russians these days in this war. It seems like it'd be better for them to just pack up and leave.
Yeah, I think so, but I have a feeling that the Russians are going to take the easy option. I feel like they want to do it the hard way.
I just have a feeling they ain't taking the L. I think that's what kind of wordage we're looking for. And they blew up that flag on top of that tank just out of spite.
Man, look at them. They were doing it the hard way. The Russians like it hard.
Well, honestly, they probably
man, they probably, they say. You know what they say.
Also, we were able to see the 36th Marine Brigade went on to also destroy more Russian positions today.
No diddy.
The Russians be like, we don't do it because we're easy. we do it because we're hard.
Listen, though, it was a totally unintentional thing to say, but there's probably some truth to it. At the core of every conspiracy theory, there's always a little bit of truth, a little grain of truth at the root of it. So, you can't put anything past them.
You can't. You can't, really. Who in the world could ever say that statement was wrong? I don't think anyone could these days. We also got to see an Su-27 dropping some guided munitions on the Russians today. It's about a hit. Patience, everyone. Oh, there we are. And there's the first hit. And a second one called a double tap. Oh, and what do we have here? Anything else? Oh, it looks like the drone's going back for a closer look.
I love what I do. My enemies won't.
That's what I say about criminals. After a criminal, robs somebody's house or something like that, they always have a habit of returning back to the scene of the crime. That's like the Ukrainians just can't help it. They got to swing back for a second look every time.
Oh man, they say get him, and then they get how wet did we get? And then they got to go back and take a look. We also got to see another clip here showing some of the Ukrainian forces of the WANA and Mechanized Brigade also doing their work in Konstantinivka. This time against the zebra-painted Bohanka. You also see one guy here hiding under the truck, but the problem is that he only has his head under there. The rest of his body is sticking out from the truck, so he's not really hiding all too well.
Is it a good idea to hide underneath basically a mobile gas canister?
No, not really. I've heard that many professionals have generally recommended not to do such a thing, but the Russians don't really seem to listen to that. We also got to see here this Bohanka getting blown up, and this one that just pulled over on the side of the road getting blown up as well. Now this part of this cross runs like Bohanka Central.
Or kunai. Depends how I'm feeling.
The call it death row.
Man, I'd say, folks, that's probably one of the worst ways to die is to die in one of those little shitty, like, trucks. I'd hate that. We also got to see the Russian forces getting hit as well by the 4th Operational Brigade of the Rubish. This was actually, at least the administrative staff of the 4th Brigade were actually present at the Battle of, let's see here. What the hell? Oh, my God. Why am I forgetting the name? The Battle of Hospital, the Hospital Airport. There's the name of it. They were actually present during that fight, which is a pretty interesting fact. Now they're all down in the Donbass doing their part. Oh, look, it's a Russian ambush drone. That seems to be posing a bit of a dilemma. Oh, look, it got shot. So now the UGV is just back. They're taking the lead.
We'll just let that thing sort itself out real quick or something. Honestly, those ambush drones are horrifying. Once you set it to work, once somebody pulls up, because you don't know if the thing is actually like legitimately active or not. But I mean, that's scary as hell. Like, you can just be driving along the way, and then all of a sudden, some drone pops up out of the bushes or something like that, like a horror movie, and you're finished.
Honestly, man, it is terrifying. But you know, I'll have to say the one thing that makes them less terrifying is that one clip where that UGV broke one of their ankles. Like, you remember that? Like, it backed up and then did like a little swish to the side, and the drone went flying right past in front of it. That makes them a little less scary, but they're still terrifying, though. I think that's one of the few times I've ever seen a UGV escape one of those. We also got to see on the Pokrovsk front as well. The Ukrainians were also in the Omega unit of the Special Operations Forces. You see them just getting on down there, nice and easy. Looks like they have some sort of a clamp or a magnet below them. I wonder what they're using that for. Oh, look, a Russian on a dirt bike. Oh, well, he's gone now. I mean, that was kind of neat. He, like, popped around the corner like bulling it, and then he's no longer. Well, I mean, you know, you never want to take too close of a look at that kind of stuff. But moving us on out of the Pokrovsk front and on down towards Inifidar, the International Atomic Energy Agency has confirmed today that it has negotiated a temporary local ceasefire between Ukraine and Russia around the CNTP, allowing repairs to the power supply lines to so that's pretty good. You're pretty happy to hear that. We also get to hear in Kherson as well, the Ukrainian forces and the Russian forces and the 39th Marine. Getting the rest of the Russians keep an entirely designed arms army in this area, and they do basically no fighting. They do all the dying in the area. We haven't seen much of anything over the past year and a half. Pretty untenable position, if we're being honest, but the Russians don't believe that. They believe that they'll be able to hang on to this until 2036.
Yeah, also Putin declined to comment today whether or not he was going to stay in power until 2036. He said,
hey, you know, I like that one, though, where he came to Anchorage and he let the bastard step foot on American soil. And then someone said, excuse me, do you have anything to say about all the innocent civilians that you've killed? And he's like, I can't hear you. You know, he's doing the stupid hand signs. I just don't know what he's saying. You know, it's like, oh, it's just stupid. Like, it's like, what a stupid guy. But anyways, moving us on out of that news in Ukraine, we do have to go back, folks, and recap the middle of the East, because if it hasn't tormented you enough today, it's got to. So we got to cover it again. So we're going to be moving back down into this area, and now we're going to be covering it in the sequence of events, not as a breaking news story. So we're going to be starting at the very beginning of the day, after our last 24-hour news summary, and then working our way up until what just happened right when we were about to go on air, and we had to go into the breaking news stream. So, over the course of this day, there has been a lot of interesting developments and escalations, like usual, at this point in the Middle East. Earlier in the morning, the U.S. did state that they had boarded a ship, the motor tanker Davina, in the Indian Ocean overnight, according to U.S. Indo-Pacific Command. And the U.S. Department of Justice then put out this picture showing U.S. military personnel boarding the MT Davina, a.k.a. the Lahore, a super tanker with a capacity for up to 2 million barrels of oil, and is listed under the U.S. Treasury Department sanctions of Iran's petroleum and petrochemical sectors. The vessel is part of Iran's Shadow Fleet, a network of illicit shipping facilitators that have enabled the Iranian regime to earn critical energy revenues, undermine stability in the region, and attack U.S. partners and allies. The seizure is a part of the Department of Justice's work with our whole government partners to disrupt Iran's illicit oil smuggling and revenue generation that benefit the government of Iran and the IRGC. So we did get confirmation of that in picture evidence. from the Department of Justice. So generally, we can confirm that did happen. Moving us on out of that bit of news, we've also been able to hear that the USS Tripoli was operational in the area today. Nothing new, but they did put out a picture of the Tripoli from today, which was pretty neat. Then we were able to hear that the real action started just a little while later. Apparently, according to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, they had attacked U.S. warships within the Gulf of Oman, or as they called it, put out some warning shots to us. CENTCOM immediately denied this ever happened. And I've got to say, folks, I'm bringing this one up not to say that CENTCOM's claim should even be taken as accurate information. I'm pointing this one out to show how unreliable they've become at this point. And also, we can already see that in the last attacks that happened just 2 hours ago or so. The CENTCOM claimed that that the lie that was put out today was that Iran fired warning shots at U.S. warships. They stated that the truth was is that Iran did not attack or fire at U.S. Navy warships. Then the Iranians put out the footage, and this whole thing kind of fell apart pretty quick. They actually put out footage from today showing the anti-ship missiles being fired at the U.S. warships, which kind of goes against the whole CENTCOM claim that this didn't happen, because the area was blurred out, which largely works along the lines of the Iranian Operation Security we've seen prior during the Iran conflict, and it's also showing us that the Iranians did back up with at least some form of physical evidence that they did fire quote-unquote warning shots at the USS Buxton, and also I believe Buxton was the other one. It was the USS Mason and the USS Trust that were fired at today, at least allegedly according to the IRGC. In fact, you can see the clip right here. And there's the second one. That's actually a drone. To point that out.
Those actually seem, those missile launchers right here, seem like they're positioned pretty far inland. Because if you look at the small little view you see right here, everything else is blurred out. I really can't see the coast from here. It looks like they fired it across a huge stretch of land, and you can't even see the water in this video.
These can actually fire pretty far inland. Well, when I mean pretty far inland, that's not on the shore, but they can fire from about all the way to Deh Perez, which is about, I think, 15 to 20 miles inland, and still hit U.S. warships, will attempt to hit them, because the Gulf of Oman and also the Strait of Hormuz are so narrow that these sorts of anti-ship missiles that have ranges of about 150 to 175 miles could be fired from deep inland and still be within range of trying to attack a U.S. warship in the area. So I would have to say, folks, this is what this looks like to me. CENTCOM lied through their teeth once again. Nothing shocking. They just did it 2 hours ago again. So at this point, we can largely assume that CENTCOM is about as reliable as the Russian Ministry of Defense. And unfortunately, that's going to start casting the light on the entire Department of Defense. That they probably can only be taken about as, at their word, about as far as you can throw them. But I believe the reason why they lied about this flatly today was so that way they try and deny that the Iranians are still taking hostile actions directly against U.S. forces, so that way the U.S. public doesn't clearly make the reasonable statement of, well, if they keep shooting at us, why aren't we going back to war? So I guess they're trying to cover all of that up.
Well, the one thing that doesn't make sense to what the story you're saying here is the U.S. said that they struck the Iranian coast in self-defense in response to Iranian strikes. So if CENTCOM is denying that Iran fired warning shots at the vessels and the U.S. warships in the region, then what was the U.S. responding to when they struck the coast?
Exactly. That is a good point. What were they responding to? Because just a couple hours later, like 3 or 4 hours after this happened in the Gulf of Oman, we then start to hear reports that the U.S. was attacking anti-ship forces and radar sites in Guruk and on Qashem Island to defend against further attacks after Iran launched 4 one-way attack drones, according to Central Command. So then CENTCOM said earlier that it was a complete lie that Iran didn't fire at U.S. warships, and then a couple hours later they said we conducted self-defense strikes because the Iranians fired at U.S. warships. Like, just flat out lying left and right. The only thing they don't lie about is when they're bombing the Iranians.
These self-defense strikes by the U.S. on Iran, they took place well before Kuwait or Bahrain got hit later this evening. That happened way before. So they could have been responding in response to what happened to the Gulf states because it hadn't taken place yet.
Yeah, I mean, that had not happened yet at all. So from what we know, today's events went as follows. The U.S. seized the oil tanker in the Indian Ocean. Then Iran fired on 2 U.S. Army destroyers, and they apparently retreated out. Then in response to that, the U.S. blew up the surface search radars that the Iranians had on Qashem Island and at Guruk. And apparently, in response to that, then Iran
What do I need to do to kill these people? What is it, man? What is any man?
Response to the U.S. attack that was responding to the Iranian attack from earlier in the day. So that's the whole sequence of events that we can tell of over the past 24 hours. And it is once again clearly showing that CENTCOM's lying through their teeth. Why in the hell do they have to lie this badly? You see, for someone to claim that they're running the most transparent administration seen in U.S. history, they sure do lie out of their teeth every day of the week. I mean, they lie basically out of almost every government institution at this point, especially CENTCOM, which we're having to cover every day, and their lies are about as see-through as glass. On top of that, we also were able to hear that, according to CENTCOM, they then made the following statement about these strikes they conducted in Barak and Qashem. Moments ago, CENTCOM forces shot down 4 Iranian one-way attacks that were launched towards the Strait of Hormuz. The attack drones posed an immediate threat to regional maritime traffic. Sounds a lot like the prior attack that the Iranians had claimed they conducted against the U.S. warship. U.S. forces subsequently struck Iranian coastal surveillance radar sites in Barak and on Qashem Island to defend against further attacks. American forces remain vigilant and postured to respond to an unjustified Iranian aggression in self-defense. And that's a very important one to discern as well from this post, because they say in self-defense. So these drones that CENTCOM saying were fired at someone, they weren't just fired at anybody. They were apparently fired directly at the forces of the U.S. Navy, and the strikes on Barak and Qashem were self-defense strikes because they were firing at U.S. forces. So, I mean, the story is pretty damn clear at this point. If anything, CENTCOM just lied out of their teeth earlier and denied that this even happened, and then reacted off of it because it did happen. So they can't even keep the story straight in the post they're putting out. We then were able to hear that the IRGC, in the midst of all this, by the way, in that whole story that we just covered, in the middle of all that, they then stated that the negotiations are falling apart because America keeps blowing up commercial ships, and then also apparently Israel's strikes in Lebanon are greatly degrading the ability for the talks to continue, and they just don't find it worthwhile anymore. And a lot of people are talking about another comment that's come out of Iran. That's not the only comment they made today. There was another one. There was another very important one they made. Up in Tehran. Before we get into that little bit of news in Tehran, I do want to cover once again for people who missed this earlier in the show that in the midst of this, Russia is continuing to supply air-to-air and air-to-ground missiles to the Islamic Republic of Iran, and we have been able to see that proof of this came out in leaked contracts that the Russians had made with the Iranian government. This provided a significant amount of air-to-ground, air-to-air, and anti-ship missiles for the Islamic Republic of Iran to be able to use off of their current existing fleet of aircraft, and also for the additional Su-35s, which they'll be getting from the Russians eventually, although they're certainly not getting the war in Ukraine. So it appears that at the moment the Russian Federation is still going out of their way to support by proxy the enemies of the United States. And for any Americans who find themselves under the misconception that the Russian Federation is friendly to the United States, wherever the United States goes and fights an enemy of the United States, according to the current administration, you're going to find the Russians backing up that enemy every day with some sort of weapons or support if they can. But moving us on out of that additional news of what the Russians are helping out the Iranians with, it's now time for us to get on into the bombshell news that has come out from the statements in Tehran. The Iranians are demanding, in the midst of everything that happened today around the Strait of Hormuz and with the U.S. destroyers, that they want $24 billion from the United States to even really talk about a ceasefire or a peace deal seriously. They stated that if they don't get this money, they're going to drag the war out into the entirety of the region and expand it even further beyond, into the Indian Ocean, the Red Sea, the Bab el-Mandeb, and the Mediterranean. Then this guy right here, who is an absolute hag, I haven't seen anyone this ugly in my life. I mean, this guy looks like Captain Clark from the Backrooms movie. I mean, this is freaking horrendous.
Honestly, he looks like the witch off the Snow White, the Disney movie. Like I didn't know somebody's face. Can we show there, or is it Disney gonna freak out if we show a still image?
I think they might cease and desist us.
They might do that actually. Let me see here. Let's see here. The witch from Yeah, y'all pull that up on your own computers or look at your own side of stuff. The evil queen from Snow White, the original Disney movie, looks exactly like this guy. Like, it is uncanny how he looks like that creature off of that thing. Like, this dude is ugly as a board.
Man, honestly, he is bad. I mean, like, I heard, folks, that this guy's actually been used as a weapon by the IRGC because whenever he shows his face to people, they turn to stone. But he also said, a direct quote, that the cost of negotiating is much less for America than the cost of fighting with us. It also went on to elaborate in an actual video clip that I didn't get to show on air, that according to him, America's got tons of money, so 24 billion is basically nothing to us, but it's a lot to them, so it'd be a gesture of goodwill because America's rich. So that's literally what he said afterwards, after that statement, which is insane. He's basically acting like the United States is like a national version of Mr. Beast, like we go around, you know, giving out money to anyone who asks. But a lot of people right now are talking about that Iranian threat that was just issued by him, and also the Iranians are saying that the ceasefire is falling apart because of continued U.S. attacks and also Israel's continued actions in Lebanon. And so, Matthew, what are people thinking about that? What are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so right now, this is the developments between Lebanon and Israel, by the way. Hezbollah is completely refusing a ceasefire with Israel. And over the last 48 hours, or perhaps even longer than that, they've been attacking Israel with rockets nonstop. Like, there's been nonstop warnings all over northern Israel, and Hezbollah is going all in, which, of course, Israel wants to respond to that. But Iran's saying that if Israel keeps up their strikes on Hezbollah inside of Lebanon, then the Iranians are simply going to restart the war, and it's going to be the end of all the talks. So it's a catch-22 that the Iranians are setting up with that. So do you think that the Hezbollah-Israel situation will end the Iran talks all the way together? And it looks like 48% said no, the talks will continue for stalling purposes, while 38% said yes, this will be the talk ender, and the 7% said that this is only a small factor in the whole scheme of the Iran situation. And I would say, personally, I think this is the talk ender. I think this will be the point of contention right here that generally will be the reason why the talks fall apart. Although I would say the talks never were viable in the first place, so it's not no love lost there, really. So Hezbollah wants to fight, Israel definitely wants to fight. So between those two, they're definitely going to get this thing kicked back off, and they're doing it right now. And Iran's going to jump in eventually, and there will probably see an attack on Israel by Iran probably soon, I would imagine. So I'm with the 38%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that I'm with the 48%. I think that the talks are going to continue to stall for some foreseeable future because for some reason, you know, the President of the United States just doesn't want to get back to doing what he has to do, which is his job, and he wants to sit around and waffle around and pretend like talks are going to lead to something when they never will. So I would be with the 48%. I think that there's going to be a continuation of the stalling tactics that we've seen so far, and we're going to see that they end up going absolutely nowhere. So with that, it is time for us to move on and into the rest of the news that we've been able to get out of the area, as we have also been able to hear that there was jet activity over Karaj over the course of the day, and it's now time for us to get on into what happened when we went live with the breaking news. The Iranians have continued some significant attacks once again today against U.S. forces and also Gulf state allies in the Gulf states. We did get to see a significant amount of air defense activity, and we're going to just recap this lightly here. Over Bahrain, we were able to see videos here of the air defense interceptions and missiles being fired. And we also were able to see additionally that there were drone launches from Elam, but we actually don't know what happened to these drones because we haven't heard of them since. Additionally, we've also been able to hear outside of these strikes that just happened about 2 hours ago, 2 hours and 20 minutes ago when we went live on air. We've also heard that there were strikes around the area of Sulaymaniyah by the Iranians as well, most likely against Kurdish forces. This is a significant Kurdish city. And the Israelis also came under rocket attack today by Hezbollah when rockets were fired around the area of Kiryat Shimona. So that is generally all of the news that we got out of the Middle East today in sequence, and it does not appear at the moment that the Islamic Republic of Iran is looking to try and create any sort of a peace, which has been obvious over the past 2 months. It's been obvious for years, and we'll probably see that the U.S. continues to work off the idea that a peace can be made, but there's literally no chance in hell of a peace ever being made. So with that in mind, it is time for us to move on out of that bit of news on up and into the remaining piece of news that we have out of the Ukraine that we actually haven't covered yet today. A bit of an icing on the cake for y'all. The Ukrainian drone was actually intercepted overnight by a Russian electronic warfare unit near Sevastopol, and apparently the drone turned away from Sevastopol and ended up making its way all the way to Kastana, ending up running into the breakwater on the outskirts of the city, which we could actually see the aftermath of here. able to hear that the Ukrainians did take responsibility for the drone and the explosion in the area, and stated that they were sorry to the Romanian government about the incident, and that it was definitely not intentional. The drone was intercepted by electronic warfare by the Russians, and unfortunately ended up landing in the breakwater of Kastana. We did not hear of any wounded or killed as a result of this attack, so beyond it being jarring and unsettling for the folks in Kastana, no actual damage was caused as a result of the attack. But a lot of people are also hearing that we have some fresh footage coming out right now. Apparently very fresh, incredibly fresh. Actually, we have a lot of fresh footage coming out. So let's take a look at this, man. What do we got here?
So we have two pieces of footage here. First of all, we have another more clear angle of the Ukrainian drone attack at the Kronstadt naval base near, apparently, I believe, St. Petersburg. So we'll take a look at that first. And then after that, we have apparently an attack that just took place on the port of Mariupol, the occupied Ukrainian port of Mariupol that the Russians currently occupy, of course. Apparently got a direct hit to it. And there's a massive smoke cloud coming from literally the entire port. But let's take a look at Kronstadt first.
Let's take a look at this Kronstadt, folks.
Skill and steel.
Is that the wind or is that the explosion?
Come on.
That sounds like fire. I don't know what the hell that is, actually. I'm not, it's too far away to be the fire, actually.
That's interesting. We also got this clip out of Mariupol.
Oh, wow. Alley-oop.
Let them see me.
Man, I'll say, Mariupol be cooking. Damn. But anyways, moving us on out of all of those additional clips that we got out of the attacks on Russia currently, it's now time for us to go.
Wait a second. I got another picture of the Kronstadt strike. Apparently, one of those FP-1 drones were flying in crazy like. Let's take a look at this. Kronstadt was apparently getting hit by the fast ones. Oh, there he goes. Look at that. That thing's loud. It sounds like a lawnmower. It's about to fix the lawn.
Man, look at it go. Man, that thing's like a Sopwith camel flying over.
Honestly, man, I like the sound of that. I think that has a nice sound to it right there. It's not quite the same as the two-stroke on the other larger drones, but this is pretty decent right here, I will say. You know, Firepoint makes some pretty good stuff right there. Maybe the U.S. might want to hook up with them.
You know, honestly, man, if I'd be straight up with all of y'all, I think the U.S. ought to hook up with the Ukrainians to get a whole bunch of stuff. We ought to just start sending out licensing contracts, or more so get licensing contracts for them. Or better, you know what? I got a better idea, folks. Outside of that, why don't we just offer Firepoint to set up factories in America to produce solely for the U.S. military? I mean, their stuff is pretty
good. That's the deal. I don't know about Firepoint specifically, but the United States is going to be offering Ukraine to set up manufacturing of their drone technology in America, and then they can ship it back to Ukraine, and also, obviously, the U.S. gets to benefit from that as well.
Well, I hope it's Firepoint that's doing that. I hope they're heavily included in that, because I like Firepoint stuff. They make great stuff. Like, you know, the FP5 and everything else. I mean, they're incredible. But anyways, with that, folks, it's time for us to get on to the man who is in charge and behind of all these attacks and strikes that we've been seeing happening on air right now. It's time for us to get on into what Putin would describe as the depths of hell, the pits of inhumanity, the render of armies, the destroyer of nations, President Volodymyr Zelensky. And hopefully it loads quick. Yes, it did. And so without further ado, here is the very short speech we got for the day. Peach!
Шановні українці, українки, сьогодні ми продовжили обміни, повернулись додому в Україну ще 186 наших людей. Більшість це військові, захисники, що потрапили в полон на різних напрямках фронту. Донеччина, Маріуполь, Харківщина, Луганщина та інші. Всіх маємо повернути і по кожному прізвищу перевіряємо. В сьогоднішньому обміні є люди з важкими хворобами і після поранень. Обміни йдуть не просто, але йдуть. Але готуємо наступні етапи. Важливо, що за цей рік вже провели 7 заходів, повернули 1429 людей загалом вже за цей рік. Я хочу подякувати нашій команді, яка готує обміни. Обов'язково наша вдячність кожному кожній на передовій, хто забезпечує для України поповнення обмінного фонду та бере в полон росіян. Кожен такий результативний підрозділ. Всі прояви сміливості українців у захисті України. Це наша можливість бути ефективними в дипломатії, в домовленостях, поверненні наших людей додому з полону. Була розмова з нашою дипломатичною командою. Ми готуємо зустрічі, які можуть бути корисні. Кілька форматів з європейськими партнерами. І також ми готуємось до форматів з американською стороною. Ми знаємо, що європейці готують нові кроки на підтримку України. Я дякую всім в Сполучених Штатах, хто з нами, хто з Україною і хто старається зробити ситуацію кращою для захисту життя. На жаль, російська сторона знову обирає війну. Всі почули сьогоднішню відповідь. Слабка відповідь. Він просто не хоче закінчувати війну. Думаю, що багатьох у світі ця відповідь розчарувала. Не хоче він нічого змінювати, не хоче визнати, що його війна подобається тільки йому. В нього гроші, вони всі сьогодні були дуже усміхнені. Старших грошей у Росії має стати менше, а тиску на Росію більше. Я дякую всім, хто допомагає нам. Я дякую всім, хто з Україною, хто хоче реального миру. Сьогодні була доповідь Служби безпеки України, звіт по результатам за цей рік на фронті та в операціях передусім. Воїни СБУ ЦСО А номер 1 по ураженнях ворога на фронті з початку року. Результативно. Ми захищаємо свою державу, ми захищаємо свою незалежність. І сьогодні погодив в Службі безпеки України нові наші операції. Слава Україні!
Jerome Slava. And with that, I would just like to say, if you'll give me the chance, give me the chance to say Putin is a weak punk. That's what they call him, a punk. He's not a strong leader. He's a weak leader. He's not fit for duty. I believe in absolute formality. When Putin wants to end the war, you have to show up to the peace talks in a suit, a gimp suit, because he's my bitch. But anyway,
I will say it's really wild too. Not only is Ukraine winning the frontline situation at this point, also winning definitely the logistics situation, but they're even winning on the propaganda front at this point. Like the code that's coming out of Russia about this business about they're cooling their economy and making it crash because somehow it's good for them or something, and also reopening the child labor camps. It's like, I mean, there's no way to explain that away except for it's a failure.
Man, Russia's going to start putting out propaganda about the glorious child labor camps before long. You know, I wonder how in the world the people who support Russia are going to, you know, justify that one. Like, are they going to say, like, the kids over here in the West are wimps and they really do need to go to the child labor camps or something? Like, I wonder what type of spin some people are going to take. You know, I wonder what people like that one American political podcaster who's over there in St. Petersburg right now, I wonder what their take on that's going to be. Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? Or are they going to act like it's a bad thing but it's not that big of a deal? You know, I'm interested in that. I also wonder what they're told. I wonder what Tucky G thinks about this. Does he think the groceries are still cheap? Like what does he think about that?
I don't even know. They just come up with everything. They just come up with they really Russia's doing so fantastic resorting back to child labor camps. So I mean, at this point, look, can we rename Russia the USSR again? I mean, they're literally going the exact same way the USSR at this point.
Well, I have to be honest with you. I had to ask the question of why were they opening up these child labor camps? You know, I came up with the idea. It must be because the kids these days they like Minecraft.
What are they going to be having the children doing for like the labor? Like, did they say what they were going to be putting them to work on?
I don't know, hitting like rocks with picks. I don't really know. Like, I don't even have a clue. Right now it's just being considered. Let's go pull up what Soviet child labor camps did. Like, what was their main thing? Like, did they make shoes? What did they do? Let's see. So that basically there was just gulags, but for children. That's kind of messed up. They had gulags specifically for children. I actually never heard about that before. I thought there was just general gulags for the general population. I didn't know they had one specifically for children. Let's see. Oh, damn. Actually, I didn't know. Under Stalin, children of enemies of the people were arrested by guild by association. They were considered to be tainted by anti-revolutionary ideology.
Oh my goodness, that sounds a lot like the old times of Germany.
So actually, to give you all the answer here, what did they do? They did everything the adults did. They just did it in a child-only labor camp.
Damn, all of them worse than I thought. I already knew about all the murdering he was doing, but I didn't know about that.
Yeah, and then people say, well, you know, communism isn't that bad. It's like, well, you know, considering that every single time of communism ever made ends up becoming authoritarian, and it ends up with that. I never even heard that before. It's unbelievable. You know, I gotta say, that's like, that is as insane as what Germany did in the 1930s and 40s. Because we all don't know, the gulags, I believe, ended up killing more people than the Germans in the Second World War through their own means in a similar form, because the gulags ended up lasting for much longer. The camps in Germany only existed, I think, from like 1942 to 45. The gulags in Russia existed for about 2 decades, so they got to send a million. I mean, I think if I remember the numbers correctly, it was like 10 million people or more into the gulag system in the Soviet Union, and a lot of them didn't survive. Most of them ended up dying.
I guess on the at least I'm worried about that. No, granted, I think things are good in the economic outlook for us in the United States, but at least we're not dealing with child labor camps.
Yeah, I mean, that's something I don't think we'll ever see in America. That's just oh yeah, hopefully not. That's just insane, though. I mean, I didn't even know that they had such a thing. I don't even think, like, just to be honest, I don't even think the Germans had something like that. I think they just put everyone in a general, like, camp. They didn't have, like, so many people going into their, like, camp system that they had to make one specifically for the children. I mean, that's unbelievably messed up to think how many people are going into the camps. They had to make one specifically for kids. It's unbelievable.
Also, I see the beard child labor thing going on for a while. Yeah, but that's a lot different, though. Like, obviously that was bad, but they weren't, like, imprisoning the children. Like, Russia's talking about straight up imprisoning the children in camps, like, make them work. So that's different. That's basically, at that point, that's false imprisonment. That's a whole different ballgame right there. So that's rough. Also, by the way, I mean, that tells you that the loss reports have to be true that are coming out, showing these millions of Russians casualties like those. It has to be true, because otherwise, why are they having to use children for the labor? Why is there not enough manpower from the men to do it?
Yeah, I would also have to say, like, there's a big difference. I see who brought that up. There's a big difference in between a kid, you know, impoverished family going to work at the spinning mill for a nickel a day, and, you know, and being in abjectly poor working conditions, versus putting children in a concentration camp and then forcing them to do at that point slave labor in abjectly horrific conditions. I mean, there's a very big difference between those two sorts of things. That's like saying in America, the prison system's like the German concentration camps. You know, like the American prison system isn't, you know, a debt camp. Like, none of them. They just, he didn't well, yeah, but I'm just saying they didn't have it's not even comparable. Because during that time of history in the United States, when child labor was acceptable here, child labor around the world was acceptable as a practice thing. But the big difference is that they're putting them in camps and going into slave labor, or at least that's what they're considered. So a pretty different sort of a ball. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that the best that I can, at least from what we would know at the moment. And with that in mind, folks, we've actually made it to the end of the show. So we're going to be getting on into our question segments. It's the end of the news show, by the way. The question segments still have a good while to go. But we're going to be getting into all of our questions, starting with the largest ones first, and then moving our way on down into the smaller ones throughout the show, and then we'll be getting to the live chat. So, Matthew, what do we got?
The news isn't over. He lied. He lied. But we have more news right now. We have another video coming out. Getting hit, which is in the southern part of Russia, and it's an up-close video, and it shows you just how bad this hit was. Apparently, Ukraine's just in middle storage, also an export area as well, so that's why it's burning right now. Oil tanks on fire. And it looks like I don't know what the Russians are doing, like taking out right wood fire. That's snow on the ground? What was it?
I don't know. Maybe it's just the lighting.
Yeah, it's weird. And also, why is everybody just hanging out? Like, burning their eyebrows off?
I don't know, but considering how hellish and demonic this fire looks, man, I think that we can say that we need to start running a poll on whether people think that we should rename this town from Ooster Beans to Ooster. Because it looks demonic and scary.
I tell you what, that Labubu. But also here, let's see here. I'm seeing, oh man, the fire signature off of this, by the way. Igor Gherkin posted from the cell. He put out another post. It's apparently the fire signature from the NASA Fern satellite. And this is the fire at Usla-Binsk that we just saw in that video. This is a serious fire, like it's engulfing like pretty much the entirety of the town itself. That's how large this fire is. I mean, look at Usla-Binsk on the map. And I mean, basically the entire like top part of the city's on fire.
That's crazy. I wonder if the passenger trains are going to run on time.
I doubt it, honestly. I would tend to doubt it.
I don't think you're wrong. But I'm holding out hope. Like, maybe you're going to get to work tomorrow, well, in the morning right now in Russia. Maybe the train will show up. It's just going to be a warm ride when you pass this little turning depot right here, just going through the rail yard. But not a good look for it. You know, they kind of get cooked. Let's see if we can see this building before it was on fire. Well, this oil storage depot. Jesus, this is a rough-ass place. There's the depot, though, that's on fire right across the tracks. But damn, this place looks horrible.
Yeah, it really does look awful. That's a horrible look right there. Also, let's see here. I see Evergreen Intel has done some geolocation of that Kronstadt strike because we've gotten some far away images and videos of it, but it looks like we have a possible geolocation showing exactly what was hit. That is reposted right now. So let's jump out of the Usla-Binsk strike that happened in southern Russia. Let's go back and take a look at the Kronstadt strike that was closer to St. Petersburg.
Let's get on updated Kronstadt. Also, by the way, I wasn't like getting heated or anything. I was just saying that's kind of an apples and oranges because I didn't know that you were continuing it. So I was like, no, that's not really comparable. But anyways, moving on from there. Sorry for the misunderstanding, by the way. But let's get back to Kronstadt. Let's see. So where do they geolocate that? So that's actually not. That's apparently some sort of a building up in here somewhere behind the cathedral that's here at Kronstadt. So it's somewhere around here. But what exactly is on fire, we still don't know for sure. But it's not a ship at the naval wharf, unfortunately.
Yeah, and also, by the way, we're also expecting that Primorsk, it might be hit again, because I saw some reports a minute ago that the drones were on their way to Primorsk, which has been hit before by the Ukrainians. So we'll be getting some more video out of this, some more up-close video to see what was hitting Kronstadt.
$69.
Also, I'm really anxious to
right
see
now.
if
For the
the
next
oil
way.
terminal
Stay cool and
Primorsk
breathe.
are about to get hit again.
Call
I would put it
762.
Actually, it might be the third.
Sign up.
I think it is. But I mean, they have to go after it because there's no other pun that you can make that's better than Primorsk, more like Primorsk. Because it just works so well. So I'm sure they're going to hit it so that way we make the pun again. But hopefully they do. It's a fairly important oil in this area of Russia. But the Kronstadt hit is a pretty nice one. A nice little icing on the cake. Let me see. Can we drop? Oh my God, you can actually go on street view basically through the whole thing.
What's this look like? It's like a shrine or something. What is this?
This is a cathedral for the Eastern Orthodox Church.
It almost looks Islamic.
Yeah, a lot of actually the like Islamic I guess you say mosques. They're heavily inspired off the Hagia Sophia in Istanbul, and that was originally an Eastern Orthodox church.
Interesting. Yeah, it looks very similar. It's got like the what do they call it? The little dome at the top. The domes are called something. I can't remember the name of it. But yeah, y'all know what I'm saying.
And then it almost has like the minarets at the front too. That's actually kind of interesting. But let me see here. Let me drop us down not near this cathedral, but somewhere else. Oh, I just noticed this, by the way. The like tiles on the ground, they make an anchor. And a cross.
Oh, they sure do. I guess that's, those Russians have a obsession with like the striped shirts and the sailor anchor and stuff like that. It's just like a thing.
Bro, they gotta look sus as hell. Like, try to get on them ships, they gotta wear them striped shirts and listen to Bohemian Rhapsody. But anyways,
man, what you saying about
man? I'm just saying, man. I mean, like, they ain't suffering from vitamin C. They got plenty of fruit on them ships. That's all I'm saying. But oh my God,
and they get the vitamin D.
Man, they ain't lacking any of that either. The Russian Navy, man.
They won't catch them catching scurvy.
Man, but you will see them trying to get curvy. I'll tell you that. Oh my God, dude, this shit's burnt.
Yeah, I think that might have been a casualty of another era. What's this woman doing just standing there? Look at her. Like, look at this pose.
Man, she was
eyeing the Google car. I think she was looking at the car. Honestly, I'd be eyeing the cars too in this city. Like, I'd be looking out.
The hell's up with her shoes? Like, look at the giant boosts on the bottom. Those are like 6 inches.
You got to have that lift.
Man, gotta have that lift. Let's take a look around the rest of Crunch. Jeez Louise, man. Crunch. Oh, look, they just got a sale of an old Soviet sub just hanging out here. And some guy on a bench probably doing crocodile.
Oh, man, he looks like, honestly, it looks like it might be a Navy sailor or something right there. That dude, it looked like he was having a hard time. But anyway, the town's having a hard time too. It looks like that one little nice area of town was like the only nice part of it.
Yeah, I mean, that cathedral, I think, was the only good part because the rest of, Jesus Christ, folks, this is bad. Like, honestly, we've seen some bad parts of Russia. Beyond the roads being paved, which I do have to say is something you don't normally see in Russia, the buildings around here are literally, like, collapsing. Like, this one, well, those are actually potted plants. I thought there was weeds growing out of the balcony. Might as well be. They look pretty bad. Jeez, folks, I mean, damn. Kronstadt's a rough place. Look at that. I think that's where they shot the Romanovs.
I hope not.
Man, and then you got a very okna. I don't know what that means.
I said okra.
Oh, no. No, it's not okra. They'd have to have a P behind the K for that to say okra. But honestly, man, I could go for some fried okra right now. That would be pretty good. Sadly, there's
Has anybody in here had fried okra? Like, have y'all had fried okra? Not the boiled stuff where it gets all slimy, but you know, the breaded fried okra. That stuff's pretty good. If you're not from the South, though, you probably haven't had it.
I mean, man, okra smacks. I mean, some people hate the stuff, but I think it's really good. But, gee.
This reminds me of where we grew up. This looks like Montgomery on a nice street.
Yeah, honestly, it kind of does, actually. Like, rough stuff, though. I mean, this is absolutely crazy. Like, to think...
There's just something about, like, when I look at this right here, knowing we grew up in a place that had like buildings that looked like this and stuff, and it was kind of like generally had a depressing feel to it like that. Like, there's something about it that I look at, I'm like, oh, I wouldn't want to live there, but also it's kind of nostalgic at the same time, just because we grew up in an environment that kind of looked like that. It's just a weird thing. But yeah, I look at it and I immediately know the feeling that people have living here, because I remember distinctly the feeling and felt like living in a place like Montgomery that was generally felt hopeless to a large degree. It's a rough thing to live in a place like this for a long time.
Honestly, it's kind of a little interesting, like, with that, because I'd agree, because, like, when we lived there in Alabama, I was like, man, you know, especially when we started to get older and we started to realize how bad off Alabama is, it's like, man, Alabama's a shithole. And then you move out of there, and then after a while, you're like, yeah, well, you know, like, there were a couple of neat things about it, you know, like a couple of nostalgic things, but, you know, the one time that we had to go back, because we had to go back after we moved here, like, I think, what was it, like, early February or something like that, Matthew, right before the Iran war started, and we had to go back.
I think.
Yeah, and it was pretty damn rough. And we were like, oh, actually, we're lucky. Like, we were lucky to get out of there. But, you know, still, it's interesting how you remember a place, because you remember the bad parts of it, and then you also kind of, like, seek out the good parts in your head and be like, oh, you know, there wasn't all bad. There was some pretty good stuff there. But anyways, with that, enough about Kronstadt and everything. I hope we've addressed these new strikes and fires that we've seen well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
All right. So out of that, that was the breaking news we had for the moment, by the way. And right now, wait a second here. Wait a second. I've gotten some more clips. These clips are actually as old as the last ones I pulled up. I hadn't seen these yet. So let's check these out real quick and see if these are new or not, because I haven't seen these before. I've seen a couple of them, but not all of them.
We've seen the first one. So here's the second one. I don't think we've seen this one.
Someone just fired at the Massey Ferguson.
Man, that sounds like a two-stroke.
Let's do this.
Man, that thing is so graceful. And then we also saw this one here. Oh, look, that's a helicopter.
So they are coming in over the Gulf of Finland.
Minions have spawned.
And then, last but not least, the fire at Kronstadt. Good.
Interesting. So yeah, it is as large an attack as they're saying it is. It truly is. So yeah, I'm very anxious to get the videos out of that Primorsk area when they finally hit. Because they're probably hitting now. We'll probably get video of it before the stream's out.
Yeah, we probably will. But in the meantime, we are going to make sure to start getting to some questions. So what do we got, Matthew?
Also, by the way, one last thing before we get into those questions, we're also seeing that St. Petersburg airspace is currently directing flights around. They're not letting them land right now, which also seems to back up the idea that it's currently under the attack, like I was just mentioning. So we're seeing a whole bunch of flight patterns going in circles around St. Petersburg as of about 9 minutes ago. There they are, right there on the map as well. Look at that thing; it was zigzagging around. Look at that; it looks like a EKG.
Man, that's crazy. There's a load of, bro, they got them all on the same track, bro. They're basically like a dog chasing their tail. They're just following each other in a giant circle.
Yeah, really, honestly, yes, that means that there are definitely still drones flying around. So my assessment is correct on that. We'll probably have that video very soon. But in the meantime, though, let's go ahead and jump right into our next super chat here in the meantime while we're waiting for that news. And this one is going to go to none other than Kerberos3 once again. And thank you very much, by the way, for that very generous $100 support. Yet again, that's a ton of support from Kerberos tonight. We do appreciate that. And he said, thank you for the laughs and the news and some more support as might be hibernating the rest of the weekend. And one from the chat, please.
And a big thanks to you for the incredible support, Kerberos3. And thank you so much for enjoying the laughs and the news. We try our best to make sure that we can get out them laughs and that news. And I hope that we did pretty good tonight. I mean, it was 2 hours and 40 minutes, basically, of straight news. And I hope that it was high quality. To be honest with you, although, folks, I think, I'm not sure if Mandy's going to agree with this, but I think we're probably not going to go live for another breaking news segment on like a strike in the Middle East because they happen so quickly. They're basically over by the time we get on air.
Oh no, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that personally. We got to cover those. Like that's something right there. It's hard not to cover that because people want to know what's going on with it. And even though it may be shorter, it worked in perfectly with the beginning of our coverage too. So no, I would say it was pretty good. I think most people in the chat would agree with it too. Because otherwise, they don't know what's going on because we're not here to cover it.
Well, I mean, we just covered it the normal time. Like that's what I'm saying. We don't have to like go live immediately because basically it just turned up into it turned into being just a small little comeuppance. Really, it didn't end up being much. So, like in my opinion, folks, because the way I'm looking at it from the show running side of things here is that they are very short and they end up kind of dying off very fast, and so it throws the whole thing off kilter. Because we did run this thing at 7:30, which is just 30 minutes before our normal show time. The problem is that it begins so fast, it ends so quick. We have to go on live on air immediately, and then we have basically nothing to cover after 20 minutes. And so then, as far as my end of things, having to like monologue the show, I have nowhere to go at that point. I'm just stuck in a lurch because I have nothing to add on or anywhere to go from there. Like, okay, well, let's move on to some other stuff because we had to get on air immediately. And we're very lucky that tonight that wasn't the case. But we have to get on air immediately. We have to cover it as fast as possible. And then after that, 20 minutes of events where it's over, basically. And that doesn't really seem substantive enough to me that if this happens on, say, the middle of the day, it's really worthwhile at even going live because we can basically just cover it as a part of the regular news schedule at the end of the day. And a lot of y'all will show up for that like you always do. So I would think for like show quality side of things, considering we can only run a show a day, it'd be a lot better to just throw that in at that point to the rest of our news coverage at the end of the day on a scheduled show and then run that way. That's at least how I think about it. Because today's attack was a very short one. And I was thinking, like when I told you, I was like, oh, look, it's over just in time for us to get into our normal schedule. I was thinking, damn, that happened so fast. By the time we got on air, it was basically over. And if I didn't have all of the stuff pre-lined up for the normal show, I would have started floundering right there on the spot. We wouldn't have anything else to cover. So the show would be over in like an hour, and that's hardly even worthwhile to cover, at least to me. But anyways, big thanks to you so much for the support and enjoying the channel and helping it keep on running. And that's just my opinion. Y'all can, of course, say in the chat what y'all think, whether we should go live or whether we shouldn't go live. But generally, from the showmanship side of things, that's my 2 cents on it. But we will make sure to get a live chat in your honor. And so, what do we got, Matthew?
The live chat question goes to none other than, let's see here, Caribou's 3. We're going to go and grab his live chat out of the live chat itself. But they said, have enforcers already covered the War Powers Act that Congress passed? Been super out of it. It's hard to keep up with the news. And we did cover that the other day, by the way. It's actually a resolution. That's what it's technically called. But it's still a long way off from actually making a real difference. Right now, it was passed by the House of Representatives. It has to go back to the Senate, and then it has to go to the president's desk after that. So it's really the real reason why it got passed is there were some vacancies. Some Republicans were not there to vote on it, and that's why generally it got through. So it's not really going to get anywhere. But it did make a statement, I will say that, and obviously it definitely ruffled the feathers of the president quite a bit. He put out a pretty angry post about it. But sadly, it's really not going to get anywhere. And also on top of that, truthfully speaking, we can't really stop the war right now, because if we just stop it now and just like quit in the middle of it, we're going to be in a much worse spot than finishing the job. So while I do appreciate Congress finally stepping up to the plate to like check and balance the executive branch, it's kind of a little bit too little too late, and also it's at the wrong time in my opinion as well. But enforcer, what say you?
I would generally have to agree with that, and of course would have to make it to the Senate, and then it have to make it to the president. The president's going to veto it, and then it would have to get enough votes. It would have to get 2/3 of the votes in the House and the Senate to override the presidential veto, and I don't see it ever getting that at this point. So generally, I think it's going to stop die one way or another. Even if the Senate votes to approve it and push it on to the president, it's going to get killed at the level of the president. It won't make it any farther. So it's nice to see, but I just don't really think it's going to be going much anywhere. And also, I don't mean to just basically mirror all of Matthew's points, but to just give you my 2 cents, because we basically think the same on this. It generally is a bad idea to force a end to the conflict or greatly hamstring what we can do, because if we do that, we're basically guaranteeing we're screwed permanently. There's no way, no chance to try and fix the situation, which the only solution we can see right now is continued military action to deal with the Iranian threat, which we aren't doing and we should be doing. So big thanks to you so much for sponsoring our live chat, and I hope that does answer that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
You can never have.
Also, by the way, since here we operate like a democracy, we have a democracy manifest in this channel right here, folks. So we put up a poll actually to ask people whether or not they'd prefer the breaking news streams or the regular coverage when something like today breaks out. Now, of course, if something is wildly major, we will always go live on that no matter when it happens. If it's wildly major. But I would argue that today's coverage was generally mild to moderately breaking news. It was still worth covering, in my opinion, but it's still up to preference on the middle of the road pieces of news like this, whether or not it's a regular coverage or a breaking news stream. So we'll see what people are saying on this poll right here. Feel free to vote on it if you want to weigh in, and we'll return back to it in just a second. But our next super chat goes to none other than Michael, and Michael put in a $100 support. Thank you so much, good sir, for that support as well, and we do appreciate that very much. And Michael said a daily watcher and finally got in live and willing to pay $100. I forgot to correct how you pronounce the name of the Chinese dictator. Xi is pronounced like she. Google it and love you guys and make it last often. And also, can I get some David Attenborough for Andrew? It's amazing.
I have to thank you greatly for your incredible support to the Enforcer channel. It's an incredible and manious thing to do, but people like you greatly support this channel and it outside of that, I did not know that she is pronounced she, which sounds almost the same as how I say it, but I will make sure to do that. And I keep on running. If it wasn't for incredible and amazing folks like you, this channel would not be possible.
And so a big thanks to you for the support, and I hope that does address that incredibly well. And also, I gotta say, I didn't know that she was pronounced like that. I actually thought it was she, as in like the English X pronunciation. But a huge thanks to you for the support and asking for a clarification on that. We will clarify that and fix that from here on forward. And I also gotta say that it is an entire honor and a pleasure for you to enjoy this channel, and I hope that David Attenborough was good. And so a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Oh,
All right, so moving on to our next one here. Also, by the way, let's go ahead and address the poll while we're at it. The poll says, would you prefer breaking news streams or just coverage during the normal stream time? It looks like about 60... Excuse me, I'm allergic to this poll. This poll's got me sneezing. But they said about 63% said the breaking news stream, and about 37% said the regular stream coverage. So once again, on this poll right here, it's a little bit hard to put the question exactly the way I wanted to put it because of the character limit. But when it's middle of the road news, it's kind of up to our discretion about whether or not we run an early stream on it. So it may just really depend on how we're feeling on the topic it's currently breaking out. But if it's something really major, we'll always go live on that. So it looks like most people are voting for the news stream. What say you?
I wanted to say there's kind of like a bit of a caveat to it. Like, obviously, we're not going to say, like, you know, oh, the U.S. just started election. We're back in a full let's just run it. I mean, that would be obviously we're doing that. But what I'm saying, though, is that for situations like today, which amount to hill of beans, really, and we can kind of cover that in a normal stream as just a normal daily activity at this point, because it's not like it's kicked off into something that was absolutely huge. I mean, basically, it started, we went live, we covered it for like 20 minutes, then we got follow-up footage for another 10 minutes, and it died on the spot. We haven't even brought it up for the rest of the stream since then. If it's something that small, I don't really find it worthwhile to get on air and cover it, because, you know, as far as shows go, folks, a show takes a load of effort to get on air, and I'm just speaking from like my point of working on the side of things. Like it's not easy for me to get a show running, and also on top of that, usually I have like this entire pre-planned monologue that I have going on, and ideas of plan A and plan B and plan C for a monologue. If something happens here, I can go there, and if, you know, things slow down on a normal breaking news stream, I can cover all the stuff that happened in the earlier part of the day. But with something that's that uneventful and that short, it's impossible for me to do any part of my job at all, because I basically just go, wow, that's crazy. Anyways, yeah, and that's what I do after that whole segment. There's nothing else to go to. It's not like it's continuing on for hours.
Well, I'll just make a way to make it a little bit smoother when we do that, because the one thing I don't want to happen is, like, for example, you know, breaking news like happened earlier, like a couple hours ago when we went live. If something like that breaks out and then it turns into a much larger situation, and then we've missed like the first 2 hours of the news happening. That sort of like seems like we're dropping the ball a bit, at least to me. So I get that we don't want to go live on everything, but at the same time, though, we don't want to be so hesitant to go live that we miss out on, you know, big stuff happening.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like if we see like Iran's fired like, you know, like less than a handful of rockets at Kuwait and less than a handful of rockets at Bahrain, and they've done this like 20 times in the past 2 months. Pattern recognition would say that's not going to be that big a deal. That's going to be over 20 minutes. And running a breaking news stream on that would be pointless, because by the time we get on air, there's 10 minutes of it left, and then we're going to be recapping new footage coming out for the next 10, and then the news is over. You know, and that's kind of the thing with that. Like, if we're seeing that it's following a pattern like this one did today, and we've seen that this has happened 3 times every week for the past 8 weeks, that isn't really something, in my opinion, that's worth going live over. If we see something like the U.S. just bombed Bandar Abbas, Shiraz, Isfahan, Islamabad, and Tehran all within 5 minutes, well, that's clearly something that we haven't seen yet, and that would definitely be worthwhile of going live, because breaking the normal pattern of little skirmishes is becoming a much bigger one, and then that is a huge breaking news event to go live on. But to me, little attacks like these, like, I don't really see the value. It's small ones, you know, like on top of that, I mean, like I made a on the IRGC firing of U.S. warships, and if anything, that could qualify for a breaking news stream if we're working off of, you know, something that happens in 5 to 10 minutes is worthwhile of breaking news, and running a show early. That could have been a show that we ran earlier today, and we didn't, because it's just such small skirmishes, it's impossible to catch and cover, and then have any reasonable amount of follow-through with the sequence of events to be able to stay on air long enough to make it worthwhile. So that's at least how I look at it for little things like that.
And the way I see it on breaking news stuff like that, like we carry more equal load when the breaking news stuff comes around, and it doesn't hurt to go live. Like, for example, but you know, other breaking news channels went live on this news that we covered an hour or 2 ago, and you know, they went through the same thing we did. It generally waned off after the effort, an hour and 30 minutes, and then after that it was largely over with. But it's just the nature of the game. Sometimes it turns into something, sometimes it doesn't. But we don't want to get into a habit of like missing stuff, you know, scared to go live. Because, you know, then we're missing huge gaps of coverage at that point. So I mean, in my mind, it doesn't hurt to go live early. Now, obviously, it's something small, but if it's something moderate, it could turn into something major and has a good likelihood of possibly doing it like today. I don't see any harm in it.
Well, I mean, I see some harm in it because it definitely could hurt us in the position in the algorithm because YouTube likes reliability. And if every 3 days we're going live at like 12 in the middle of the day and 3 in the afternoon and then 6 and then every other day we're going live at our normal time, that could start to work against us in the algorithm. So, you know, we have to really balance it to where that's a rare and exceptional sort of a thing for major breaking news because at this point, these attacks in the Middle East are almost equating to farts in the wind. And, you know, we can't be so jumpy that every time a fart in the wind happens, we have to go live for like 20 minutes and then be like, oh, that's it. And then get to like, I guess, an hour of super chats. And then a lot of people are going to feel like they're gypped because, you know, it's 20 minutes of news, an hour of questions, and basically the show as far as substantive news ended up being a small like kernel of news, and that wouldn't really be worth the live show. If anything, it might be a video. Like I would say a video would definitely be worthwhile on that if one hadn't been made by that point on that day. But I'd say it really just kind of depends on the case-by-case basis. Today, though, I think that we could have just ran at the normal time, and that would have been fine because it ended up being such a small event. We could have just gone live normally and then just covered it for what it was, and that probably would have been fine too, at least in my opinion.
I don't know. I'm more of a go live like when it happens type person. Like when something happens, like I'm just ready to cover it personally. So we'll just have to see on a case by case basis. But generally speaking, we don't usually just go live at anything. Like we'll go live on something major. I would say today was pretty large because I mean this was the largest attack that's happened in the Gulf states since the ceasefire was enacted over a month ago. So I would say today was worth it.
Magic's fine.
Wait. You said it was the first time that something happened since when?
No, I said it's the biggest attack that's happened since the ceasefire was instituted.
Well, I mean, there was a bigger one that happened like last week, like twice. I think we covered them.
Now this is the biggest right here.
Well, I mean, wasn't there an attack like just last week where they attacked the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Kuwait, and Iraq all at the same time? And then there was also the possibility of Saudi Arabia. I'm pretty sure we went live and covered that. Like that one was bigger than this one.
Oh no, the UAE wasn't attacked. They just attacked the two Gulf states. They attacked
there was I'm pretty sure that's not. Let me go check last week's map. I'm pretty sure that's not the case because, I mean, I remember it being a bigger one last week. That's why with today I was like, you know, I think we ought to just do it when we're live because it's not that big of a thing. But let me go check here really quick. So let's see. This would have been Tuesday. So on Tuesday we had reported incidents. We had distress signals from ships being attacked in UAE, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia that also had air alerts going off at Dammam and Al Jubail. And then we had the situation in Kuwait because we have all those markers. And then we had the explosions in Erbil simultaneously, and also the situation in the Hormuz happening simultaneously. I would say that one was a good bit bigger. I mean, that one happened just last week, and that one seemed worthwhile to get on air because there was a lot going on, and it went on for like an hour or so, or an hour and a half. But today's was, you know, a very small one, and based off of the pattern, usually most of them are small like this. I think that one was the biggest one since the ceasefire, but this one was a good bit smaller because we just look at the markers we have, they pale in comparison outside of Bahrain, which is just multiple clips of the Patriots firing, to what we saw last week.
At the end of the day, though, I still don't see any harm in going live. Like, it didn't hurt us tonight. We got to cover the news when it happened, and you know, we weren't late. And also, if it turned into something major, we weren't here to miss it either. We were already live. So, anyways, though, moving on from that, though, we can wrap it hole like hell on that. Moving on to our next super chat here, which goes to none other than Bruce Jenner, last name Tolls. Thank you very much for that $50 support, by the way. We do appreciate that very, very much from Jenner, last name Tolls. And they put in the orange, the taco, the side the American flag, the rat, and also the sad face right there. Don't be sad, Mr. Tolls. Don't be sad.
Don't be sad. It's okay. We'll make it through. We'll make it through together. And I gotta say, a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $50 support from none other than Carlos Santiago. And thank you very much, Mr. Santiago, as well for that $50 support. And I was just double checking real quick here. I don't think he left a comment, and I don't think he did, but I'm double checking it right this very minute. I'm checking to see if Carlos did not. So thank you very much, sir, once again for that.
Especially with the incredible support, Carlos Santiago. I got to say that we're greatly appreciative of your support. You did throw in a comment, but your support helps us to say thousands of comments on air every single day, millions every single year, and helps us to keep this thing rolling. You help us to keep the lights on and keep this thing ad-free and sponsor-free so that we can keep covering the news the way y'all like it for 1,563 days and hopefully well on into the future. And so big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on the next one.
I also have a 50 that just came in from none other than Chris Feilbach. And thank you very much, Chris, for the 50 as well. He put in the smiley face right there, as you can tell. He is very happy about the events that took place today. But thank you very much, Chris, for that support, and we do appreciate that. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I got to thank you incredibly for the support, Chris Feilbach. That smiley face is kind of offsetting. You know, look at the eyes. They're solid black. I've only seen sharks with eyes like that. You know, it's an interesting smile. Maybe it's a shark. But beyond that, though, I do have to thank you incredibly for that support and helping the channel to keep it running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, Chris, who have been around forever, we wouldn't be able to keep this thing running. And so humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 50 from none other than Tommy Tutokes. And thank you very much, Tommy, as well, for the 50. And it's good to see you once again. And Tommy said, I've been watching for many a moon and can't always be here live, but always look to you the next day to get the real shit. He said, screw that corporate media. I agree. Down with those bastards. Thanks for keeping it real.
You know, I got to say, I think a lot of people are getting that mindset of F the corporate media, because I don't know if y'all have seen this, but in the box office for the movies, over these past few weeks, I think it's two movies that have been made basically by YouTubers, Obsession and The Backrooms, that have hit basically #1 and #2 at the box office and have obliterated other multi-million-dollar productions by major corporations that are basically what people call these days the corporate slop movies that keep coming out. I hope that this continues, because I think there's a I think the whole media sphere is getting shaken up pretty heavily these days in almost every category. Us in the news, other YouTubers doing movies, also some YouTubers doing video games and whatnot. There's a lot of them starting to do that these days. And I'd have to say I think it's definitely a renaissance, because we've been seeing lately that a lot of these news companies go with the tried and true, just keep it on domestic political news to try and keep the ratings up, you know, don't experiment around and try different things that might do well or poorly. And then you see all these major corporations saying, let's make, you know, the Avengers movie number 27, the quest to save, you know, Spider-Man or something like that. And you just see these endless amounts of slop coming out from most corporations. And I think that a lot of people are getting into that mindset. I think it's a great thing. I think it's definitely starting to improve a lot around here, at least in the media space. So a big thing.
Yeah. And you know, those independent people, like the independent people are doing it with soul behind it. Like, because, yeah, well, like otherwise, why would they be making a movie in the first place? It's not like they're answering to corporate shareholders or something. So they just doing it because they wanted to. It's their passion. So it's going to have more effort put into it. It's going to probably use a lot less money, like with the budget, because obviously they're not working with multi-billion-dollar budgets on movies. So it creates better products, honestly. I think over time, people are going to start getting really, really tired of corporations. The only problem is the mega corporations have kind of embedded themselves so strongly that they basically have a monopoly on everything now. Like, they even have a monopoly on the movie industry to a large degree. So that's why it's so remarkable that these independent creators can somehow like bankroll their own movie and make it happen.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. And I mean, the creativity behind it too is crazy. Like, I actually went and saw The Backrooms this last Monday when we had the off day. I actually went and watched it, and I gotta tell y'all folks, I was absolutely blown away. Oh my god, I was like, that YouTuber guy. Like, I watched a lot of his videos back in the day, like the Backrooms videos, where he would like make the video about how the lights work in the backrooms and stuff like that. And I would watch him and be like, wow, this is really cool. This guy's really good at this. And then he directed the movie, and it was insanely good. That movie, I think, has made over $100 million at the box office, and I think it had a budget of only a couple of million. Let me actually go pull that up. Let's see. Backrooms movie budget.
Let's make this.
See, what was the budget? Oh, so actually the Backrooms budget was $10 million, but it's grossed over $160 million in its opening weeks.
Well, how did he finance it?
Well, he had that financed by A24. Like, he didn't do that on his own. It was with A24.
Wars are messy.
Well, there's that other movie that's out there that was financed, I think, by the person that created that other independent movie you were talking about.
The Obsession movie, yeah, I think that one had a budget of less than actually, the budget for Obsession was less than $750,000, and it grossed $171 million at the box office.
Damn, that's crazy. That dude set off that one movie right there. He made one movie and probably wasn't sure if it was going to do well or not, and somehow got set for life.
Man, that guy one day, man, was eating ramen, riding around in a 1984 Honda Civic. The next day after that movie came out, he had a pimp jacket, pimp hat. He had the Cadillac with the big rims. Right, he was living it up. I mean, like, it was a good day for him. But I think it's a great...
I bet they didn't even use those mega cameras. You know, like the huge cameras. They might have maybe rented some possibly. But that's the thing to me. Like, I've seen independent films that people will make like using normal like Canon DSLRs and stuff like that instead of these mega like red cinema cameras and all these expensive pieces of equipment. The equipment really doesn't matter. If your storyline of your movie is garbage, you can shoot it with the best camera you've got. You can go buy like the $100,000 like RE cinema camera. It won't matter if your script is garbage or it's just the movie doesn't have any soul behind it. Like, it doesn't matter at all.
Yeah, and also someone brought up Iron Lung that was made by Markiplier. Yeah, Markiplier actually financed that entirely on his own. And a lot of people had rave reviews for Iron Lung because it was true to the source material and he was really good at the acting in it. And honestly, I mean, like, I'd say it's impressive and all the power to all those folks out here in the YouTube world that are making movies these days because they're putting most of the corporate movie world to shame. I don't know if any of y'all have seen the Backrooms movie. Let me see if I can pull up, like, the Backrooms movie, like some images without spoiling anything from it. You know what? This is probably a good one. This is actually the director, Kane Parsons, with one of the actors on the physical set of the Backrooms, which looks insane. I mean, that's crazy looking.
Yeah, that's wild that they did that with a budget less than $1 million. It's a lot of set work.
Oh, this one was one with a $10 million budget. Obsession was under $750,000.
Yeah, well, I see why they're doing it now. They got the money for it.
Man, they got that money. But this was a 30,000. Like, another interesting fact about this. This was a 30,000 square foot set that they built. The entire thing was the legitimate back rooms that they could film in, and they could kind of change some of the walls around and stuff, from what I remember, to be able to give it a little bit of variety. But honestly, folks, it was so cool. Like that's another picture of the set. It's insane, dude. It's literally the legitimate back rooms, like the picture of the back rooms brought to life. I mean, that is really cool.
Yeah, that is cool. You remember when YouTube was doing YouTube originals? I'm not sure if they're doing them anymore, but they were getting YouTubers and they were giving them money to go create like content for the platform, I think. But it was like basically like, you know how Netflix like commissions movies? Netflix will just simply hand somebody a huge amount of money and say, go make a movie, and they'll let them come back with the end product. You simply give it to Netflix and they simply put it on the platform and you get paid. That's the way it works with them, at least from what I've heard. But YouTube tried something similar with YouTube Originals. I'm not sure if they're still doing it, but that didn't seem like a bad idea, really.
Honestly, that didn't seem too bad like an idea. And another cool thing about the kind of movie world that exists these days is that there's been a heavy pushback, and I think this is a great one, by audiences for studios that use humongous amounts of CGI. And I would have to say I'm one of those people. I do not watch movies that are CGI slop. So most everything that's Avengers related, I've never watched it. Like, I think I watched like the first Captain America and the first Avengers and the Winter Soldier and stuff. But after those, I quit watching. Stuff just got too AI slopified to where it looked like they were basically like, it was like watching a video game in real time. And I was like, this is lame as hell. Like, this sucks. It looks terrible. I don't like it. And also the writing's kind of lame too, because I don't know what it was about the Avengers post. The first ones they made were like actually serious to a degree, and it made it interesting to watch. It was like super humorous moments. And then for some reason, like the writing room that got in charge of the later movies was like, oh, we have to make everybody a snarky ass that makes a snarky joke every 2 minutes, or otherwise we're just not hitting the comedy notes enough. Like, and it's like, it kind of loses like the whole seriousness of the movie when they're like, we're going to save the world, and then someone's like, oh, actually, park this dingus, and it's like, why the hell was that said? Like, this was a serious moment, they just broke it.
Those franchise movies, you can only do those like 2 or 3 times, like maybe like a sequel sequel and then like one other one or something like that, and then it's over with. Like, don't drag it out for like 10 different versions of it. It gets horrible by the third version.
Oh, and dude, that's so bad these days with all the sequels made. Like these companies are like, okay, we have like a tried and true, like kind of like a thematic world, like Star Wars. Let's milk this thing to death and make like 20 movies and like 30 offshoot like TV series for this thing. And it's like it loses all of its spark because then it also gets sloppified to the extreme, and they send it to the boardroom where everybody's in there going, okay, how do we make this appeal to everybody? Oh, yeah. turns into the cash cow. Like they're trying to milk that cash cow for everything it's got. It's like the cow died like 3 movies ago. Like you're on the 5th movie now. Like that thing, that ship would sell 3 movies ago. Y'all are just like trying to make money off of it. And I think their like revenues are going down like for most of those franchises over time. Yeah, they do, because less and less people are interested in them. Like I think like Disney killed off Star Wars basically just flat out with the new movies they made. They were so bad. Like they just completely destroyed that whole entire Star Wars world basically from the ratings of how bad it was. But when you think about that though, it's so sad. And also the other thing I was trying to say there is like they send these movies off to like the corporate like boardroom. They have like a little meeting in it, and they're like, okay, how do we make it marketable to everybody? The thing about this is the paradox. If you make a movie marketable to everybody, it's marketable to nobody because it doesn't appeal to anybody in a good enough way that it actually captures a market share. It's trying to appeal to everybody and be jack of all trades, master of none, and then that ends up flopping for that reason. And that's one thing that's been lost so badly these days by a lot of these corporations is that they never just go, let's make it a risk and let's make it appeal to like this certain group of people. Like let's make something kind of like tailored towards them. They're like, no, we have to make it tailored towards everybody, which destines them to failure. Because one group that's wanting like an action-packed movie that's serious, they get an action-packed movie that's filled with jokes. It just doesn't hit the mark, and it's like that for every industry group or every like focus group, you want to call it that, and they fall flat. It's a real shame, really. But anyways, a big thanks to your support and help this channel to keep on running. Tommy Two Tokes, and thank you so much for joining us, keeping it real, and also we're happy to have you here tonight and happy to have had you around for a really long time. So a huge thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a $100 support from none other than Bobby, also known as 39A, to all the OGs on the channel that knew Bobby before he changed his name. Or at least I think YouTube might have changed it actually when they did that username flop. But thank you very much, Bobby, for that $100 support. It's very generous of you. He said, long live Ukraine.
And long live Ukraine indeed. Slava Ukraine, Slava. And I gotta say a huge thanks to you for that incredible support helping this channel to keep on running. If it wasn't for folks like you, this channel wouldn't have been around for a while. You've been here watching for a long time and supporting this channel to help make it possible. And I gotta say that we're wildly appreciative of that, and we cannot thank you enough. And I gotta thank you so much for coming in here tonight and making sure to support this channel so that we can keep the good news alive and covering the news from around the world, including in Ukraine. So a huge thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than Carabos 3 once again, who put in a 50. And thank you very much, Carabos, for the support. They said, will there be a donation day this Sunday? And if you two are not aware and want a fun rabbit hole of interesting, amazing warriors, I believe still in existence, check out the Gurkhas.
They are in existence still, actually. That's actually true. And yes, there will be a Sunday night fundraiser this Sunday, as long as everything goes to plan. I do have to say, folks, that there's like kind of like a caveat to that. If there isn't a breaking news stream that day, which hopefully there won't be, then we'll be able to run the normal Sunday night fundraiser. If there is a breaking news stream, we can't run them because the Sunday night fundraisers take a minute to be able to set up. Because I have to go through, because we're at the fundraiser, we have to pick one to delete for some reason. I don't know why you but I have to pick one to delete. So I have to go through and find the smallest one and then catalog everything about it, the day that it raised, the amount that it raised, and everything else. That I can keep on my spreadsheet on my phone, so that way I can try and at least tabulate the total roughly. If anyone asks, like everyone's like, what's the total of all the fundraisers ever run in the history of the channel? We'd be, kind of like roughly this. I mean, also keep them in memory. At least it's like something for me personally. I just keep them in the spread in like little notes on my phone to keep them remembered. But that takes a minute to be able to do that and get all that information type it up on the phone, and then go and pick a new one, and then make all the new parameters for it, type up its description and everything else. So if we're running a breaking news stream, we don't have enough time to be able to set one of those up, so we wouldn't have one. But if it's a normal stream at 10 p.m. Eastern time, like it should be, then we will definitely have one, because that's part of the work process and the schedule for that night, is setting aside some time to be able to set that whole thing up and catalog the fundraiser that has to be deleted. So I hope that does address that the best I can, and a big thanks to you for the support and help with this channel to keep on running, Kerberos, and I hope that does answer that question well. And before we move on to the next one, I do have to pull up these famous Gurkhas. Gurkhas are actually British soldiers that are native to Nepal, but have signed up to join the British Army. And they're one of, I think, the oldest serving units in the British Army, and also one of the most well-honored, and probably the best ones. Yeah, the British had it rough, didn't they? Very rough. Let me see if I can get you on another picture.
No more meditation or
Oh yeah, here's their uniform. They also have this very distinct knife. You can actually see it right here, called the kukri, and it's actually bent halfway up. But it's a traditional knife of the Nepalese people, so they actually carry that around. I believe nowadays as a ceremonial blade, but I think they also carry it sometimes with them in the field. They actually carry it all the time with them in the field, if I'm not remembering right. The one thing I know the Gurkhas for is that the Gurkhas were deployed to the Falklands during the Falklands War, and actually fought the Argentine army on one of the heights. They actually charged up the heights in mud, in rain, and ended up defeating the Argentine forces at the top of the heights and pushed them off the other side, which is something that they believe at the time the Gurkhas might not be able to pull off, and they were just doing that to kind of feign them. But it turns out the Gurkhas actually charged the position and took it, which was pretty insane, especially considering they weren't expected to do that. So a really cool unit and a really neat group of soldiers, and an incredibly rich history to their unit. So a huge thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And we also have a $20 support from none other than Wantan Quadruple 8. And thank you, Roach Wantan, as well for that support. He said, for tonight's rabbit hole, I got to see the big boy 4014 chugging on by. I was my girlfriend up and told her, quick, we got to get one of those train tracks down the street. And she thought I was crazy. It turned out to be a great time. And orb.
Oh, well, I gotta tell you, we all love the orb, and we all love Union Pacific number 4014. The big boy, the biggest of the boy. I actually heard it was in Chicago. So, you know, I had to roll on through Old Block. That had to have been an adventure. But here's a picture of it in its 250th anniversary paint scheme. I don't know where this one was taken. Apparently this was taken in California. It says Portola, which is where it started across the United States back east. But Union Pacific 4014 is amazing. I would say that anyone who's near to the area where you can go and see it, you should see it, because it's going to be a once-in-a-lifetime thing. It's going to go back to the East Coast for the rest of its history. And it is impressive. See, Matthew can even tell y'all that even he, who is not a train appreciator, thought that the 4014 was pretty cool.
Well, I thought it was a train at the end of the day, but the thing that got my attention was when they had the porta potty set up outside the event. So I had to go and, like, you know, everybody has to use the porta potty eventually. I don't really like using the porta potty, but you got to use it eventually. So I went over there, I stepped in that nasty thing, and then the train blew its horn, or the whistle, whatever it's called, and it shook the entire porta potty like it was made of paper. I was like, now I like that. That's actually pretty decent. I like the whistle in that train right there. It's got some bass that shook the ground. But that's the best part I like.
That was one thing that he did like, but I gotta tell you, folks, beyond that, down by another train, as he always does, this is one hell of a one. It's one hell of a one, I tell you, folks. You know, another one I wish that was rolling around, folks, this would be a cool one. The Norfolk, let's see, type this in. Allegheny. This one. I wish they had one of these that was actually running. They have some in some museums around, but crazily enough, these things actually had more pulling power than the big boys, and were stronger by their, I believe it was tractive effort, if I'm not mistaken. But sadly, none of these are running anymore. They're all either in static displays in museums or they were scrapped. So sadly, there's none of these rolling around, but these would equally be impressive to see. I mean, that's impressive right there. Really, any any sort of duplex steam engine is a really impressive thing to watch on the move. But the 4014 is basically the only one left that still runs, and that's one hell of a sight to see for sure. So I gotta say, a really cool thing you got to see it. We're all a part of the big boy group now. And a huge thanks to you for support up in this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from none other than Gail Tallarico. And thank you very much, Gail, for that 20. And Gail said, why doesn't Ukraine send drones to, you know, those areas where those top, you know, houses are in Russia? That would be interesting. And thanks, y'all.
It wouldn't really achieve much of anything. That's the reason why. It's a waste of munitions and time. And if they did get through, it wouldn't really amount to a whole lot, at least for right now. So I hope that does the best I can. The big thing to your support and over the channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Normal Guy, New Jersey. And thank you very much, Mr. Normal Guy from New Jersey, for that $20 support. He said, you guys are awesome. And when the hell is the LSC?
It's here. It's always here. It's always here. It's always here. What do you mean? It's always here. It's always here on this channel. It's here every day. But I gotta say, a big thanks to your support. And I also have to say, thank you for some kind words. We think that you're supporting this channel. You help us be able to stay on air, so that way people can have a decent image of us, or they can hate our guts, one or the other. But it's better to be loved and hated than just you know, hated. So like I was trying to figure out where to go with that. I was like, I don't actually know where I'm going with that one. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that you expressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one here goes to G-Tech, who put in a 20, along with Crispy, who put in a $20 support as well. In fact, Crispy put in two $20 supports. And we appreciate you very much, Crispy, as always, for that support. And also a big shout out to G-Tech for also throwing in. And Enforcer, what say you?
And a big shout out to you, Crispy, for that whopping $40 of support without a comment. And a big shout out to G-Tech as well, who threw in a 20. I gotta say, y'all are greatly amazing, incredible folks. I thank y'all massively for supporting the channel and helping us to keep this thing running, because y'all help this thing to be ad-free and sponsor-free for millions of people every single month, and we thank y'all amazingly for that. So huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And we're on the next one.
You know what's crazy is even though we're not known as a breaking news channel, like we're not known as a channel that just has a flexible schedule, it goes live when breaking news only happens. Like we go live in a normal schedule at 10 p.m. Eastern every single night except for Monday, and then only if there's something major that happens we'll go live for like a abnormal breaking news stream. We're outperforming even the channels that do like breaking news for a career. We're outperforming them even for the most part. Like on tonight's stream, outperformed them all actually tonight, and we're super grateful, by the way. I think we're probably top the charts for the most part. The ratings are fantastic. I gotta love those ratings. I tell you, I'm not a sucker for ratings, but I like to see it number one. Nobody remembered number two, but they remember number one.
Everybody always talks about the ratings. I have to say, folks, that we're getting rated as one of the greatest shows out there. Nobody can beat us. We're one of the tops these days. Everybody comes here to go, what's going on in the world? And we always say, bad shit's going on, because it kind of is. But one day, hopefully, we'll have good stuff to say. Good stuff. Hopefully, the greatest stuff. Hopefully, we'll have so many good things to say. People will get tired of hearing good stuff. They'll want to go back to tough times in foreign policy where we don't know what the hell we're doing. But the big thanks to you all for the support. It's a wonderful thing, and we thank you all for spending your time here. Lots and lots of time. Many people go, wow, that's a lot of time to spend. Greatly, a lot of time. Some people call us up and they go, sir, I'm tired of spending time watching the channel, but they can't stop spending time on the channel.
Yeah. You know what's crazy, too? I just remember that when he did that voice right there. I heard today that they apparently sent Witkoff and Kushner. I'm pretty sure that Witkoff was a real estate developer. I think Kushner might have been as well, or a real estate investor, more like it. They sent them to some nuclear lab in the United States, at least according to a mainstream media outlet, and sent them there to talk about nuclear weapons with the nuclear scientists. I can only imagine the look on the nuclear scientist's face when they saw the real estate guy show up. Like, what are you guys here for? To build us a new shed? Like, what are you here to discuss nuclear weapons? But apparently they were there to discuss nukes. I guess the joke was on the scientist because they were there to discuss the weapons, apparently.
Oh my God. You know what that probably turned into? Wow, you know, the real estate opportunities of a usable nuclear silo are endless. I mean, imagine. Oh my God. You know, like, there's been a lot of dumb stuff. I don't know if y'all have heard about it that's going on in the background recently in the United States. Like I don't know if y'all heard about this, but there was actually some some oil and gas leasing rights that were given out on the northern end of the Grand Canyon to some private companies recently. Have you heard about that, Matthew?
Are you sure? I thought that was debunked.
I'm pretty sure that that's still around and being talked about. And also there was that federal lawsuit recently that cut down the grizzly bear's living space from 2,500 acres, which has generally been the rule of thumb, to 1. You know, and also there was they also stripped a whole bunch of probes that they had planted in the west coast of the United States. It's like 320 million of them. They ripped all of them up, and they were being used to measure currents and try and figure out data for like fisheries and whatnot, to figure out what's going on weather-wise, and you know how they give people some advice on how to run their fishing companies and whatnot. They ripped all that up.
How the heck do you evict the? I saw Miss Disa say that yesterday in the live chat. I said that they're evicting the grizzly bears from some of their land. It's like I would like to see somebody show up and try to evict a grizzly bear from their land. It's like, I mean, how does this work? They send the sheriff out to like round them up and like get them off the land. It's like, what do they mean they're reducing their living space to like an acre? It's like you can't contain that thing. It's like also, you let that thing out in the wild, it's going to go wherever it wants.
Also, it's like, where in the world are they all supposed to find their food if you have like 2,000 bears and 2,000 acres? I mean, like they're going to be killing each other to try and eat whatever's left in that small area.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be some, like, you know, there'll be some betting platform out there probably letting you bet on, like, Fred versus, like, John or something like that. The Grizzlies fighting each other. There'll probably be a betting platform letting you bet on it.
Tutu is about to lay hands on Sunshine Happy Bear. Like, bro, like, I'm putting $50 on that. Like, honestly, though,
that's... Oh, my God. Somebody's going to take the idea and run with that. I know they're going to set up cameras in the forest, like live cams, webcams. They're going to have the betting. It's going to be bad.
It's probably going to be pretty bad, but one thing I got to say, folks, that, I mean, they weren't exaggerating on when they said that this group would get elected and it end up in bad things. As far as, like, forest conservation and natural conservation, they're going around basically making it to where you can pillage and destroy the natural beauty of the United States for a quick buck now, for the detriment of the rest of the country for the remainder of all time, which is something I honestly have to say I thought they were exaggerating about before they got into their administration currently, but they certainly weren't fibbing about it whatsoever. But anyways, with that,
I heard Economic Times got so bad that Smokey the Bear started stripping.
Damn, that had to be tough, man. Getting that fur off.
He went from being the model for the Forest Service, talking about you can prevent forest fires, and he was burning it down the swamp.
Man, man, I tell you, I mean, honestly, man. They call him Fire now because he be putting that fire up there on that stage. God dang. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Steve T, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Steve, for the $20 support. And they said, do you think that Iran's reducing the USA's capability and support it can provide in the future, and a similar form of sanctions Ukraine is using, economic and consuming resources to prevent sales going to NATO, and Taiwan protecting Russian orders?
I would say that it might be the case. I mean, that's definitely what Russia wants to achieve out of it, and China as well. But for the Iranians, they're just trying to achieve the survival of their regime. They're largely fighting the war directly, defensively. But on the periphery, though, Russia and China are definitely supporting them for that reason and trying to consume a decent amount of the U.S.'s resources in fighting this war, which has already been done from what we've heard on how many munitions were spent bombing Iran. So I would have to say a big thanks to you for support, Steve, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a support from Star, and thank you very much, Star, for the 20. He said, I got to give this leadership credit where credit is due. They convinced me to register to vote. Oh, that's good, by the way. That's a good thing to do, to go vote. They call that a civic duty, they say. They have fumbled the ball right now, and I'm actually going to vote.
Well, I mean, you know, it's a democratic right in this country to vote, and I always say that if you think that you want to vote in support of your own personal interest in this country and see that an elected representative is elected to support your interest or look out for the country's interest, I'd say have at it. You know, it's a free country and people can vote however they wish. You know, I hear that we're going to be finding out how that goes here soon, coming up in these midterms here. You know, that might be giving us an idea of how things are going. But anyways, a big thanks to your support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $20 from Carabos3 once again. And thank you very much, Carabos, for the $20 support. I love how many YouTube animators and creators have picked up, and indie creators are just dunking with good stories on the general slop that comes out. And I care about what you make, and it wins. Now, you know what's interesting, Carabos, is a lot of those YouTube channels that have like really nice animations and stuff like that, a lot of those channels are actually owned by private equity. Most people don't know that, unless you're in the YouTube community, you really don't know that. But as someone who's in the YouTube community, you generally come to know that type of stuff. So I won't say which ones are owned by private equity, but there's definitely some big ones out there that's actually majority stake of it's owned by a company that simply invests in media outlets, including YouTube channels, which is kind of a fascinating thing to a certain degree. That's how they have the money to get the animators. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that it really is something to see that people with a lot of passion and drive for what they're trying to present or produce are out there actually getting involved in making movies and generally getting involved in the media, because I feel like it really does benefit greatly. You know, if you have someone that's there just to collect a paycheck, the quality is going to be very low because they don't give a damn. They're just there to get paid. But if you have someone that really cares about what they do, then it turns out being pretty high quality. And I think that's definitely shown in the Backrooms and the movie Obsession. I'm probably going to go and try and see that movie Obsession coming up this Monday because it just sounds like everybody's giving it such rave reviews. You've got to go check it out at this point. And so I'm thinking, you know, I ought to go take a look at that one, you know, and also go back to the movie theater because I honestly enjoyed it. It was a blast to me. So I definitely have to agree with you. I think that when people have passion for what they're making and what they're doing, it really shows in the quality. And that's something that you just can't say for the corporate slot people these days. They don't care about a damn thing rather than getting paid. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have here a super chat from Blind Man, who put in a 20. And thank you, Blind Man, as well. He said,
I'm excited, but there's no side like that is not the all respect.
Get renters insurance without calling your parents for help.
Fucking too.
Get a quote in seconds, starting at $5 a month.
Sit up. Goddamn dumb. Yeah, you looking like the crickets out here. Like that a hand in your bean.
You pass Top Steps Trading Combine.
That's word. Okay, he's not here, so he probably doesn't know that. Electric is broke for free. Okay, good stuff, good start.
Stay out of my way.
So maybe something like this, and then the director was, he's just like a kid, right?
To Summoner's Rift. Minions have spawned.
I love what I do. My enemies won't. It's not about the killing. It's about who's doing the dying. Someone's got a death wish.
Yeah, you know that Wolverine was the only human that to the truck in the long yellow border. Over there, the military. And he's doing it to an anti-American thing. And for the trail, not scandalous.
meditation or masters.
Extraterrestrial craft, bodies, the man-made.
Start. Now
They
we can
think
actually...
lifelong mountain. John has what he went to school.
It's better for
Now I
everyone.
can walk up to zone from this minion. I do have to last hit my own.
On the top of the expression.
Kite away
Here's
his
my
Z.
button.
Now I'm round to Q. Again, beautiful electro port. He's already 30%.
I need you to go out. After the
Level 2. We're gonna go Shroud to space away from his E spin. Easily if he tries to go first. Let's see my position ourselves here. He's missing a lot of lots of things.
I'm not here to make
Interesting. I haven't seen that start yet for Garen. Oh my god, I failed to pick up my passive. Otherwise I can proc my electrocute there as well. My bad. And Dick is really confused. We kinda use their board. Let's just try to get rid of Garen's passive. But I don't want to hit the wave to make it push into him. I want the wave to be pushing to me.
Enemy has
So
been
I'm just viewing him, but not the wave. Very important. This is extremely important because now we're weak-sided. You see that our jump is off, right? Diego is off. So I don't want to hit the wave here. I want the wave to be pushing forward so I can freeze here where I'm safe. He does have level 4 now, but I also don't really want him to crash this next turn. So I'm gonna...
man at the center of the just on the spot. Learning his state.
And team the wave out. Okay, we able to actually box it. Alright. We're gonna pop a potion and the wave a little bit so that
What the
it stays
victim's
frozen.
family said was
Now we're
that
just
plus BBL dogs, they're not touching your clothing. It's still in bottles. They give them the big dog. So because you give your dog spurs like it, I like to spend my money on my baby. It's kind of keep my son from
That would be huge. Ooh, beautiful, nice. Good job. Well played by the Lee Sin for finding that opportunity. For finding the kill angle. I mean, we created the opportunity. And now we're gonna drag the minions up. We're gonna all focus one. We reset here to grab our... What are we gonna buy actually? Let's go for this boots.
Helping raise school meal nutrition standards. We are the American Heart Association.
Okay, we got fancy as fuck, and we are a full level up on God, and the base is still completely frozen here. We're not gonna let him trash this wave, because if he does, then he can actually go into the boss hit. So I need to treat the 3 minions alive right now here. Try to kill him and the wave here.
Enemy has been slain.
I mean, yeah, I guess you can just do that with W. I have to let the wave die.
Just give me a great team today. Freaking space number down in the long efficiency team on respect from the Toyota. If Brain Howler show down in this class by 8 holds down Jeffrey.
Now this way because we have actually
right back.
E2 Roshi Z, I can take my E2 back
Smart.
because he has W to split win that trade.
Let's go places.
Yes, W still, I can't really just look for electric rock. And that's enough for me. Okay, the wave is pushing into him, let's crash it fast and get a good clean bounce.
Like Mark.
Skill and
careful after he catches these waves, he's gonna have 6 as well, right? Let's just get rid of his passive here with our E. We don't want him regenerating to full. Where is the plant gonna spawn? Very close. The next wave is a normal wave. We can fast push the next wave and look to play for the plant, right?
They can't stop me.
So insta fast push this wave because we want to get the plant. We are actually releasing the dark flash Q into E on us with ult.
And so we use the spread your band
playing for the
side
plant.
if he doesn't care, he's down 50 times.
Because he hit 6 in 1 minute.
Instead, he touched prison. It's on the never mind the window.
Diego is here.
Instead, center of what conduct the old pair of hamburgers.
But don't go get a find that document.
He didn't use his spin yet, but we win this. If we kite his spin with
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Everyone dies. I just
Friendly damage is not seeking her sympathy or dedication in defense. Instead, while holding back he was forced to longer and the
instantly into base.
So his family goes to Ryan, talking about how this fits.
Garen is pissed that his jungler was here. Excellent Diego. This is what it is. Oh my god, he's going mid.
the world's only tombstone will be mine.
I think he gave up this lane.
And the motor mine comes with
The most mental
right of me.
I swear.
Look, I don't want to, but I will.
Please, bro, you're ruining my YouTube video.
Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy
Come
is
back.
unstoppable.
I need to bully you and test my shield damage.
It's a speeding Father's Day. He cooked up with his then mother. The couple's okay. Juliana Perez promised. He actually took a plea for involuntary manslaughter and testified against Bandy. It was a twisted double murder case that shocked the nation back in 2023. A husband saying he walked in on his naked wife who was stabbed by a strange man. Then she was dead. Just kidding.
Okay, whatever. I thought I'm gonna not get it, so I mess up my tempo a little bit, it's fine. We still proxy the wave.
Depends how I'm feeling.
And this gives us move speed too, which is really nice. I think Garen is low-key going both here.
That
We should be
enemy
careful.
spirit is coming with the map. Why?
Okay, Karma Flash.
Joe Banfield at the hospital shortly after the story. This is the moment he learned his wife did not survive.
You can never have too many kunai.
Okay, he's back. Nice, good stuff. Okay, bro, I'm not gonna bully you too hard now. Just stay in the lane. I do have to make so okay, let's test the damage.
Young Donna was also in the house the morning of the killing. But the murders, all part of an elaborate scam. Prosecutors say Banfield, the former investigator of the IRS, inspired that his then 22-year-old lover, Bobby, to kill his wife. So, after after the divorce, he custody him out. Finding his wife. Do not be more than he posted a picture. Prosecutors told the jury that Banfield posed as his wife on sexual fetish websites. So wore a maid named Joseph Life their home to fulfill a
He's probably crying to his jungler again because he was just facing it while he was dying. But the attack speed was really nice. Not gonna lie. Wait, do I one-shot the backline with one? Oh, I do! That is actually not bad.
While band
Because
not
no other first item can use what's called it.
small news.
It gives you a lot of tempo this way. I think this could be viable in the mid lane. I'm not even kidding. Actually, wait, what am I doing? I don't want to end the laning phase, so I need to bullet this guy more. He does actually he can flash on me here and I die.
Not anymore.
I think that's what he's trying to do. What does that eat, bro? Yeah, let's race.
If they're smart,
Base
they're scared.
TP. Let's grab pink ward.
The judge. I'm fine.
Wars are messy. My kills
She's
are
bothering the match. For that part.
Oh my god.
So let's get straight. Frustration and what they've done to get to understand.
I need to try this on the mid lane, by the way. Maybe we're gonna play some mid lane volley after this. I guess the only bad stuff is but I mean, for some people, it's nice to have.
Talking about the calculation of being honest. If you're honest,
just wait for the turret to eat.
I'm certain.
We're under no cover to take for the first tower goal.
So this is the most egregious form of his life sentence comes without possible parole. Conviction is very likely to appear. One day
After getting the kill,
you all know that when it happens, there's a fire in that. It's not for doing some recognition so I'm going to get into it with all the silver and the gun to send it good. He said, the lion,
I'm kind of sad I'm recalling for already here. Oh, I got that as well. I guess I can sell this now. Okay, we have our gunblade. Now this is gonna... This item slot is gonna exchange your Storm Surge slot or your Shadow Flame slot. But I think I'm not gonna be building Shadow Flame in this game.
Hampton's summer house mission. Walk by again. This is like introduction. Go back and kind of help you for if LeBron James was doing down at Win. And come back from top line, what's up there? Time to pizza, you know, and stuff. Yeah. So I'm great. It's like someone willing to go to land up there something. It's about who's
Ooh, my damage on auto attacks is also rich. Not gonna lie. Right. First off, deep ward here. Diego is bot. Could hit turret here. We have to be careful because this can proc on him now as well. Wait for the W.
Can't stop what's coming.
Not quite in range. Okay, the second Drake is dead now.
It's more than that much.
Can
We
grab the
stop
payload
time
here.
before next time.
Just let my bird get in the way of the fools of love. Step back. I'll put it quick enough.
Love it.
Execution has been destroyed.
He's alone, no?
Injections by Sumera and Emerald work similarly to treat moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis or psoriatic arthritis.
Diego is also coming. I'm gonna get out of here. This roll falls now because this wall. Can't do much about it. It's a good decent timer. this as well. Since we're so ahead, just keep stacking, and I'm also gonna grab Dark Suit. Upgrade these.
Damn, bro.
I'm John Morgan. When my brother Jim was here, we had nobody in our corner. And I promised myself long ago that no family would be left without somebody to fight to sell. That promise became Morgan & Morgan. 35 years later, we kept it. So many families protected. $30 billion recovered. We became America's largest standard firm for a reason. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan for the people.com.
Conversation never stops. Quickly, please don't leverage. We divide your state. Big, one, divide, stop.
Much weight
Enemy double kill. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. Enemy double kill.
This game over. This is gonna be off.
7 moves on your side. If it's demonstrated zone. Without the stickers, take advantage of great deal and BT.
Damn, his W makes him so
With
tanky. 1 Q and auto? Ooh, that's an interesting question. I didn't really pay attention to that. Gwen. Yeah, they're gonna FF, I think.
Damn, gunsling thing does fucking anything.
Alright, everybody, welcome back to another video. Today we're playing some mid-morning electrocute sun impact Grizzly Hunter,
Definitely, you know, right, and they want, but
I haven't done a Kali in a while. I just saw
the
last Kali video I did actually got a lot of views, so gotta play her again. No energy.
Popular first Brazilian vodka and getting them more heat up than that.
I'm gonna do a gunblade build. That'll be cool. Yeah, I hate playing against Kali. I'm playing my most hated champion.
You know, his cut started $225.
There's no level 6, we can pretty much kill
some people,
anybody.
People willing to spend money on them.
If we land our E, we can kill them even before level 6.
And in an era where I'm taking better care of themselves, the latest beauty trend, the tune $27 billion.
I'm gonna call you main. Let's
go.
go.
Longevity card. Matt, bring the fur baby along for the ride.
Oh, hello, Mr. Talon. You gonna flash? Jump the wall and flash? I knew it. I knew it. My wave's screwed, but at least I got Lux Flash, Barrier, Talon Flash. What are we building? What's Gunblade? Alternator? Let's get Boot.
Yeah. It's a lot of different. Deserve basically everything on him, and so I'm taking off a lot of this here and I'm trying to blend it out. He's gonna make all the girls jealous. That definitely takes some skills that get those perfect perfected.
It's not
like
about the
the
I guess I should have W'd there for extra
like
energy.
they have humor and they just want the best
Okay,
better
the only thing I don't like about a collie is I don't like her. They run out of energy after like one cue.
Look, over the drink.
When I play against a collie, I feel like she literally has infinite energy and just spams the cues. Bad tree. I mean, it wasn't bad. It kind of still did more damage to her. But, like, W was used in that as a long cooldown.
Restraint's not really my thing.
You can't really go for the... You can't really go for the auto attack first where I get hit by the bind. I think I can just set it quick.
Wars are messy. My kills are clean.
Six. I think she's gonna hit 6 before me because she's been in lane a little bit longer. But I do have kills, so maybe not. But that wave challenge made me lose. I lost like 2 waves.
The words on their tombstone will be my new mantras.
She's no mana, but I can't really get to her. No, she's dead. Am I dead? That was the question. No, she walked in the perfect spot.
They're scared.
If she stayed by the tower, I probably would have died too.
It just changes your view on how you do.
I don't know where Well, I got executed at the end of the world, and deflating, I didn't get that last one.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
It's okay. It's still available for me to collect. Just go in, or should I? Maybe I try to do a short trade with my first.
Important thing. That's legendary team. The life of the topic so that what possible how situation with the state and that's the next one too. Try to pretty calm.
Okay, Dream.
How are you? I'm doing that. One help. You have to go down for specific biomarker specific diseases and proactive recycling stress between what? The world, the one that
Need her to waste line.
All my you're not going to the dental dentist center. Don't forget to look around to my medication.
You can just wait in the bush. Or roam bot. Roaming bot also works too. She does have barrier though. I don't know if I can. I could still 100 her, but she's gonna be able to get to the tower with flash.
So for me, how you use your life on the street, but before
An enemy has been slain.
There's a mignon in front of me.
Forget balance. This is a reckoning.
I think we can maybe go for a kill. I need her to walk up, so I'll let her push the wave, I think.
An enemy has been slain.
Because if I'm under her tower, she ain't doing great.
Should have run.
Oh my god.
Killing spree.
What?
Good nocturnal. Way too far away.
Can't stop what's coming.
Got electrocute. So is that a Talon?
Enemy rampage.
I make problems disappear.
Enemy double kill.
Wow, I should have ignited. I 100% thought she would have died when I hit the E and the ult on her. I guess her shield plus... I need my energy. Talon's around us. That's her flash and barrier though, so not bad. My ult will be back up in 80 seconds. I just kill her. Ooh, we need 50 gold. I mean, she's resetting.
Slain. An enemy has been slain.
I'm getting the hang of it. I don't feel like Set's gonna win this. Alright, we have Gunblade now too.
On my cause. This piece was a national news desk. It's on Deeper John's Hurricane Season 5.
I mean, the nice thing is, I think
that's the actual tricky rates. If I work waters for this, for 4 million, Apple Internet Street. Sporade poses special feature iron election. Black white persons will use to support false war in Iran. Sporade opposes the Iran war. Sporade describes.
Yeah, Ollie definitely does a lot of damage.
Has been slain. Enemy rampage.
You definitely see why people play her, because like a bad Akali
I just speed things
still does a crap ton of damage.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Resulting in more painful treatment and harder time.
Dude, I didn't know she was right here. I thought she was all the way over here. I just killed her. I'm trolling. Well, that sucks. I wanted some action. I mean, Lux doesn't have any items. Really. She got boots.
go.
You could just wait here for her to try to push the wave. I think her barrier's back up, but not flash.
An enemy is dominating.
She still has Q. Now she doesn't. She should be dead here. Oh, the Gunblade has really good range. There we go. I just gotta play like an assassin. My playstyle is mage, where I just want to like sit and farm, but like I kind of need to be just like waiting in bushes for opportunities and going all in.
Being alert with settings first alert weather. Settings is stopped. The Associated Press letter for outstanding singer.
Where are we going? Is it Shadow Flame? It is, but we need
Is that your enemies don't walk away.
I'm not here to make friends. An ally has been slain.
Let's stay in lane. I feel like the gates don't even get you a lane faster. There's a red buff I can grab.
It's gonna carve my own path.
Exploration.
What's my two one-shots to cast? Nice. That didn't go very well. It doesn't matter. Kill him.
Has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Team WANA. That's not one. One. All of them. It says, on Disney Plus.
I only killed Lux.
We'll see you right back here, one. Thanks for staying up with us. Good night, guys. Have a great evening.
7 on Disney Plus. Following program is a paid commercial, which has been paid for by the advertiser whose products and or services are featured in this program.
I don't know if I can fight.
The following program is paid for by Integrated Wellness Solutions, proud supporter of the American Heart Association. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, or prevent this disease.
I love waves. My enemies won't.
An ally has been slain.
Probably half of you watching right now.
Well, that was bad. I got the plating though. But yeah, I didn't think a bind would keep me stuck under turret for that long. I thought I'd be able to dash out.
They can't stop me.
In fact,
I mean,
if you're over 55, there's almost an 80% chance you have high blood pressure. And high blood pressure in fact, there's this unfortunate likelihood that it's not allowed out there because I understand that
There's just nowhere for me to make plays on the map. I want to roam, but Nocturne's just their first gank in the lanes. I'm stuck in lane with Lux.
What was that? One night a lot of gal
I
about
think I
that.
just flash on her.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Very balanced champion.
An ally has been slain. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Enemy double kill.
I need to roam and get ultimate hunter stack so when it's up more. Oh my god.
An ally has
Talon's dead.
Playtime over. Your turret has been destroyed.
I don't know why I'm doing so much damage.
Enemy double kill. Ace.
There we go. That was a clean combo.
This is Akali, the rogue assassin. Once the most promising acolyte of her order, Akali is now a restless fighter of unsurpassed skill who believes that sometimes balance needs a good shove.
The old ways just don't work.
This highly mobile assassin prefers a hit-and-run approach, repeatedly striking her targets as she moves in and out of cover.
You may want to rethink this little encounter.
Welcome to the Akali Champion Spotlight. Akali's passive is Assassin's Mark. Damaging a champion with an ability creates a ring around them. Crossing the ring's edge empowers her Kama, which increases the range and damage of Akali's next attack. The attack also restores a small amount of energy. When the ring first forms, Akali gains a burst of movement speed toward its edge. Once she crosses the edge of the ring, Akali gains another burst of speed when moving toward enemy champions. Akali's Q is 5-point strike. Akali slings her kunai in a narrow arc, damaging enemies. Those struck at maximum range are also slowed.
Bad time to come back to the front lines, Swain.
When cast at nearly full energy, Akali heals if she hits an enemy. Her energy bar will change color when the heal is available. Heals if she hits
the front lines, Swain.
When cast at nearly full energy, Akali heals if she hits an enemy. Her energy bar will change color when the heal is available. Her energy bar will change color when the heal is available. Akali's W is Twilight Shroud. Akali drops a smoke bomb which slowly spreads over a ring-shaped area. While on the smoke, Akali has increased movement speed and is obscured. Obscured is different than just invisibility. Though her position can be revealed, Akali cannot be directly targeted by her enemies. This includes attacks from turrets. Gaining or losing Obscured slightly extends the duration of Twilight Shroud each time. Strike from stealth before dipping back into smoke to keep it cloudy a little longer. Also, casting W from stealth before gaining or losing Obscured slightly... Gaining or losing Obscured slightly extends the duration of Twilight Shroud each time. Strike from stealth before dipping back into smoke to keep it cloudy a little longer. Also, casting W instantly restores energy. Consider activating Twilight Shroud not just for the stealth, but to use more of your other abilities. Akali's E is Shuriken Flip. Akali backflips and throws a shuriken forward, damaging and marking the first enemy hit. Akali can reactivate Shuriken Flip to dash to the marked target, following them wherever they go. The shuriken can also mark Twilight Shroud, tagging the last area of the smokescreen hit, and allowing her to dash back to safety. Akali's ultimate is Perfect Execution. Akali dashes, damaging all enemies she comes across, and can cast her ult a second time with a cooldown in between. The first dash deals physical damage and briefly stuns. The second dash deals magic damage and is increased based on the missing health of each enemy. Akali's most powerful tool is her Twilight Shroud. Use the smokescreen to reposition and avoid retaliation at the same time. Here, Akali dances around her enemies and strikes Rakan from undercover, then says, "Sure I can," and dashes back into range to finish him.
You're dead, I'm alive. See? Balance.
You can tower dive without fear thanks to the obscuring effect of Twilight Shroud. When you start taking shots, just slip back into the smoke to drop aggro and keep up the attack.
Smoked him.
It's tempting to use your W immediately when fighting foes, but think carefully about when and where to set off your smoke bomb. Your Shroud can set up sneaky plays, but if you hightail it from your cloud cover, you've got nothing to prevent elimination. The Rogue Assassin has several ways to keep up with opponents. As long as you land the first part of Shuriken Flip, you can reactivate it to follow them anywhere. Then give them a high 5-point strike to slow things down when they try to flee. Akali is all about moving in and out of range, which means sometimes taking a step back is the best way forward. For maximum burst, remember to constantly cross the Assassin's Mark ring and keep your Kama swinging.
You think you're gonna walk away?
Your ultimate adds still more movement to your repertoire. Because the dashes don't require a target, you can line up multiple stuns by passing through a cluster of enemies. Once you're in the thick of the fight, you can bide your time under the cover of Twilight Shroud before using the second dash and a flurry of cold steel to finish the execution. Psh, nothing personnel, kid. Thanks for tuning in to the Akali Champion Spotlight. Dart down to the links below for more info on the...
Like, I gotta meditate on this.